very own Incopolis studio here in Paris, France for the 2018-2019 Splatoon 2 European Championships. My name is Tekel and I'm going to be keeping you company for the next 2 days as we watch some of Europe's best Splatmasters battle it out for the chance to be named European Champion. The title's not the only thing that's up for grabs though. They get to take home that Splatoon 2 trophy, the winner's jerseys, and those rather rad gold Nintendo controllers. It is going to be epic. We are going to see incredible gameplay. I cannot wait. Before we get into the action though, we do have a very special message for you. So please help me in welcoming Splatoon 2 developer Nogami-san.
Bonjour! 皆さん、スプラトゥーン2ヨーロピアンチャンピオンシップの決勝大会へようこそ。私は 人の姿に変身する不思議なイカを研究しているイカ研究所の研究員です。この大会に至るまでのヨーロッパ12の国と地域での大会に参加してくださった全てのチームの皆さん、本当にありがとうございました。そして激戦をくぐり抜け、ここパリでの決勝大会までたどり着かれた皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。またこのライブ配信をご覧の皆さんも応援ありがとうございます。これから始まる強豪チームたちの共演を楽しんでいただければ幸いです。さあ、一体どのチームが明日の準決勝、決勝へと駒を進めることができるのか楽しみですね。本日の第1ラウンドでの皆さんのご健闘をお祈りしています。それではアビエント。
Como arigato gozaimashita, Nogami-san. It is time to get into the action. So like I mentioned, we have 2 days of Splatoon 2 play to look forward to. Today is our group stages. So we're going to take a look at that bracket now. We have 12 teams, the best in Europe. They're all here, and we've split them into 4 groups, 3 teams in each. They're going to be playing a best-of-3 format with the winner in each group moving into the semi-finals. I'm not alone bringing you the action. We have some rad talent in the shoutcasting booth. They're going to help break down these games for you. It's our splat-by-splat commentator, Bowie, joined by a previous European semi-finalist champion, Dragonuto, to do the analysis and deep dive into this. Let's have a chat to them now. Looking at these groups where I'm standing, Group C seems to be the pretty stacked one, gents.
Yeah, I mean, hi, by the way, I'm Bowie, and I'm joined by Dragon. Yeah, Group C, as we've seen, has got a lot of high-level teams kind of competing. It was one that we were saying that maybe like the group to really watch out for with Perigang, who obviously qualified, I think one of the last teams to qualify for the entirety of Europe.
Yeah, qualifying in the Nordic finals, and Team Mako as well, the UK finalists.
Yeah.
Winning that one with a very tough tournament.
Yeah.
If I do say so myself.
So you were playing against them. I like it.
So it's looking like quite a dangerous group to be in.
I mean, we're looking at as well. If you look at all of the other groups too, we have very strong contenders. Obviously, we're looking at these top seeds, Back Squids and Alliance Rogue in Group B and D respectively. And then I think with the group that's going to be really interesting then, therefore, is going to be Group A as well, because we have all of these players who haven't got maybe haven't got someone like a team like Back Squids or Alliance Rogue to really be pushing against. So we're going to be seeing how much they can kind of push and pull each other, and who's going to be qualifying there, and then who's going to be able to bring out the best game going into those semis and grands.
Most definitely. Hexagon coming back from last year's European Championships as well. Not exactly the result they wanted, but it did. I think maybe that experience is going to help them push them forward towards this group and maybe make it to semi-finals.
Yeah, well, obviously it's all to play for, but of course we're going to be getting through that over the course of the day. So we'll throw it back to Tech Girl to introduce our first 2 teams today.
We are kicking it off with Group A, and the 2 teams are Hexagon. You mentioned them a little bit earlier, from Portugal, facing off against Team Question Mark from Austria. So let's meet our first team. This is Team Hexagon. They're going to be facing off against Austria's Team Question Mark. We're going to give our teams a few minutes just to warm up and get ready for the first game of the Splatoon 2 European Championships. Let me have a quick chat to our casters and find out from them, who are the standout players we should be watching in this particular matchup?
I think this one's for you, Dragon. I think to take it away to start up.
Well, I only really recognize one name that I would say is quite a strong name in the competition, is Bolas on Team Hexagon. He's a very strong player, very good, and he's a solid member of their team. I don't quite know much about Team Question Mark.
I mean, they are a question mark. They are true to their name. I always like that. Though. As we do more tournaments and we keep playing, keep improving, we're going to be seeing newer teams and newer players coming out of the woodwork, and it's exciting to see what kind of mark they can stamp on tournaments like this.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what they do, and if they manage to make it through Group A with such tough competition from Team Hexagon. So yeah, that'd be nice.
Excellent. So I mean, maybe one of those a bit as I say, a bit of a question mark on this match overall. But you're mentioning that one player from Portugal, Bolas. Do you know much about his playstyle? How he tends to like kind of push and what he does that makes him so dangerous?
From what I remember, it's not really his playstyle or anything that makes him dangerous. It's the way he coordinates his team. So he's quite strong. They obviously Team Hexagon have played together quite a lot. And they're an old team, and they're obviously playing in the first European Championship. So seeing them come back together will be quite. Yeah, I think they'll manage to pull through, and with his support, maybe take this match.
Excellent. I mean, that's the thing. It is a team game, so coordination and leadership is a very, very important thing to have. So having a player who, as you say, is recognised for that element of the gameplay would be, it's quite an exciting thing to have to hold on to and see how that leadership can, become victories in games like this.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Well, when we get into the match, we'll see for sure. So, and Team Question Mark, really, again, like I said, a massive question mark ahead of them. I don't know much about the players themselves, but assuming obviously they won their regional tournament, so they have to be as strong players as themselves. So watching this match, it'll be nice to see how well they do.
Yeah, I mean, we should also have a little look and a discussion about what kind of modes and maps are going to be playing on just for now. Just going to have that discussion. So I mean, obviously, round one. So all of the first matches that we're going to be seeing in each group. It's going to be Splat Zones on the Reef to start with. Then we're going to be going over to Tower Control on Manta Maria, and then Rainmaker on the Humpback Pump Track. So any of those that jump out to you immediately?
Well, obviously the Reef being the biggest one for me. The Reef, one of the first maps that was ever released to do with the game, and it's quite a basic map. It recently had some changes where they split the zone in half. I think those changes might play into this because the zone itself, if you controlled that zone before the change they made, it was pretty swung game. If you own that zone, that was it. But splitting it into two zones makes it easier to cap, and also making the bridge central point of that map much more important to have.
Yeah, and these kind of like differences can't be underestimated. I mean, I think it's one of those things that most stages tend to have either a hexagonal or a very, very simple zone to capture. So either splitting it up or changing the shapes of these do influence, like in little ways, just how you would be approaching that as you go. Looking over to game two, then we said it was Manta Maria with Tower Control, which I think is a fun. It's one of my favorite stages myself. I think the way that it has those multiple ways of access between that central point, and that central point being so integral to kind of like building this like snowball.
Yeah, in Manta Maria, there is a grating in the middle of the map, which you do want to control if you want to be taking that tower. And the map itself is quite long. It's very straight and narrow. So the Stingray is very important if you want to be taking that control and pushing that tower forward.
And I mean, Stingrays is an item and a weapon that we see a lot coming out on Tower Control, being able to like jump back to a safe space and use that to either, if you're on the tower, aggressing and keeping it controlled, or if you're defending, pushing back and trying to get splat the opponent who's on the tower as well.
Definitely, especially on TC itself as a map, you have to push that tower to the final checkpoint, which is going through all of enemy territory. So that sort of strength of a weapon that can take people off the tower basically is what you really want, and we already know that because of how prominent it is in the meta. Yeah,
indeed. And then if we do hit our hit game three, we're going to be going to Rainmaker on the Humpback Pump Track. Now, Rainmaker, a very tough and very, very volatile, I'll say, mode, just because it's so aggressive and so fast-paced.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're going back and forth, and that Rainmaker, it's easy to move. It's very quick when you have it, and just the pushes, they're really exciting to watch. You see these teams, they get full wipe on the enemy team, and they push forward, and they'll get that 20 points. And then as the Rainmaker resets, and the exact same thing can happen for the other team. And there is so much coordination that comes out of it because of that. You need to have your specials up all the time to stop those pushes. You need to make sure that you don't lose every member of your team at one point.
Yeah. See in the audience there, we do have, as said, we do have 12 teams who are currently in this studio. Everyone who did qualify is here, and hopefully going to be enjoying themselves. Players, I believe, are almost perhaps getting ready or almost finished here with their warm-ups, and we should be jumping into game very, very shortly. But yeah, it's nice to have like all of Europe together. I think that's what I've always liked about the European scene. Whenever I'm kind of going abroad to tournaments and hanging out with different scenes, it's nice just to kind of see how how they all have their own like unique kind of vibe and their own passion that kind of comes through, and the way that they show that within their scene.
Yeah, so I gotta say the European community for Splatoon is incredible. There's a lot of lovely people in it, and when you all come together and you see these people that you haven't seen in a year, it's lovely. You say, "Oh, my friend, I haven't seen you in so long," and there's just so much camaraderie involved, and having all these teams here again, it's just lovely. It's just to see how they are.
Also, a very, very strong region as well, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to global and wider Splatoon quality. Actually, very, very strong scene in that
Yeah,
regard.
well, each region will argue that they're the strongest.
Everyone does.
obviously.
It's how it
Everybody says
goes. You know, we're the best. No, I'm the best. It's like, I'm Spartacus.
Europe has shown recently in offline tournaments and online tournaments that they are one of the strongest regions, definitely above North America, I would say.
There's the jab. There's the jab. I think as well what's really interesting is that because multiple teams who play in Europe are from various different regions and different countries, we have players who are within their teams but also some that aren't within their teams. I believe Backsquid from Germany, the reason they're so strong is because they are a team internationally and nationally as well.
Yes, they are.
Whereas, I think, for example, yourself, Team 4D from the UK, Dude on that team does have his own different team in Ghost when he's international. So actually, I believe we have another member of Ghost, I believe.
We have multiple members of Ghost.
Yeah.
So on Alliance Rogue, we do have 2 members of Ghost, and also on the
Empire Gang as well.
Empire Gang,
Sendo,
as well. And also Kraken Paradise, another really strong international team, is split up between the UK, France, and Empire Gang too.
So they're all going to be going against each other. So that's really, really exciting. And we're going to be, I think we're just about ready to jump into game. The warm-ups are over, and we'll be entering our first game between Team ? And Hexagon. Had the moment there,
Yeah.
Oh man. So yeah, the first game of the European Championships is about to get underway here in Paris. I'm excited. What do you think?
I don't know. We can see what's going to happen. They're already dueling here in the middle of the map. That bridge again, like I said, incredibly important for control.
Yep. So as you see, Bolas there taking point for that central point. Astro below, just trying to cover the space as he can. Wonderful shot there from Duracell, catching his opponent from the other side of the map.
It's just Astro left on the team of ? Here. Hexagon looking quite strong, even though they do not have the zones. Managing to take out Astro, looking to push in.
They do take that control now, so it did begin quite nicely there for Hexagon, but they have been taken down now. As you can see, the lead has been taken by Hexagon now, and they're going to be pushing forward.
As you can see, Emil putting that baller in there, trying to take that zone. Doesn't quite get it right, and Bia and Duracell managed to take him out with the Stingray. Bolas here trying to duel with the baller, not really getting much done. Baller obviously quite a strong special.
Get out of there, doesn't get too far away, gets caught by the explosion from the baller being popped.
Astro trying to contest the zone here, getting taken down by a bomb. Hexagon are kind of just holding the zone, even though they haven't got the full control. They're stopping them from getting any points on the board here.
Yeah.
Cyber putting some pressure on.
Yeah, rare to see the L3 nozzle nose coming out there. Just that triple fire shot, just peppering a little bit of damage, just pushing his opponents back. Emil by themselves now gets the baller out, has the control in the corner, not close enough, but gets the splat anyway.
Unfortunate for Bolas, being taken down twice by those ballers. The Hexagon are being pushed back now. They've not really got a foothold anymore. Team ? Really doing a good job here. 2 down, however, for Team ? And Hexagon are looking to push back in here to stop this zone.
Yeah. Cyber there by himself, just underneath that zone, keeping it as much as he can. But Emil now pushing back forward. He's in the 1v1. Can he get the splat? No.
Duracell managing to jump out. Well done to him. However, Team Hexagon pushing in quite heavily right now, keeping that zone, keeping that control. Team ? Really need to just get their teamwork together and get that coordination, catch that bridge and get those zones.
Astro and Cyber down. Oh, Cyber goes down again to a splat bomb coming out, and then we have Churro looking to clean up if they can, but
That's
again...
a full wipe on the side of ? Hexagon managing to take the whole zone and the control of the map. Looking to have that hold now just to count that zone down 2-0.
And there's a lot of penalty points as well on the side of Team ? They have to clean up if they want to take this first game. Bolas there. Emil comes again through with the baller, pushes back, but there's a splat bomb waiting, and
Bomb rush coming out from Astro, I believe, and Turo with the zone manages to get the zone cap, which is really what they needed. It doesn't matter too much about the kills.
And that was a wonderful double splat there as well, coming out from Turo with that baller. He kept his team a little bit in it, but you can see once again, Hex, they regroup, they push back, and then they're just covering as much turf as possible. A nice splat for splat there between them.
Unfortunately for Hexagon, they've got such a massive deficit right now. They really need to push it back in and get that down to 16.
This is it. Stop it here if they can. They got 1, they got 2, they're in control. Spec here just trying to push back, but again gets taken down by a very solid Astro.
That's looking like ? are going to be able to take back that zone again and also hold some turf. They haven't really looked at the bridge, which is a really crucial part of this map. Maybe a misplay, we don't know yet. Hexagon looking to get some specials and push back in. They do have the Stingray on the ready.
Yeah. There it is, coming out right now, pressurizing as Emil uses the baller to go round, pressurizes the opponent in the corner, and is using that to take back control of that turf in the corner. Once again, Bolas goes down once more to the baller, as you were saying.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Bolas getting caught in the corner again. Hexagon trying to get another Stingray, trying to get some more control, maybe a pick on the side for Duracell. That counter ticking down for Team Question Mark. It's looking pretty scary for Hexagon right now. They managed to take one down. It's looking good. They got the baller. Going to try and get in on the zone.
As the points equalize, and now Team Question Mark take the lead. And as I say that, Hexagon just managed to get those points, and it's taken back again. There's these massive swings back and forward from both teams, just being able to kind of like have these huge pushes and then just kind of have nothing to do or nowhere to fight back for a little bit.
Both teams in the neutral now, fighting for that control. The Stingray comes out from Duracell. Emil trying to get round to get to him, has the armor just for protection. Turret going for the bridge, has to fight Spec here. Not looking good. Spec uses the splashdown, manages to take him off. Oh!
Yeah, but yeah, so focused on that place, on getting the zone, that he wasn't aware of Emil behind him, who came round, got the flank, and got the splat, which is very, very important, because at that point, Hexagon were looking to try and get that space back. And as you can see, counting down, the points are still in their favor. 30 seconds left on the clock now. Hex has got a lot to do.
They take out the bucket for Emil. Hexagon Bolas looking again to take the bridge, manages to get it. Another baller coming out on the side of Question Mark. They're looking to get the zones. Turo is just kind of rolling about here.
Keep on rolling.
Bolas looking scared. He doesn't want to get taken down again. It's they're just swinging back and forth here. Emil gets taken down. That's 2 down now for the side of Team Question Mark. Bia trying to keep the zone. Astro just stopping them. It's not looking good, and that would be... Oh, it's overtime.
Well, yeah, this is the thing. If they lose control of both those, this is it. They have to push now, and if they lose any part of this control, it's going to be game over for them. They have to hold that control.
They've got to get 20, 25 points down and hold that zone for that whole time. All the meantime, Question Mark are building up their specials. Emil with a flank manages to take down the bridge.
That's important. Emil coming in, gets 2 almost, gets the baller out, pushes 1. Can they get 2 and it's over?
An incredible thing to watch there. That double baller coming out to get those zones. Obviously, baller quite strong special in the current meta, managing to take a zone with just 1 baller. So if you have 2, it's instant. An incredibly close game from Hexagon and Question Mark.
Just 1 point in it as a whole, but yeah, they managed to do that one. Congratulations then to Team Question Mark for that first game. But, you know, we saw Hexagon coming out at the start really, really well, and you were talking about why. The bridge control at the start of the game was so solid for them, and they were using that to kind of like, then kind of like spill over the sides, take both of those positions, and then from there encroach upon the enemy space.
It's a lot of leverage on the map when you have that middle control. That bridge is so crucial because it's above the zones. If you're above the zones, then you have the zones. So by controlling that bridge, there's nothing else you can really do.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, I mean, as you say, you had that, but then Team Who managed to get Team Question Mark. You know, it was the same. Anyway, 2 years ago, I'm dreaming of 2017. Yeah, it's one of those things that, you know, they managed to get that fight back, and they find their opportunities and their moments to kind of go, well, you know, if we're not going to be winning the positional game, maybe we can win the outplay. You know, the individual 1v1s here and there, maybe get the odd flank, and then from there push the advantage and get the victory, which is what they did. And that's all they needed to do. It is a time-based game sometimes. You know, as we saw, the overtime hit, and all they needed to do was then, rather than win, is just take control away again.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what they did with that double baller. Looking at the splats to death ratio on the board, it looked like Hexagon had more, just across everything. They definitely had the more control in that sort of aspect, but the paint control coming out from Team Question Mark was incredible. Yeah. And that constant going in and taking those zones, Hexagon didn't really have a chance to push against them at that point. So watching that, obviously it was a very close game because of that, but that taken overtime is exactly what they needed. That double baller push, and that really shows good team coordination.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we're going to be jumping into game 2 shortly. It's going to be tower control on Manta Maria, as we were discussing earlier. You know, that central point, very, very integral to how that's going to go. Jumping into our first game now. So yeah, again, we've got this kind of like trident, this 3-prong approach you can go do to kind of like get into the opponent's side. So we're going to see how that goes as we jump into game 2. Team Question Mark 1 game away from taking this first series. Let's go.
Well, looking for me, to be honest, I'm thinking that Duracell is going to be incredibly important to them here. He does have the Stingray, which is super important on that tower control mode. And maybe we'll see that coming out. Emil using the standard bucket, which is Tenta missiles. So we'll see how that goes. Dura getting control right now on the middle grate.
Yeah, Duracell again with that height, as you say, using that long range. It's always nice to see those long range players, you know, people just like pepper with fire and consistently, you know, cover and support their teammates from afar.
Please, you flatter me. The tower going back and forth. Hexagon losing one of their members. Bolas with the baller trying to get picked. Emil getting pushed back, doesn't get taken down. Bolas looking for that mid control again. However, he's all alone at the moment, and Tura's pushing him with the baller again. Obviously, throwback from the last game.
Yeah, we saw that a lot, always being cornered. I think it's one of those things, they know that he's strong, so having to try and push away with those ballers and just pressurize him as much as they can. Cyber goes down to Spec with the support of Bia.
2 down now on the side of question mark. It's looking like Hex are going to make a push, mount push here. They have the control, they have the specials, and let's see how this plays out, really, to be honest.
Emil on the flank, though, throwing some shots into the side. The sprinkler on the tower, meaning it's quite impossible for Hex to get in there. They do take a splat, but take 2 against them in the meantime.
Yeah, 3 down now for the side of Hexagon. The last one doesn't get taken down by Emil. Emil's going to push up here, try and get some control for his team, get a hold of the bunker for the enemy. Really put some pressure on Spec and Bia. It's looking like a tower push that could come out. They got the armor coming through as well.
Yep, and they're going to be counting down this first checkpoint, which of course the checkpoints are a huge thing to take out because it's that waiting moment, that period where you aren't making any ground. They're pushing forward, they're going into the alleyway now, the alleyway of doom, where a lot of splats happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bia was left alone here. Spec managing to take out Cyber on the tower. 2 down for the side of question mark now. Spec looking to push up, maybe onto the bunker again, regain control. Dura on the tower. Turo alone in the middle at the moment. He's looking for a flank. He's going for it.
Gets over to the side. Goes for a super jump, though, to get back, maybe to support his teammate, as knowing that perhaps he was overextending a little bit too much and he couldn't actually help in that scenario. Stingray comes out from Duracell, trying to find Emil, gets Emil. Just brings it around to the side, trying to support a teammate who goes down.
Unfortunately, he's just trying to get some control for his team, trying to scare people away from the tower. Astro coming now, Bolas with the baller, just trying to get the checkpoint. As we said, very important. Does get popped out of the baller and taken out. That's 1 down for Hexagon. They're getting pushed back. 2 down for Hexagon. It's not looking good. 3 down for Hexagon. Just Duracell now, all by himself in the back.
You see the fancy handwork there from Astro, I believe, as he's playing.
An interesting camera angle to see. We're going to be looking at question mark again, pushing the tower. 1 gets taken down. Two gets down. Beautiful kills from Duracell. Looking for a 3rd, doesn't quite get it. Turo takes him down.
Yeah, the splat from Turo there just to counteract, and then gets the control of the tower at least with a splat bomb, or a suction bomb rather. Has to push back as there's a lot of Hex, starting to just crawl in now. Have Spec on the high side, gets taken down by Emil, who's then looking for another flank. Ooh,
really falling off the map. Very unlucky. Dura seeing him, taking him out.
1 moment, 1 shot, 1 splat.
It's looking pretty neutral right now. Nobody's really pushing. Nobody's got anything to do. We do see Dura with the steering. Does pull it out. Tries to get someone in the back. Turo battling Spec on the bunker. Doesn't really get anybody. And that Stingray kind of a waste there, unfortunately. Hexagon looking again to push the tower.
Yeah, they got the Ink Storm coming out as well just to cover that ground. Just say, get back from that tower. It's not yours. Cyber going around the side as well, trying to look for a flank. They do get almost, it seems like a 3-on-1 there, but look at the strength coming out from Bia defending that tower.
3 down now for Team Question Mark. It's just Turo on his own. He's trying to get the jumper. Gets taken down. It's looking like a push for Hexagon. They could really push up here. This could be huge for them.
Yeah, this is what they've been needing for a long time. They're going to start pushing there through those extra points, looking to equalize if they can.
2 down now for the side of Question Mark. Bia on the tower alone. Cyber looking for that angle just to try and take him out. 2 on the tower.
Just immediate counterattack there.
That's the lead.
That's a really good play there from Hexagon. They've pushed it all the way there. That was an incredible reaction time to stop Cyber when he came over the top.
Yeah, well, it's quite an obvious place for people to flank. Dura looking for the tower, manages to get out, trying to preserve that Stingray special. It's looking like they want to push back in here with Question Mark. They need to. 40 seconds left on the clock. And that like you were saying, those marks, those checkpoints are incredibly important here. And that's a huge push for Hexagon.
Indeed. They're going to be working back up to that checkpoint, and they need to work again through the build-up to get back to that point that they were at, because the checkpoint does recover, essentially, even though it doesn't bring the points back up, but you have to get back to where you were to start increasing those points again, and it is a difference. It means you're just waiting there just as long at these checkpoints.
As we're saying, that Question Mark in a really good position.
That's a really big Stingray, though.
The missiles, they're stopping. Manages to get 2. No, they're still pushing. They're still pushing.
Word, they got a lead. Oh, my word. Insanely good work there.
Jeez, even with the double splat from the Stingray, managing to get taken out and managing to push that tower just a little bit more that they needed.
Yeah. Duracell, again, had a great Stingray, as we were saying, but there was no one there on the actual platform to keep preventing the push. And I believe that's 2-0 then.
Yeah, that's
going
a 2-0.
over to the side of Team Question Mark.
Very unfortunate there for Hexagon. They seemed like they've managed to scrape that lead back from nothing. But it was still a really good match. Both really good matches to watch. Obviously, Team Question Mark with a brilliant push coming out. Duracell nearly stopping that tower. Very unfortunate that he didn't manage to get that. I think it's just because Question Mark managed to get those picks just before he got to jump back.
Exactly, and for sure. And it's such a close game, and that's the thing. Like, when it goes to overtime like that, it can just be the point of one final push or one moment that just changes it all. It's a great play from Duracell to get that double splat, but no one there to support, or no one there to really capitalize upon that moment. And unfortunately, that's when you have Team Hexagon kind of squander it, and Team Question Mark take it. So that is a 2-0. So Team Question Mark will win their first match. It's not over for Team Hexagon yet, of course, because there's still 2 more matches to play.
Yes.
And with that, we'll be seeing how that goes. You do need to win 2 to get through, and I think if everyone's won 1, and it's all kind of like, I'm not sure if we're going to be maybe doing a replay or seeing how close the scores were, and we'll be clarifying that with you over the course of the day as these things come up. So it can be winner stays on, I believe.
Yes, I believe so.
So Question Mark
staying on now to fight their second match against Team Polarized, I believe.
Yeah. Before we do that, I think we are ready to. We're going to just have a quick look at the bracket then to see how it stands after the first game. It's coming, don't worry. The bracket's on its way. But we'll be having a look at that bracket. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we should be waiting to hear just when we can from Tech Girl. We'll be throwing back over to her to have a little chat and seeing how that's going.
Team Question Mark taking that first victory in Group A, putting them 1 point ahead of everybody else. Unfortunately, Team Hexagon losing that one. But they do have another match to play, obviously. We'll be seeing how this goes on throughout. I think Question Mark maybe have a good chance here now with that win, looking quite strong, looking quite positive going into this next match, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see what Polarized can bring. And obviously, it's quite interesting how we were talking about how Bolas, his coordination and his team leadership was an interesting part of his gameplay and what he's brought to the scene so far. But then that Question Mark that we have had over Team Question Mark, they come out of the gates and they, perform very, very adequately for their first game.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of focus on Bolas. I would say the ball is always coming through to take him out. We saw that quite a few times on the screen themselves.
And sometimes that's good. If you take out a key player, you're kind of like, unpinning, the strength of the team.
Well, you see it a lot with flanks. Like, if that flank takes out your backline, that's a huge hit to your team. And if that backline is down, then you don't have that stingray, you don't have that long-range support, and you don't have that pressure. So what are you going to do in that situation aside from regroup? It gives the other team an opportunity to come in and get you. And I think that was kind of what was happening there. Turo with a great set of flanks for Team Question Mark.
Good stuff indeed. So what I'll do then is I'll throw it over to Tech Girl, who's going to be pushing us forward to the next part of our tournament. Tech Girl, back to you.
In our first game of the Splatoon 2 European Championships, Team Question Mark taking the win. A little bit of an explanation as to how today is going to work. Like I mentioned before, these are the group stages, 12 teams, 4 groups. We're going to work our way through each group today. So we're going to start with Group A. You've seen 2 teams, and now you get to see the 3rd team in this group come through. They'll face off, and by the time we're done, we'll know who the winner of each group is. I wonder, though, gents, how we feel about this. Do you think by the time we get to that last group, players are starting to get anxious because they know not only that they have to make it through to the semi-finalists, but ultimately who they're going to be facing off against?
Ooh, good question.
Well, I would say personally that I think that there's always a bit of anxiety there. I don't think that ever changes, regardless of who's going through or not. People know the people to look out for in this tournament.
Yeah, if you're looking at the other groups, there are quite popular, well-known teams, as we've mentioned. The 2 big ones, I guess, would be Backsquids and Alliance Rogue, 2 very, very strong teams. And it's like, oh man, I might have to play them. Which one am I going to get, teamed up against? That's scary. But I think what's really good about group stages as well, though, is because they're kind of we're playing best of 3, so it's short matches. It's nice and quick. Boom, 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 boom. It's not one of those ones where but it is quite a long day. So there's that kind of the stamina factor is going to come into it. How long can you keep going for? And then how much is that going to make you prepared or calm you down perhaps for the later games?
Well, I think that kind of helps with the size of the groups being a lot smaller than the generic size of a group here.
Yeah.
So that stamina part is going to be less effective there for them, and obviously the day being split into 2 and having semi-finals the next day. So the stamina of the weekend maybe, overall pool going to be going down, but I think the groups, they're going to be able to push through and play their best throughout the entire thing.
Indeed. Well, there you have it, Tech Girl. What do you have to say about that?
It's always interesting just to get a little bit of insight, because I know for me, I'd be kind of nervous knowing who I'm going up against if I win my group. But like you said, these teams are just focusing on the game in hand, that this is what they need to do today. They'll worry about tomorrow. Talking about today, though, we need to jump into our second game. So you've seen them already, you've seen them play, and you've seen them win. They need to do it again. Please help me introduce Team Question Mark from Austria.
way to the stage. We've lost them. There they are, way.
Coming out of the door.
Team Austria, they don't want to come out. Team question mark is having a little bit of doubt there. So I tell you what, why don't we introduce their challengers all the way from Spain? This is Team Polarized.
Jersey there.
And, it's kind of nice that everyone's jerseys is set to their home colours.
Pink.
It's red. It's really, really bright red. I'm pretty sure it's red. Oh no, you're right. That is pink.
It's pink. Yeah, it's pink. But look at it. Pink jerseys.
Team question mark was obviously a little bit, they were almost, I think, a little bit shy or taking a small break. They're ready now, though. Maybe they just wanted that entrance at the end after that victory. Please help me welcome Team question mark.
Okay, so this is why I said it was their colours, because they've got the red shirt, but they've got the green. They've got the green logo, which is, you know, the Portuguese red and green. You see?
Yeah. Okay.
Some are.
Some of them are red. Some of them are red.
We're making a little bit of a change. It turns out it will be Hexagon facing off against Polarized. So Team question mark taking a quick break after the victory.
Yeah.
These teams are going to take some time just to warm up, get into game mode. Remember, you're watching the group stages of the Splatoon 2 European Championships. So, Team Hexagon taking on Team Polarized. Gents, how do we think this one's going to go down?
Okay, so we've seen Hexagon and we've seen, you know, them have two very, very close losses. You know, we were talking about the fact that Team question mark came out of the gates and won after we'd spoken so much about the quality that was coming out from Portugal, but they weren't whitewashed. It was very, very close.
It's a close games. So maybe Hexagon coming here just to prove themselves a little bit more now. Coming out, wanted to take out Polarized real quick and easy.
It's their neighbours as well. There's going to be some real rivalry there, I believe, the old Spain-Portugal matchup. It's going to be fun.
I think you got to think that Spain are a really strong team. Now, not the same team that came last year, but I believe they have assets from the team that came last year as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see how they bring it in this match.
Yeah.
Spain obviously doing quite well last year anyway, just as a general team. So we'll see.
That's the thing. Everyone always remembers just, you know, the top placing teams, but that doesn't always mean that just because you don't place within the top 3 or the top 4 that you haven't performed amazingly and haven't got the ability to play amazingly in future. So yeah, have it. Tech Girl, back to you. Or maybe not. Back to say sticking on us. Okay, cool.
I know, gents, I'll jump on in. I was going to give you some time just to break this down a little bit, you know, and have a little bit of fun with it.
Sorry, we did it so quickly. I apologize.
Standout players in this particular game, or do you think, I mean, this is possibly the deeper question to ask, with Hexagon coming in off that loss, how do they bring it back now for this game? Because they know they need that victory. What's the kind of mental conversation that happens outside before they start playing?
It's one of those things, I think, from a competitive mindset as well, you're looking at the idea that it's about kind of like not being too disheartened by the loss and understanding that, yes, they are losses, but, you know, look at the situation around those losses. These slight, minute errors that maybe can be fixed, that can be, you know, I guess... just fix or, you know, just change in little ways.
Small improvements.
Yeah,
small improvements to the formula, really, isn't it? The Hexagon doing really well. Bolas, again, like I said, probably their team call here. He's going to be doing a lot of work for them. So we'll see what he does and what he brings into this game. Obviously coming off of a bit of an unfortunate match where they did lose. However, it was a very close set. So we'll see coming into this match against Spain.
Yeah, I think one of those things. A lot of players can sometimes find that losses can really kind of affect them. Be like, oh man, we didn't, you know, we should be playing better. And it's about stifling those kinds of thoughts and going, well, you know, we may have lost, yes, but we can still play better. You know, first game of the day. Got to get going, got to get into your rhythm. The communication might not have been there, and you need to start picking out, okay, well, this X, Y, and Z players may be missing certain bits here and there, so let's try and cover that and then push our other assets elsewhere. It's about being flexible.
Yeah, obviously easy to forget that these guys are top teams, so they've had losses, they've struggled through losses, but they're also really good at taking those losses in. That's what makes a top team, really, is being able to lose and understand that it wasn't your fault that you lost, and you can improve upon it, and you can work on that teamwork, really come back and take those guys out. So, I mean, yeah, we'll see.
It's going to be happening very, very shortly. But yeah, that's at least how we feel about that one. Tech, back to you.
Dragonuto, I'd be interested to chat to you from a player perspective now. In terms of the maps that we're watching in these best of threes, they've obviously all been pre-selected, but do you think it also plays a role in how the teams perform, or have they prepared? Do they know it's ranked? They know what they need to do? Or do you think that also maybe potentially adds a different element to the competition?
Well, obviously, different teams have different maps and modes that they're better on, but obviously going into this tournament, you want to prepare. So these guys have been going through the map list, they've been going through the mode list, they've been looking at everything and practicing them to every day, constantly, you know, or at least you'd hope. They've been practicing a lot, and I don't think that they were going to fail in that aspect because they've just spent so much time on those maps and modes. I mean, obviously against certain teams, you're not going to do as well on a map, and maybe you're not as strong on a map. But if you work on that map, you'll slowly get better and better at it as a team, and you'll be able to come through and maybe take out this team that is well known for their incredible ability on a specific map or mode.
I mean, those things as well. I mean, to add to that point as well, like you're talking about how, like, you know, maps and modes are a very, very important thing. And sometimes it's not kind of really focused just how much, like, you know, you could be amazing at a specific mode on a specific map. If you change the map up, it just suddenly there's these elements of the play that doesn't work. But then, you know, it might not be a map specific issue. It might be a mode specific issue. And it's about knowing and kind of understanding your opponents and what ways you can exploit their weaknesses or play on your strengths.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. And also the weapons that people play are stronger on different maps and modes. So obviously certain weapons, like long-range weapons like chargers, are going to excel on maps like Moray Towers because they're very long-range maps, and you're going to be using that range to its full advantage there. But on smaller maps like Back Belly, less so. So we'll be seeing going into this set when we see the maps and the modes.
Yeah.
We chatted a bit about Hexagon's state of mind coming into this, what they needed to do outside between their loss and now coming into this game. But let's chat a little bit about Polarized and how they must be feeling. I mean, do you think that the strategy changes as they're watching that first game, or have they prepped for the teams as they see fit and they're ready to go no matter what?
Flexibility is always one of those things that you expect from teams like this. They have their, you know, what they want to do is what they want to achieve as a team and how they want to play as a team. And if they're noticing if they're watching and going, actually, well, if you look here at this point, this player's doing this, and maybe they didn't cover this section, we can try and punish that if we can. That kind of the ability to adapt, either not just in set, but also when you're kind of like preparing for things as well, is something that exists. But obviously, you know, a player is playing a certain way when you're watching because they're against the opponent they're playing. Those scenarios may not apply to your team when you play against those players as well. So
yeah, in competitive games specifically, isn't it? Most games, in fact, but Splatoon's especially, in my opinion, knowing those team comps and the way compositions, in fact, and the way that the team is going to play isn't always going to play a factor because they could change it up for you. See, every team comp has a different effectiveness against another team comp, and all teams will run something different. Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's the standard meta weapons that you will see in most compositions, but there's always small, tiny changes that will happen between teams. So other teams might change their comps to do that. Yeah.
Excellent. I believe that we have got word that the game is about ready to jump in. So yeah, exciting times. We're going to have our second match of the day going in. We're going to be, again, Clam Blitz is going to be happening for our second matchup. And we're going to be jumping into Clam Blitz on Marco Mart.
Marco Mart, yes, Clam Blitz, Marco Mart. Quite a large map, quite long. We're going to be seeing the teams going for that middle control on the stacks, as you can see. Roderick going there, trying to push on Bia, trying to get them off the stack. One down on the side of Team Polarized, I believe. And Hexagon maybe have that warm-up advantage here. 2 down now on the side of Team Polarized. Bia having a really cool duel here with Roderick. Gets taken down, however. The barrier gets broken by Hexagon. Bolas all by himself, however.
Yeah, so again, if Clam Blitz is something you're less familiar with, grab 10 clams, grab a power clam, throw it at the enemy's barrier, and get some points. You can see we have Hexagon getting a first splat, if you will, first ink. With that 20 points coming out for connecting their first power clam against that shield.
As you can see, Roderick getting taken down mid-baller. Boss sitting back here with the clam ball, looking to kind of get in here, but can't really get a point. Anzu going in with the baller, providing a safe jump for the clam ball, managing to score that one. Does get taken out, however. Hexagon Duracell looking to defend the basket.
Now they need to get some clams in here because as it works, if you both get one power clam in and that's it, and the shield resets, the second player, the second team who did it, will get 1 point added on because there's a second one to achieve that particular score.
Which is unfortunate for Team Polarized. Hexagon now in a better position. They do have the pity clam in the back, as we call it. That's kind of given to you every time the enemies score. However, Boss taking out one of the members of Hexagon here. Taking out two, however. Really pushing in with that Kenta undercover. Looking for that third there. Bolus down there in the pit. Getting pushed out. He's looking for more clams now. Looking to get that push going yet again. Really looking.
Yeah, you can see how far Loki is into enemy territory as well. Trying to push around this backside. Activates the Ink Jet and is going to start pressurizing. Gets one shot. Can they get that splat though? That's the question.
Yes.
They do, and they recover very, very nicely. They are pressured there when they come back.
That armor saving them. Really, really good job there from team coordination standpoint. Dura would manage to get that kill.
One more. That's it. They have their 10. They get the power clam in, and they're going to start slowly getting some more clams into that basket if they can, which just resets that time or adds some time to the timer.
Roderick really pushing Hexagon into the spawn here, and they're scoring more points. The ball are coming out to add that pressure on. They're going to need more clams if they want to keep this push going. They do, and he gets that ball. Doesn't manage to pick anybody off, but he is putting a lot of pressure on Team Hexagon.
You can see how much this shield is still up right now. They're slowly but surely just throwing more and more clams into the basket, keeping that timer alive. 23 points left on the board for Polarized.
And they still have some clams left. I don't think they're going to be able to get in, however, and Hexagon are going to reset, manage to take that mid back, and the Stingray coming out just add a bit more pressure to stop them from pushing in to their side of the spawn.
Okay. Again, they've got their pity clam, two power clams on deck now. Now that does mean that they are visible to their opponent, so half the team is visible. Which is not to be underestimated.
Yeah, it's quite scary to have that visual.
Bolas goes in, but gets immediately shut down. Sorry, go ahead.
That's fine. Spec trying to get something done with that splashdown. Doesn't manage to get anybody. Duracell having to back off here. The Inkjet coming off from Loki. Manages to pick him off, however. Roderick looking to push in yet again into the enemy spawn. And Bolas trying to add more pressure on here to stop the clam pop. Does get taken out by a baller. Really been his enemy this group stage.
There's that power clam as well. Loki grabs it and gets taken down immediately. Boss coming up now. They're going to be trying to get as many points as they can in there, and they get that KO.
That was an incredible play there. As you can see, Boss knew that his teammate was there and that he could throw in his clams. And once he got that total just below 20, obviously a clam ball, a power clam, is going to score 20 points for your team. So that he knew to get that below 20 so that they could instantly win.
Yeah, but very, very nice. Someone just taking a picture there of that moment. But yeah, we have Polarized taking that first game with a very, very clean KO there. They were scored against to begin with, but then as soon as they had that, they fought back and pushed it all the way down. That second particular play where they had the shield open for the second time. You know, they had like multiple clams in their possession, but they're throwing not all of them in, but maybe 1, 2, 3, keeping that timer just ticked up a little bit and waiting to let their team recuperate and then get more and more and more.
Yeah.
It's a long, long play.
Definitely. Staggering the clams is a very important tactic that you can use in clam blitz and really shows good team coordination because you got to throw those. If throwing all those clams in at once might get you a good score, but if you keep doing it, then you're not going to have any more clams left. You're going to have to go search for them, and you're not going to be able to keep the basket open. And so that reset is going to come out. So Team Spain really showing some strong camaraderie and teamwork here, managing to beat out Portugal.
Yeah. As only game one, though, of course, we do have 2 more games to play. Let me just have a quick check about where we're going to be jumping to as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll keep us talking then for a little bit. So Bolas at the start of the match, you might have noticed, he threw a clam in all by himself. So usually that's a fine enough play if your team is around, but it gives the enemy team a free pity clam, which is really unfortunate. It can really kickstart a push for the enemy, and unfortunately that's exactly what happened.
We're going to be going to Splat Zones on Camp Triggerfish.
Oh, an interesting map mode combination, that one. So Camp Triggerfish split down the middle.
Yeah.
Completely split down the middle and zones on either side. So you really need to have a flank going on and also a main. So you need to split your team in half, basically. You have 2 going down the main way and 2 going down the flank way. And once you get it requires a lot of individual skill, I would say. Yeah. It's less,
I think, because as you say, you aren't going to be as much of a united front insofar as there's going to be some separation, there's going to be some lack of ability to support there. So your ability to win out in 1v1s and 2v2s is going to be very, very high, or even 1v2s is going to be very, very highlighted now.
Very important for your team there to have that sort of individual skill to beat out on those 1v1s and 2v2s and 1v2s and 2v1s.
There's a lot of potential match, even though it is, we can go on about it for days. Game 3 is going to be interesting if we get there. I'll hold off on discussing it for now, but it's going to be one of those combinations you're like, really? Really, that one? Okay,
Oh,
sure.
that'd be a shame. But
Yeah.
we'll talk about Splat Zones a little bit. We haven't really mentioned what the mode is. So Splat Zones, you have these 2 zones on the floor, basically. And you have to basically paint them over in your own color of ink. And once you do that, then you can control, and the timer will tick down as we're going into the match. So let's just stop talking about that.
I think it's very interesting as well. That Splat Zones over all of them is that when the opponent have control, it's a ticking time bomb. You don't have time to like mount or like recuperate and like take your time to get back into the fray. You have to move because the time is just ticking away from you, and you just have to shut that down as soon as possible.
Yeah, most definitely. As we're talking, obviously, Polarized managing to take control of the zones. 3 down, however, on their side. Duracell using the E-Liter, which is an interesting pick on Camp Triggerfish. He's unfortunately getting taken down. Doesn't manage to get the pick onto the Polarized member Boss. They do get the lead, but it's not looking too good for them. 3 down for them now.
They do have that lead, and it's immediately swung back against them. And you can see now Polarized on the offensive, looking to get that equalizer, but no. Hexagon do a very nice job of completely negating their push.
Yeah, Roderick, in fact, coming in with a splashdown to manage to take out the zone. As you can see, the split is coming out here with Bia and Bolas going on the left side. The Baller coming out as well, trying to come in and take that zone.
Baller on Baller.
Doesn't manage to get anything. Atto falling off the map, unfortunately, there in that Baller duel. Neutralizing the enemy zone.
Yeah, you can see Boss using this long range with that Clash Blaster.
Sorry, Rapid Blaster Pro.
Rapid Blaster, excuse me.
Rapid Blaster Pro, obviously, a really long-range blaster variant. Doesn't immediately splat on that direct. So Polarized, that clock is ticking down. Dura really can't get in at the moment.
That's the thing, yeah. It's just like, it's one of those things. Right now, it's like, we can't get in, but they're still winning. Like, stop it. And it does create this frantic pace, and you can see how far pushed up they are. Right now, Polarized are all over Team Hexagon, and they're just pushing them back every single opportunity they get. Roderick does go down. Boss trying to stay alive as Duracell comes from behind and pressurizes, and they get that splat they need.
Incredible splat with the E-Liter in the close range there. Duracell coming through to try and paint this home with the E-Liter. Not exactly getting it done, but because of the enemy teammates there, just kind of painting it out of his view. Spec going for the flank on that side as well. Loki looking for the Booyah Bomb to come in and neutralize the zones. That timer keeps on ticking down.
That's really good for them. They didn't get the full complete turnaround, so they didn't get the bonus points or the penalty points put onto Team Polarized, and they need to get both control to get that down as we have 10 points left as Polarized are looking to take down their victory and join Team ? With a 1-0, and it is.
That's exactly what happens. That was a really, really tight game there. Even though it didn't look it on the scores, Hexagon doing a really good job to neutralize that and really fight back. Obviously, Camp Triggerfish is a really easy map to swing in your favor, and getting that back into that zone is really tough. Interesting pick from Duracell using that E-Liter, which I think was a smart pick, to be honest, especially considering the fact that in the previous game, Team Polarized hadn't run anything too long range. So using that long range weapon across that gap is a really good thinking, good idea.
And utilized it quite well in the moments we saw, but Polarized were just able to, when they took that control, I think there was a bit of back and forth at the start, but as soon as they got their heels in, they really like dug deep and just pushed so hard.
They kept losing members and they kept not losing the zone. That was it. That's what you partner up. You have those 2 people, because even though you only have 1 person left, if your teammate gets splattered, you've still got that control on those corners. You've still got that pressure, and the team can't push in. So basically, an incredible job being done there by Polarized to hold those zones.
So looking at it, both Team ? and Polarized have taken a victory and gained 3 points for themselves. So we're going to be having the matchup between these 2 teams, both Team ? and Polarized, to see who's going to be qualifying from Group A and making their way into the semi-finals.
Unfortunately, Team Hexagon getting knocked out at this point, unable to get it back. But they did play incredibly well, I would say. And
yeah, I mean, like, I think if you look at it, the only game that I mean, Splat Zones is a time bomb. It ticks, it goes. You can't do much about it. They were fighting back very, very well. So I think there was only really one game that they weren't pretty much in it, and that was the Clan Blitz match.
Yeah, which was unfortunate. But Clan Blitz is a really hard mode when it comes to team coordination. So it was unfortunate that they got 100 0'd there. Splat Zones is a lot of the time it does tick down to the very end, and we knew that. Very rare that it goes into overtime, which we did see in the first game. But it's probably got one of the highest KO rates of all of the modes.
Yeah. So, I mean, as I say, Hexagon played very, very well, very, very close, especially in their game against Team ? So we'll see how that's going to be rolling forward as we jump into those next games. But to get into the next part of the game, we'll throw it back to Tech Girl to take it away.
Thanks, gents. 2 games in for the 2018-2019 Splatoon 2 European Championships. And we say goodbye to our first team. Of course, Team Hexagon moving on out of the competition. But now we get into the real splat-off, because this is going to decide the winner of this group and ultimately decide our first semi-finalist making them their way to the competition tomorrow. So it is, of course, going to be Team Question Mark from Austria taking on Polarized. You've now had a chance to see both these teams play. How do we think this is going to go down, gents?
Ooh, this is where it's going to be very, very exciting. And we saw, I would say, generally a closer game between Question Mark and Hexagon. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to be adjusting their play as we get into this final game. And from what I saw immediately, I'd say that Polarized seemed to have a little bit more of that kind of like crushing pressure.
Yeah.
They were able to like turn the screws a lot more and get those victories.
Definitely for sure. Definitely for sure. Polarized looking a lot more strong against Team Hexagon than Team Question Mark. However, Polarized did go into that game a little bit cold. They didn't have much practice before they did, so we might be seeing like a complete swing or a really close match here coming out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as well. Obviously, we have new modes and maps that we're going to be talking about very, very shortly. But that's how it's looking, at least from our point of view, Tech Girl.
This is it. We get to find out who our first semi-finalist is going to be. So please help me. You've seen them win already. Can they do it again? Let's welcome Team Question Mark from Austria.
Tried and tested white and red.
Lovely colours there. Lovely colours. I think this group has been overwhelmingly red and pink, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely for sure.
That was a little bit of a strategy. I don't know if you saw that from Team Question Mark to raise a big question mark, maybe confuse everyone. One of their members jumping to the other side, jumping back. That was maybe part of their way to shake it up a little bit. This is their challenger. We've seen them win as well. From Spain, please help me in welcoming Team Polarized.
Bright pink.
Bright pink.
Both teams now have a chance to quickly warm up. Let's chat a little bit to Bowie and Dragon Nuto about this. This is it. The pressure is now on these teams because they know they're either out or they're moving into the semifinals. How do they handle this? They've got very short amounts of time between each game to prepare. What do you think the conversation was like outside?
Ooh, I mean, especially for Team Question Mark, they got a chance to see their opponents, play against a team that they had already played against and see what they were bringing to the table. Sure, different maps and modes were happening, but they did have that a little bit of information to take in. We're going to be getting. We'll talk very briefly about the first map and mode. It's going to be Rainmaker on Walleye Warehouse. Now, this is we haven't seen that today yet, so this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing it. So none of the teams have played this particular mode.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things like, how do these two teams? How proficient are they with this particular mode and with this map?
Well, I'd say that the mode itself, I think I mentioned it before, is quite volatile. It's a very volatile mode and on a very volatile map.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
Walleye is a very straight map. It's very long and straight, sort of like Manta Maria, just a little bit shorter. And getting that Rainmaker to that podium is quite tough. There are slicks, so unpaintable ground, where you cannot paint and you have to walk. So we might see something there. We might see something interesting.
I also think it's one of those things where like this first map is not indicative of how a team is going to be playing because of the volatility of Rainmaker. It's one of those ones where it's like, even if you get like absolutely wiped and stomped, you're just like, it's just Rainmaker. It happens every day. It happens to us. It happens to them. It happens. So it's like it's one of those ones that maybe there's not enough information to take from game one. So I think it's quite an interesting way that we're going to open up with this and see how that's going to be affecting our teams going in.
Both of our teams are now getting ready, just getting a feel for the stage so that they can battle it out. How do you think when you watch them play now, you've chatted a little bit about what to expect, but who do you think the players are that if I'm watching from home, I should be keeping an eye on?
That's tough. Boss and Roderick doing quite good job there, I think, on the enemy zone in the last match there on Camp Triggerfish. So it'll be interesting to see how they come through on this map. Obviously, I believe Boss was playing the Rapid Pro Deco, which is a incredibly long-range blaster that takes a couple of shots to splat. So it'll be nice to see if that comes into effect on Walleye. The Stingray as well, maybe coming out from Team Question Mark, maybe from, I don't know, but I think it'd be quite important to have that Stingray on this map.
For sure, agreed. It's going to be, as I mean, Boss and Roderick were the ones who were perhaps the standout players. Not obviously the rest of the team played great too, but they were the ones who we always saw in those positions, influencing and making the difference in particular plays here and there.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
that's something that we're going to see. Hopefully, they're going to be rolling with to win through. On the side of Team Question Mark, I believe we saw a lot of Bia playing very very nicely, especially on Manta Maria,
Yeah.
finding good angles and always being able to get picks here and there as well. So we're going to see if that kind of like that idea of rather than having these big power plays where from Boss and Roderick we've got this kind of pick combo. We're grabbing moments and using that to kind of like snowball forward.
Well, obviously on Rainmaker, it's a very snowbally mode. Like
Yeah,
I
of
said,
course,
very
yeah.
volatile, very snowbally. So if we see a pick coming out from the side of Question Mark, we could probably see quite a strong push. However, we don't know how good these teams are defensively, so we haven't really managed to see that much in the previous matches. Defensive play is one of the most important parts of your game plan. I mean, you can always being on that attack. It's great. You get points. You're doing damage, but as soon as you drop down and they've started their push, and you're in the defensive position, you need to gather those specials and you need to work as a team to stop that Rainmaker and stop that push from taking you out for good.
Absolutely. Well, I have a question for you then Tech Girl. Not so far as like who do you think's going to win, because we were talking earlier about how predictions are always quite difficult, but who do you which team have you been really impressed by today as well?
So I feel like I haven't had enough time to be impressed. And also, we've only watched the first group, so I don't want to risk it now. But I will say this. I have a feeling that we'll see... Actually, I don't have a feeling. I'm hoping that we'll get to 3 maps in this particular game, because I feel like moving into the semifinals, we got to have a 3-map best of 3. If you have just joined us, you are watching the Splatoon 2 European Championships. It's your group stages today. 12 of Europe's best teams here, split into 4 groups. They're battling it out. We're currently watching Group A, the final game of this group, and we will have a winner at the end of this, and that winner will move into the semifinals before we move on to Group B. Do you want to walk us through, gents, for someone that's just joined us and has just started watching, the format we've got? I mentioned it was best of 3. Let's chat a little bit about the maps and the different battles that these guys are going to be playing.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, perfect timing. So we're going to be. So there are 4 total modes in Splatoon 2. We've got Rainmaker, Tower Control, Splat Zones, and Clan Blitz. And as it's best of 3, we're only going to be seeing 3 of those. So for the round 3, so with the third match that we have, because we're always going to be making sure that players are playing on different things all the time, so they can't get used to a map or a mode and then work around that. Keeping it fresh, keeping them on their toes. So for the round 3 matches, which is the third match of every group, we're going to be having Rainmaker on Walleye Warehouse. Rainmaker, where you have basically the Rainmaker is a massive weapon, and it has a shield that you can like build up and then explode to kind of have a large area, then use that momentum to push forward with a very, very powerful weapon, and you have to get the Rainmaker from the middle to the opponent's side. And then kind of like slam it
Exactly.
down.
Unfortunately, the problem being with Rainmaker is that you're very slow when you're carrying it. It's a very heavy weapon.
And everyone knows where it is. It's like, there it is. There it is, moving very slowly.
Yes, it's very highlighted on your HUD. You can see where it is at all times.
And then we're going to be going into Clan Blitz again in Piranha Pit for Game 2.
Yeah.
So Piranha Pit, again, has the weird, like, the...
Conveyor belts.
Yeah, the conveyor belts, that kind of go up and then drop down. And it's like, playing on those and around those is a really, really weird thing, because it's like, it's movement that you haven't got any control of, really, really weirdly. And they're quite small, but they do make a difference when you're kind of on them or playing around them.
Oh, definitely, for sure, especially on Rainmaker. You need to go onto the conveyors to pick up the Rainmaker. What am I talking about? On Clan Blitz.
Okay.
On Clan Blitz, the baskets are all the way at the end, and they're by another conveyor, and you can kind of flank around the back of the basket. Nobody really does it, but you can do it. So if
no one does it, here you go.
No one really does it.
Change.
But you can use you can juggle clams, which is a somewhat difficult thing to do. Basically, you throw a clam down and you chase after it and pick it up and then throw it again, and you don't form the power clam. So you can then pick up that last clam that you want right by the basket, create the power clam, and the enemy team's like, where did that come from?
Yeah.
And you score, and that's what we get. Yeah.
Yeah, so that is Clan Blitz. And then our last one, and I agree with Tech Girl when she said that we want to see this Game 3. Like, we always want to see sets go the distance, always. Would be Splat Zones on Arowana Mall.
Ooh, that's a returning map and a returning mode from the first game. Arowana Mall, I would say it was quite a fan favorite from the first game, at least to me. I thought it was quite a good map in the first game. It's a kind of a funny shaped map. It's all bumpy, up and down, but the zone is sizable. It's in the center, and there's a lot of ways to get to it. So hopefully we do get to see that in the middle. on that game.
So the idea with splat zones is that there's 1 or 2 zones on every single map. Cover that in your team's ink, and then you have control, and a timer will tick down over the course of, well, I think it's like a point per 0.6 seconds or something.
Yeah, it's quite quick.
Yeah, it's very, very fast. And if you lose control, obviously your timer stops, and then if you get control completely reversed, you gain penalty points based on how close you are to victory. So it pushes forward. We did miss out on. I was going to talk about it, and maybe it doesn't matter anymore. But we were talking about it. If it happened, game 3 on that previous round was going to be tower control. So that's the 4th mode. We have to take a tower towards the opponent's side. It's going to be on Moray Towers. So exactly, we missed it. But the game is getting underway. This is your 3rd game of Group A. Is going to be Team versus Polarized, and we're starting Rainmaker, Wallow Warehouse.
As I was saying, we're going to see the Stingray coming out on the Team Polarized here. They're going to be trying to push with that. It's very good for taking control. They seem to have the mid control. They did get the pop off, and Loki looking to push it. Manages 2 down now for the side of Question Mark. The other 2 members are well out of it. The Rainmaker has got free reign to push. Got Baller with him. Roderick basically paving the way. Boss taking it all the way. Manages to get it to sub 10 points. Up the podium. Nearly gets it. 3 points. Just stopped. Gets taken down on the podium.
What an insane first play. All the way there. 3 points. Polarized. Just kind of, hey, welcome to the way we play. That is Rainmaker in a nutshell. That's not over though. It's not over. Like this is incredibly doable. It's still the beginning of the game. Sure, team Question Mark made a bit of a misplay. That was almost over in a second, and unfortunately they couldn't get that finish. Turo dodging the Stingray very, very well. Astro now holding onto the Rainmaker, starting to put a little bit of pointage on their side if they can get past that middle zone. Anto
kind of stuck out.
There.
He's kind of stuck out. He dropped down there with the armor, thinking he was safe. Got it broken, and that's that backline. You need that to be alive to get that push. Roderick doing a lot here. Manages to take out one before getting taken down himself. Turo going down. Astro kind of alone here on the front line, and the Inkjet coming out manages to take him out. And it's looking like the mid control is going to swing back in the way of Polarized.
Roderick using that Inkjet to take control on Boss here with
a lot of paint. With a lot of paint coming out.
A lot of paint, yeah. I mean, you can just see how much control they have in this central point. You know, you can see now Team Question Mark starting to push back a little bit. Emil being pressurized here, gets taken down by Roderick.
Roderick really being a star here, like we mentioned before, taking out loads of the members, doing his job there as the Kensa Doolies. I don't think we really mentioned it, but the Kunda, the Kensa Undercover, as we would call it, a very strong weapon for support. It has the torpedoes, which are incredible for pressure. As you can see right now, Turo getting pressured, taken out of his baller by Boss. The Stingray coming out to add more pressure. Astro by himself getting pressured by the Ray. Doesn't get taken down.
It should be noted that Roderick was up there using the baller, running circles around that top half, keeping someone completely distracted, so there was no support down on the bottom.
That's a brilliant play.
And again, you can just see Polarized taking control.
It's looking like Question Mark. I want to push back in. They managed to take out 2. The other 2 are being pushed back. Emil here with the Fizzy Bomb, trying to put more pressure on. The Rain as well coming out. They're pushing back the Kensa Undercover and the Heavy. Unfortunately, they kind of left it a bit too long as the rest of the team Polarized have respawned. Cyber picks up the Rainmaker, but he's already being stopped in his tracks by Anto. He's trying to get that angle, manages to take him out.
Oh yeah, it's a 3-point shot as well. There's going to be no escaping that one. And using that long range.
Unfortunately, also Brella battle here from Astro. Unfortunately, gets taken down by Anto, who comes in to assist his teammate. Emil getting taken down with an unfortunate jump there. As I was saying, the Kunda, the Kensa Undercover, is a really strong support weapon there. And whilst he might not be managing to get those splats that they want, if he's there, he can hold out for such a long time with just a little bit of team support. Now it's looking like Polarized, they're kind of just holding it. They're not really doing much with this. They don't really have to with that push, that wonderful push that they got.
Yeah, but I think the longer that they kind of like allow this just a stalemate for them, you know, one of those things, it can be one inspired play from the yellow team can turn it. Whilst they are happy to sit here and be not passive, let's say, but a little bit more
defensive.
Yeah, defensive. They need to, if they can, find a way to just keep the pressure up. You know, if they stay around in the middle, they should still be pushing up, even if it is defensively.
Yeah, those explosive plays coming out at the start of the game, whilst also incredible, they also kind of lead the team that made those plays in a really difficult position where they don't actually have a goal, I would say. They don't have to beat anything. They don't really have to do much. They know that they have at least one respawn to manage to take this. As I'm talking, however, Team Question Mark managing to take control. Roderick taking 1 out, however, being pressured more taking out the sprinkler.
Yeah, you can just see the accuracy as well coming out from Roderick so quick. It just just reacting and seeing his opponent getting that splat in that 1v2.
Stingray coming out again just to add a bit more pressure for Team Question Mark there, and the control is just swinging in Polarize's favor.
Roderick going around the side as well, getting a nice flank. Can he get that splat? Doesn't, has to drop down.
Great play though, getting out of there. He realized that if he chased that splat, he wouldn't have been able to do much. So it was a good play there. Emil getting taken down, 2 down now for both sides. Turo on his own in the middle. Loki having to deal with Loki really. It's looking like a bit of a stalemate again. We're back to standards here. Loki taking out the sprinkler. He's got that inkjet just in case they try and make a last-minute push. He's by himself. He uses it just to put some more pressure on, maybe take out that slushy machine. Yeah,
as we're counting down though as well, we need to have the Rainmaker in control on the side of Team Question Mark. As soon as they lose that, it's going to be over, and it's immediate. Polarize gets taken, well, takes down Team Question Mark in game 1.
Yeah, that Kenta undercover there, as you could see, was providing great pressure without taking much damage because of that Brella shield. Doing a lot of protection work for his team and managing to do a lot of support as well, taking out the Rainmaker right at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Boss was just doing so much work again. You can just see him, and the flanking coming out from Roderick, and just how much attention he pulled by just being in locations that were like, even if he didn't have the Rainmaker or was near the Rainmaker, was pushing up, he was just a fly.
Yeah,
he was buzzing around. They're like, oh god, we have to go after that and just swat it, but he was just couldn't catch him.
Absolute nuisance. See, that's exactly what he needed to be, an absolute nuisance. He was getting on the team's nerves. He was doing everything he needed to do to support his more heavily defensive team comp. And I think that's what they kind of went for there. They went for a more defensive team comp with that Kenta undercover and the heavy, looking to get more defense out of it, basically, really, yeah. But that explosive push at the start was incredible. And I think that kind of came off of Roderick's back there as well. And Loki as well. Both of them did a really good job taking out the enemy team, taking out Question Mark and pushing up fast.
Yeah, it was just the speed at which that happens. It was like, but they got blindsided almost. Like Team Question Mark just didn't know quite what happened in that game, or at least at the start, because it was just bam, we're already at your podium. They just managed to get 1, 2, 3 splats and push down.
It was funny as well because Polarized, they only managed to take out 2 members of Team Question Mark before they made that push. Emil and Toro had been caught off, blindsided by the absolute speed of Team Polarized pushing in there, and they were all off on the right side of the map, having a duel with Loki, and Roderick had just made that path, and the Rainmaker just went for it, and that was it. That was all she wrote. That was 3 points. That could have been a knockout, really. Yeah. To be fair, that was very close to exactly that happening.
It's just like, he couldn't quite get up the podium, you know. Just like every now and then, you manage to get a little bit of paint, or a little bit of ink rather, to get up. Then it gets covered. It's like, oh, I can't get to the top with this. Help me out here. But yeah.
Unfortunately, his team couldn't really help him out in that situation as they were dueling. But like, it was close. It was close. He could have got the knockout. We didn't get to see it, but we did get to see a good match coming out from both teams.
Well, we're going to be looking forward to game 2 now, and it's going to be Clan Blitz, as we said, on Piranha Pit. So players just readying up, and we'll be jumping into game 2 very, very shortly. But as we were saying, you know, we have got this ability to flank. We've got these travelators, conveyor belts, yeah. Travelators, I just keep thinking of like, many people wouldn't know this, but like Gladiators, the old Gladiators show.
Incredible show. Incredible
like,
show, that one.
You've got to run up the Travelator, you know, that first part of the final. Whatever.
Crucial parts of the game.
Yeah. Okay, so game 2 is going to be Clan Blitz on Piranha Pit, and we'll see who's going to be getting first.
In this.
Yeah, well, you know when you say like, first ink is what I use, but you know when they call it first blood. Yeah. And you get like the first strike. First strike, we'll call it that.
First strike. So really on this map, whilst I was talking about.
Oh, okay. Roderick double shot gets taken down by Astro there.
Astro just using that conveyor belt to get a lot of paint onto the enemy side. They can't really do much about him because of the angle of those belts. However, they can if he runs out of ink. Unfortunately, there, Team Polarized looking quite strong. Managed to take back their conveyor. They have a ball ready. It's just kind of 2 members here from Team Question Mark, kind of sat at the back here. They can't really do much. They have to just hold out and wait. The explosion from Anto putting a lot of pressure on, and the Booyah Bomb coming out to make room for Roderick to get his baller in. Anto opting for a manual travel here, not taking the jump, which is a typical method to go. Managing to, he does baller in fact, just to keep alive, just to keep going. They have control, and Roderick gets that second clam ball in. Astro and Emil trying to get in now, trying to push in. Emil's all alone. He's got 3 to fight. Does get taken out.
Yeah, and to take down another one. They just kept, just throwing in a few more clams here and there, keeping that clock ticked up. And you can see how confident they are in pushing forward here. They're still keeping it going. 18 points left on the board already. 15. 5 more clams and it's going to be over. And that'll be Polarized going through to the semi-finals. Rolex in 1, 2, 3. One more and it's done. What a huge KO from Polarized.
Incredibly fast game. Clamblets are fast, really fast for Clamblets, in fact. And they just managed to stagger those clams just enough to get that in. Got 2 ballers in, and 2 ballers and 2 power clams. That was it. That's all she wrote.
Oh man, that was so clean from Polarized as well. Just as soon as they got their claws in, it was over.
Yeah.
I mean, and it was almost kind of like reminiscent of what we saw in that first game as well, where there was this massive push at the start. But it's like the way that the games work differently. You have a bit more time to, after the initial push fails, to kind of like maybe get back in there and finalize it, as you saw with just getting those final clams in here and there. As soon as they took that space, Team Question Mark couldn't get back in.
Couldn't get back in. The Piranha Pit's really snowbally. As we were talking about snowballing.
Yeah, we like snowballs. I mean, it's still technically winter. We can still talk about snow, right?
Yes, we can. And the Clam Blast gets in a funny place. It's to the left of your spawn point, basically. So you have to get out of your own spawn, get to the basket, stop it. And because of the amount of pressure that Polarized were exerting, getting out of that spawn was just too much for Team Question Mark.
And that is a thing that I would say is fairly unique to Piranha Pit as well, that it's hard to protect your own basket from your spawn, which most of them is normally kind of a linear way of your spawn's here, your basket's there. Nice and easy to go forward and get to it. But the fact that it's kind of perpendicular to, that you have to try and fight back against, the opponent team can just sit there and just kind of just push you out. So here we have it. This is the final results of Group A. Polarized winning the group with 2 victories, earning them 6 points. Team Question Mark with just a singular victory, earning them 3 points. And in last place, taking home 0 points, unfortunately, because lost 2 very close games against their opponents, is Hexagon.
Yeah, well, all of the teams played really well in that group, I think. Hexagon, unfortunately, they didn't manage to get any points there on the board. However, they did play incredibly well. So maybe next time. Maybe next European Championships we'll see them again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. We have many more matches to play and much more time to get better in. With that said, though, I will throw it back to Tech Girl, who's waiting by with one of our teams to have a quick chat. Tech Girl, over to you.
I am with one of our teams. It is our first semi-finalist for the Splatoon 2 European Championships. This is Polarized. Luis Bo over here is going to have a quick chat to me about how impressive this team looked in that group stage. 2 2-0 victories. How much preparation were you doing leading up into this competition?
We just, after we won the EC in Spain, we just practiced new comms and we look for videos and we just practice with every teammate from our team, and then we just did it like that. I don't know.
Impressive play, but of course you have mentioned here you've been doing a lot of preparation, which means you've been watching all the teams, the 12 teams that are here from Europe. Who do you think is your biggest competition in this tournament?
I think it's the German because they won last year in Europe, and I think they are really strong because they have a good comp. And they practice more, and they won already too many tournaments online, so yeah.
So there you have it. Team Germany may be the one to watch. Congratulations, gents. You are through. And this means now you get to sit back and you get to watch your competition for the rest of the day. We will see you tomorrow at the semi-finals. Well done. There you have it, your first semi-finalist for the Splatoon 2 European Championships. And now we're going to take a very quick break. When we return, we're moving into Group B, and we'll know who will be joining them in a little bit. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the Splatoon 2 European Championships. This is the big weekend. It's the chance to see who the true Splat Masters are, because by the end of this weekend, we'll be crowning a brand new European champion. They're fighting for the title. They're fighting for that Splatoon 2 trophy, as well as the winners' jerseys and that very rad gold Nintendo controller. My name is Tekkel, and I'm going to be keeping you company throughout the weekend as we move through our group stages to our semifinals tomorrow, and of course, to that big championship. Talking about the big championship, we're joined by someone who's been there before. Last year's European Championship team, he was one of the members. He's jumping onto the cast with Bowie. Watsum is here. We'll chat to him in a little bit and get his opinion. But now, I want to take a look at our group stage brackets, because it is the group stages today. These 12 teams that have qualified are here. We've split them into 4 groups. They are playing off. We've already seen one of our semi-finalists already, the Group A winner, of course. They were polarized from Spain. And now we move in to Group B. So you can see there on your screen who they are. Interestingly enough, Polarized seems to think that back squids are the big competition. They're the ones to watch in this, and we get to see them in a bit. Chatting about that, of course. Watsum, you played in this team last year. Are you with Polarized on this? Is this the favorite?
Yeah, totally. Like, this group is a bit more clearer than the first one. We have a clear favorite, Backsquids being, the reigning champion, European champion, and also they had an amazing performance at the World Cup after that as well. So they're still a strong contender, so I think they're the clear favorites, which doesn't mean that they might not get challenged here. So, every team we are looking at here today, they made it through the regional qualifiers, and they already proved themselves, and they just want to take the next step and prove themselves on an even bigger stage.
Yeah, that's the thing. A favourite is not always guaranteed to win. They're just the ones who we've seen in action and play very, very well to a high standard, and that's kind of what we would see the trend being. But it's not to be said. But obviously, you've played on the team, you've seen their quality firsthand, you've been part of that quality firsthand, and we'll see what they can do when we get to that game.
It is now time to introduce those 2 teams in Group B, the first 2 teams to play. And just for Watsum, Backsquids is first up. The first game is Backsquids taking on Red Ink. So let's introduce our German team. This is Backsquids. They're facing off against Russia's Red Ink. Our players are going to take some time to warm up. Watsum, you've been here before. So what's going through these players' minds right now? They've had a chance to see Group A, but of course, this is their first game of the European Championship. How are they feeling?
Well, of course, the stakes are higher than the usual tournament, so a bit more nervousness than usual will be expected. But, as a professional player, you can't really let that get to you. Otherwise, you won't perform that well. So, at least for Backsquid side, they're kind of experienced with those high-stacked situations, so they would probably just play their game. They're used to that. For Red Ink, they've been here in the last European Championship as well, so they also have some experience on that bigger stage. But they also, they were kicked out of the tournament pretty early, also by the German squad.
Okay.
The second German squad, which was participating last year. So, Red Ink having some experience will definitely help them, but Backsquids, they mastered being on high pressure situations.
That's fair. I guess when it comes to the actual comp though, like who specifically in the team is like the one who holds it all together? Who's their leader that really is the one that calls the shots? Is the one that is the motivator for everyone to be like, we can do this. Let's work on this. Right, it's okay if you're not doing this. Like, who's organising it all? Who's like the mind behind that team?
Well, actually,
it would be me.
Talking about Echo here, he's the backliner. Like, he's watching over all of them.
Sure.
He brings structure to the game with his stingrays. He keeps them in the game, and it's just like a living beacon to the team. So that's a good advantage they have over other teams. Just having that anchor player, that dedicated anchor player, that just gives so much more structure and makes it so much easier, especially on such a stage. Like, it can get pretty messy at some point, and if you just have that one living beacon in your team, that's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, having just that calm nature, just be like, right, this is what we need to do. It's okay, focus, push, and that kind of, and that's where that team cohesion and that synergy really stems from. It's from like one core anchor who then calms and separates and works with everyone, and then they have that strong link, which is nice. Back to you, Sam.
So I'm not going to ask Watson this question because I know where his allegiances lie right now. But if we were to call predictions, I mean, previous European champions here, is it going to go their way? Or with Red Ink's experience, like you chatted about, they've been here before, are they ready to potentially have a little bit of an upset and maybe the first upset of our competition? How do you think this is going to go, Bowie?
Ooh, okay. So we have our favourites, and reigning champions have done brilliantly in the World Finals as well. However, there is an interesting side of this, that everyone who is going up against Backsquids has a lot of data on them. They see a lot of their play, and they see them, and they have a lot of information to take in and go, oh well, this is what they do, and that's how they're playing, and so they have a lot of information to take in, to utilize, and to kind of like use to bring in a kind of counterplay or some kind of like counter measure. Not that's the immediate. You have to execute afterwards, to go right. Well, this is what we want to do. Can we do it against their high quality play? Because not only are they a solid team, but individually they're all brilliant players. But they do have that information. So Red Ink can sit there and go, well, we have all this information on Backsquids. They won this tournament. Let's watch those VODs. They were at the World Finals. Let's watch the videos. Let's just go through it all and just like analyze and break down and think, can this be something that will get that victory going? That's the question you have to ask. Now, on the other side, you've got the experience, you've got the maturity, you've got the skill and the quality from Backsquids, who probably are playing against players and teams every day or every event who have the same ability to utilize that information as well. So,
yeah, that's definitely can give Red Ink an edge. Like if they prepare for that, definitely. Also, another thing with Backsquids being in the clear favorite role, they're kind of pressure to win here.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
they have a lot to lose. Meanwhile, Red Ink, I mean, if they lose here, that's perfectly fine. That's what everyone actually expects from a reigning European champion.
Indeed.
And that gives you mentality-wise like a pretty good advantage, since you can just play your game and just go like that.
Absolutely. We're going to be jumping into our first game. So we're back to group stage round 1, which is our first match. So we're going to be starting on Splat Zones in the Reef. Is a Splat Zones or the Reef something that Backsquids are, competent at? Is it one of those well, they are the Splat Zone gods?
Totally. Like the Reef was always known as one of the smallest map in the game. Therefore, favoring aggressiveness, since it's pretty close range. Everything is kind of the same spot anyway. And Backsquids, as of recently playing 2 baller weapons, baller really excels at the Reef Splat Zones. And you can just drop from that mid bridge right into the zone and cap them with the ballers. So that's a really viable strategy to just take a pretty safe cap of the zone.
You see the German team and the Russian team getting ready to play. They are about to be jumping into this first game. Splat Zones on the Reef. It's a good way to start off every group, I think. It's just one of those things. It's like one of the most traditional like modes, and for Splatoon 2, a very, very traditional map as well. It's been there since the start, so everyone's got a lot of experience and a lot of hands-on time with this one. But we'll have to see how it goes. Will we see a game 3? We haven't seen one yet, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see something special from the Russian team here, Red Ink.
The hope is always there.
Yeah, and we want to see that. We want to see, when it comes to competition, we want to see it go the whole way. The game is underway. Let's jump in right now as our players are making their way to the center. Okay, so again, this tower, the zone is now broken up into 2 slight pieces, and this bridge is a very important place to grab. Backsquids getting an early double splat on their side. Wow, very good shot there from Echo, taking out Kronya.
Yeah, that should be full control already for them. And now it's really up for them to lock them out. You see Ice already dropped there on that platform.
Yeah, Echo and Kaito just waiting over here on this bridge as Marjin goes down the side, and Ben is going to start pushing up to the edge as we have this suction bomb coming in. You can see the way they just like went straight in immediately. Sergo rather, using that Inkjet does take control back of one spot, and they turn it around. Good fight back from them.
Echo's still sitting there with his Jet Squelcher. They don't know he's there. He can just, he's getting the surprise pick on. That should be an opening for them. Ben's pushing in as well. He has also his baller. Echo getting another pick. Yeah, that should turn things again.
Yeah, they're going to take control back there. That's one, and they're going to finish off the second one. That's two. 8 points difference. Not bad from Red Ink, from the Russian team there to get that start out, but you can see Back Squids are, taking control. They've got full control. That's 2 splats down again for them. They're going to be pushing that advantage.
Yeah, those splats just gonna stagger them a lot. And just gonna buy more time for Backswitch to eventually KO here. He already, going with the Stingray as well. Ice Force to that, still on the bridge. Yeah, he finds the kill, so they're kind of even the numbers. Let's see if they can keep the zone. That's always pretty important to get that penalty on the
Using the ball, trying to get as much height. Doesn't get any splats from that, and then he's got in a 2v1 scenario that does get taken down. Couldn't get anything for his team, and it's again a 2-man sweep, or a 2-Inkling/Octoling sweep.
Yeah, so far Backswitch couldn't establish full control yet. Like, each time Red Ink just always came back really quickly, just dropped into the zone, just capitalizing on the kill splats done earlier.
Yes.
So, but as of now, that's almost a full wipe on side of Red Ink. So yeah, finally some full control for Backswitch.
A nice finish there, using the suction bomb just to catch the recovery, and the landing of that Ink Jet will give them a little bit more stage control. You can see Sergo and Kronya walking around the side, and you have Echo seeing that and will be pressurizing with the Stingray. Kronya gets taken down, Sergo by himself, looking like a little bit too much pressure, has to land, no finish there. Nice usage of the start point, just being behind that wall.
Yeah, good focus by Backswitch. They just had all 4 people on the left side, dealing with the 2 opponents on the far left side, and then they switched the focus to the far right side, and they effectively, locked them out here. I don't think they can get to the zone, and that's the early KO here.
Yeah,
first game to Backswitch.
They take early control. Red Ink fight back quite nicely in that beginning, but again, Back Squids just do what they need to do. They lock out, they shut it down, and they just push for that victory. Very, very clean and clinical game from them, game 1. Yeah,
totally. I mean, that's what we kind of expect from Backswitch. I mean, once they got really into that control phase where they locked them out all the way into the spawn, it was basically over for them, and that's exactly what they're looking for.
And I think as well, it's like if you look at how they were playing, there were opportunities that Red Ink had to maybe get a splat or 2 here and there, and then really press that advantage, and they just didn't have in those scenarios a 1v1 ability to kind of beat out some of the players of Backswitch. You could see Echo's ability to react and get that accuracy in, especially with the Stingray. Generally quite a slow-ish weapon, but his ability just to whip it out, find the angle, and get those splats is so important. And one of those things where you go like, oh, that's the pedigree. That's it right there.
He's super aggressive on the Charger and his Stingray in general. I mean, he was just sitting at the bridge, actually kind of exposing himself pretty much, but he's still just going for it and being effective at that. So that's a good trade by Echo. That sheer aggressiveness, which you wouldn't expect from other Chargers.
So we're looking ahead to game 2 now, as you can see on your screens there. Tower control on the Manta Maria, as our players are just finishing up their preparations and getting ready. Hi, Mum. I'm on TV. But yeah, so the Manta Maria for tower control. How do you feel about that map and that mode?
Well, of course, you need the Stingray to just... It gives you so many options. It can stall, it can assist pushes pretty well, it can counter the other Stingray, so so the other team can't stall you with the same weapons.
Yeah.
And also, one checkpoint on this map, especially the second one, is pretty hard to get since you're pushing through a pretty narrow alleyway, I would say.
Yeah.
And there's walls which you can't climb up right next to them, which opponents can easily just jump off on the tower the whole time. So that's really scary. So if team really gets to that checkpoint and gets through it, that's a really good lead on this map, which can easily be defendable.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, we've seen before many tournaments has been happening over the course of it. That alleyway that you're mentioning, the alleyway of doom almost, how it's just such a messy place, and getting through it, getting through it, and getting outside is tough. But we're going to be jumping into game 2. It is going to be tower control on Manta Maria. We have Back Squids from Germany, 1 up on the Russian team, Red Ink. They're looking to finish this game and this set here.
We have snipers on both sides, so I'm looking forward to the sniper 1v1 here. Yeah, first split already, 2 splits already coming out for Back Squids here. They also use the armor to push the last 2 remaining opponents on the left plat. That could be an early wipe since only Charles left.
That is an early wipe, and you can see Back Squids grabbing control, and they'll be pushing to that first checkpoint. Sergo by himself, as you can see as well. We've got Tidabit on the side.
Yeah, looking up at the screen, you can see how far people are away from the special. So, yeah, Russia's Charger is not quite close to the special yet. He really wants to get that Stingray. Alkeo has it ready already, so he's just waiting for the Stingray of Russia to come out here to counter it.
Yeah, so they're managing to reset the tower just now. You can see the first push. That was so quick, trying to be safe, but Echo was there. And then Ben and Margin in the center as they're pushing forward into that alleyway as we were talking about.
Yeah, but Ice gets the snipe on Echo, which means they don't have a Stingray right now to counter their Stingray. And I think Ice, jumping back to spawn to get the Stingray in to just, secure that defense here.
Yeah, I think he's going to just cover, and you can see the counter Stingray coming out. Who's going to win this one? But Ice gets pressured.
Unfortunately, his teammates couldn't really capitalize on the Stingray pressure put in. They went down by the tower, and now it's, Imagine already, he got through the checkpoint here. That's already a good lead.
One making their way to the third one as well. They're through the other side of the alleyway. And you can see they got 1-2 splats there on the side of Red Ink. Now they're going to see if they can push this back. Echo being a menace on that top side.
It goes down though to Titterbit here. Now it's really just to take that mid control. They haven't have mid control ever since the game started. So that's the first objective they should push for. And you see that they're still backswitch, they're still in full control here. Titterbit can't really do much here. There's still a lot of turf control as well. So if you really want to recapture the mid, you also need to paint a lot to just so that no one can shot.
It's so important, you know, like not just having the control, but also, you know, when you are trying to fight back, like if your opponent has to go not just back to the center, they have to fight through your own ink to get back to the center, it's even better. And again, the Stingray being used in counter effectively, and Echo winning that one once more, waiting on the top. His teammates coming to support.
This is so important. Like those Stingray 1v1s can decide matches, and those snipes by Echo. He's a beast at the charger. This is his signature weapon. Can he get the auto kill on the jet? Nah. Not barely. Backing up, wise decision here.
There's a lot of pressure coming out from that Ink Jet, but Echo looking for it now. Can't get the finish. There he goes. Finally gets it.
That's also a trait chargers need to have, just being that patient, knowing when you were outclassed, and then just go in for the kill when you have the opportunity to.
Yeah, of course. You can see them pushing again with their advantage. Red Ink, the Russian team, yet to get a point on this second game. Back Squids.
Yeah, wisely backing up here, seeing Krona with the 4-point splitting on the grids there. That puts a lot of pressure onto the tower, and they can't really reach him as of yet. But Kaito...
Yeah, Kaito just seeing where his opponent was and just pressurizing him so well. Echo and Margin. Margin waiting on the tower. The baller going through as well. Going to pressurize, going to push towards the end. It's looking like a finish coming out from Backsquids, and that's going to be it. 2-0, 2 KOs, 2 games of dominance. That's why they're the favorites.
Exactly.
Oh, man. Backsquids showing their quality there. Really good stuff.
I mean, Red Ink had a pretty good defensive stance going with the splatling on the high ground, but Echo just, not Echo, Kaito using his sloshing machine to actually, shoot over the wall, and sloshing is known to do that. It can just hit everywhere, you can't hide behind obstacles, so really good use.
It's about also like knowing like where your opponent's like exit strategies are. It's like if I'm pressuring this point, they can only go in this particular direction. So I'm going to again then pressurize in these particular areas to keep getting that splash damage, keep getting that just tacking on a little bit more, and then eventually getting the splats. Yeah. And there's a big difference between having someone very very wounded and about to be splatted, and someone who is actually gone and not applying any more pressure, counter pressure on the map. But yeah, you could just see. I mean, you were mentioning how they were just consistently, just always just clamping down and pushing there.
Yeah.
Exactly. But that was the end of our first series. We have Backsquids winning their opening game. So to push it on a little bit, we'll throw it back to Tech Girl to introduce our next few teams.
The first best of 3 for Group B, and we see our previous champions dominate 2-0 to Backsquids. Is this the story where they hold on to their championship based on that performance? It looks like they're serious about retaining the title, but as much as we say that, they do have to play another team. Red Ink walks away, but of course Backsquids are taking on Polderlantis in a little bit from the Netherlands, and they'll need to win there as well if they want to guarantee their spot. Gents, taking a look at that performance though, who are your standout players from Backsquids? Who are the ones we need to be watching out for?
I mean, from my side at least, I mean, we're gonna have to have a chat about Echo at some point, but I do want to talk about Kaito as well, because Kaito was doing a very, very good job of always just being this like secondary threat. Always, as we saw, especially on the Manta Maria match with that sloshing machine, we were talking about just being able to lock down opponents and being able to pressure them from multiple positions, even though he's coming from one point. His ability just to throw out hitboxes all over the shop and just say, well, you can try and get away. He was a very cloying and very choking play, and that was great from Kaito.
Yeah, totally. If the charger with Echo just covers all the open space, the sloshing machine does the opposite. Yeah. It covers all the you can't really hide from it. if you hide behind walls from the charger, the sloshing will get you nonetheless. So it's good synergy.
So what about you then? Like I'll sit there and champion Kaito, but who is your player of the game?
Of that game, I mean, that was a good performance by all of them. I mean, if we're asking for it,
take the easy route out. Come on.
I mean, if you're talking about the star play of back squids, I would say it's just all of them. Like, their lineup is so stacked. You could talk about every one of them, and they're on top of the game.
That's fair enough.
Their
Well,
weapons.
there you have it, Tech Girl.
I can't believe that was your answer, Watson. All of them are star players. You have to make a decision. Okay, I'm going to give you some time to think about it as they walk in so that you can decide. Here they are, our first winners from Group B. They've got one victory under their belts. They need another to guarantee their spot in the semi-finals. Our past European champions, it is Back Squids. They are one game away from making it to the semi-finals. If they win this game, they will be the semi-finalists from Group B. But, well, not quite yet, because it could change up. Actually, now that I think about it, there's a lot more on the line. They can't just win, because Reading still has another chance. Besides the points, let's get into this particular game. From the Netherlands, this is Paul de Lantis. Gents, I got a little bit excited there, but of course there is a scenario where a Back Squids win now doesn't necessarily guarantee them a spot. So I think that's how it works, or am I mistaken?
I believe that because we need, the way it would have to work is that if Polderlantis beats out Back Squids here, and then Red Ink beat out Polderlantis, and we've got a three-way tie where everyone's won one-on-one match, and it would have to come down to, I believe, like the quality of the games, if not a replay for specific matchups. So
yeah, we would look at the matches won during the sets. Like if you lost a match 1-2, you have one match more won than others, presumably. If that's not a factor, we're gonna look at the KOs done in the games, and we're gonna.
So it's one of those things.
Semi-finalists after that. Yeah.
So if Back Squids do win this one, they're 2 points clear. So it means that they definitely will be taking that one back. But you know, it's one of those things. Can Polderlantis get this this win? I do appreciate when we had this thing and we saw all the visuals of like the foods on top of the squids.
I love those.
I was a big fan of the Stroopwafels on top of the of the Dutch squids. And wonderfully sporting that bright orange, as as the Dutch are known to do. I'm not affiliated. I just chose a color from my my wardrobe of bandanas. So there is a very rare scenario that could happen, that we will get that tie. Will it happen? We don't know.
Well, the Dutch definitely are also a stacked squad. I mean, if we're talking about the team, we can't forget to mention Brian, who is usually playing on Ghost Gaming, one of the best teams in the world currently.
Yes,
and he's a really scary backline player as well. The maybe it's not a problem, but on the Dutch team, they actually have too many backliners. So while other teams actually don't have any backliners at all, which is like a backline always gives so much structure to a game.
Yes,
the Dutch have two of them, and so they just decided that Brian will probably just flex to other weapons, but a player at his level, he will easily just pick up other weapons and do instantly well with it as well.
Yeah,
because
of course. I mean, I guess the regular comp is, I believe it's like double Slayer, flex, and then backline. Just to kind of like play around that one. But like double back, so is it a double backline, one Slayer, one flex then for them? Or
presumably, I mean, you can switch it up, but double backline is most of the time not the ideal choice. So I guess that's why they decided to put Brian on flex.
Right, sure.
But I mean, he has showed that he's pretty competent on dualies, especially dualie squares. They have insane rage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, you have these kind of like these. I mean, that's the point of flex, isn't it? These off meta or these off roll weapons that can fix or set into a bunch of them. Like a general kind of like jet squelcher has good range, but it's not maybe not as immediately devastating as a rapid fire, or not as kind of long range as those like an elite or whatever, your backline weapons. So yeah, it's interesting to see how they're going to work out. And you were mentioning that he's a strong enough player that it doesn't matter that he's been pushed off his main because he's still got the quality to do that.
Totally.
But yeah, players are going to be getting ready as well. I would throw it back to Tech Girl very momentarily just to get ready for this game. How are you feeling?
Let's wrap this up a little bit because I'm feeling ready to get my splat on. I want to see this action go down. Backsquids needs to win this. If they win, they're through to the semi-finals and they're one step closer to retaining the title of European champions. But as Wisdom said there, Polderlantis has a pretty stacked lineup. If anyone's going to take Backsquids down, it could be them. It's all coming down to this game for Group B. We could very well have our next semi-finalist after this, or we could have our first upset of the competition and things could get a little bit exciting. I cannot wait to see what happens. Let's jump into it now. We're starting the game. We're going to kickstart, gents. How is this going down?
Let's have a look at these maps and modes as well. It's going to be round 2 of these matches, so it is going to be Clan Blitz on the Marco Mart to start, which we saw quite interestingly, like the first game that we saw last in Group A. It went very, very well, I thought. You know, there was so much pressure coming out from Polarized in their match. They were just completely outputting so much, and just the coordination that they could do to take that central spot and then just kind of keep control over their opponent's area and just slowly whittle away at the points, you know, with clans here and there. These long range plays, like consistently keeping it going and like holding them in that vulnerable spot. So
Actually,
I mean,
on Marco Mart, I mean, we saw earlier there was a KO by Polarized on it, and this is one of the like Clamlet is not known to be a mode where a lot of KOs happen. But the thing with Marco Mart is, if you look at the map, if you look at the mid, like the baskets are not far away from mid actually. That's just like right around the corner basically, and there's nothing in between mid and those baskets. So if you get a bit of mid control, you can already start your push there, and that's where most matches like tend to get pretty long in Clamlets, because neither team can start a push, but on this map it's especially easy since you can easily get to the basket.
Yeah, that's true, and I think as well, you know, when it comes to things like Clan Blitz, it's one of those more, let's say, power play heavy modes where it's one of those ones where it does a lot of what I've seen when it comes to these massive stalemates back and forth. Well-timed power play or a well-executed power play is a thing that, you know, that breaks the ice and gets everything happening and starts to make those big shifts in the gameplay. And as you say, mid is not too far away from the basket, so you know, power play can suddenly come out of nowhere very, very well if the players have the awareness and the ability to go right, turn it on, go. Bosh. And this is why we see a lot of like ballers coming out, and people they'll run in with the ball or explode it. Someone will jump in with the power clam, throw it up, or
the classic.
the classic, El Clasico, if you will. It always happens, but it's like, you know, there are some obvious and well-known power plays, but they're still effective regardless.
Yeah, sure. And there's still, like, in the last few metas, you can also just like bubble blow. You can just put them around the basket. They're gonna defend you, and that was pretty viable as well. It kind of fell off the meta a bit since it got nerfed in a recent patch.
Yes.
But on some maps, people still go for that, especially the maps where it's really hard to push into the basket. So we might not see them here, but yeah, like you mentioned, baller being omnipresent in the current meta. Yeah. We're going to see at least 2 maybe on both sides of the squad, but
yeah. I mean, it's funny you mentioned the excuse my stutter, the bubble blower. It's one of those ones that I definitely see when it comes to Clan Blitz. Certain maps are really, really good for that one as well. I mean, and the one that would come to mind would be Kelp Dome, because of that choke point you got to get through to get to. There's that long way around that's really obvious where you're going, or there's that small shortcut. Right? It's like so hard to break through, and that's where you see a lot of the bubble blower into baller kind of going through and working in tandem, doing like chain reaction explosions of all of the things to get this massive damage and go in. And you don't really have that. Because there's a lot more space in Marco Mart. But we're going to be jumping into it, and it's Clan Blitz in Marco Mart for your game 1 of our second match between the German squad, Backsquids, and then our Dutch team, Polderlantis.
We actually see the bubble blower inside of Backsquids here. Margin opting here for the Kenzer Junior. It's a really scary weapon, since it also has the torpedo, which can help to instantly pop those bubbles after you pop it, so you can also get pretty aggressive with them.
Nice. Riolu and Sap You can see, there's Brian going the full distance down there on the far side, looking to be a bit of an annoyance. As you can see that he's like dragging the opponents after him. Look at him still surviving. Doesn't take a splat down, but takes so much pressure away from the center. And unfortunately, Polelantis didn't really utilize that time to push the advantage, and they get their first. You can just staying inside the bubble blower.
Yeah, they still have another power climb. Yeah, they get them in already 60 points. Also, 2v2 on the map right now, so they can instead extend this push if they find the splats here. I don't think they have any climbs, so this can this probably will just close pretty soon. The basket.
Get Echo over there with that.
Oh, actually, Kaito finding some clamps. Yeah, keeping the push alive, and also 3 players down on side of Polelantis here. Imagine having.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, 9 clamps, so this is it's getting really scary.
Wow,
they're already
just so much pressure. You can see them coming in with their last few clamps. 1, 2, 3.
Just like that. I mean, we talked about it, how like this map can be over in a second since it's so easy to get to the basket and it's so hard to defend for the defending team, and that's exactly what happened here.
I mean, that was just, again, a clinic put on. It was just so clean and so fast that they saw the opportunity and just didn't let it down. Styling it out there, nice shades. But yeah, game 1 to back squids in a matter of seconds.
That's a statement. Like, winning Clamblitz like that in a matter of a minute or so.
Which is usually quite a slow-paced set and matchup. That's scary. I mean, Polelantis are up against it now. There's a lot to kind of say, like, well, here we are with, we've got to win this one to prevent back squids from going into the semis, and you get put away in 20 seconds. Like, I mean, Brian started off by making an interesting play where he like pushed really, really far down the backside and like brought 2 members of back squids with him. Yeah, I mean, so there was a 3v2 at the front.
If he doesn't get the splat, at least if he stalls long enough for his teammate to push back in mid, that's also even worth it. But somehow
it didn't happen. Yeah. There was just so much pressure, and then before we know it, back squids have their specials up and they're throwing out the bubble blower, and they're in the opposing territory, and boom, 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 double power clam, and then just staggering the regular clams in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it racks up so quickly. It racks up so quickly.
Yeah, but talking about the next map, it's split zones.
Split zones. Camp Triggerfish. So we have that divide in the center between the two.
We talked about it earlier. It kind of creates 2 games going on their own at the same time. Since usually people just send 2 people to each side and they just battle it out 2v2 on each side. Yeah. But also this map also benefits long-range weapon a lot, since once you're done with cleaning your side, how do you assist the other side? Yeah. And having like a bomb or just a longer range weapon really helps you to stay safe on your side, so you can contest it once the enemy wants to push it again. Yeah, those long range weapons will assist here too.
Yeah, but as we say, we're jumping into game 2 now, and you can see those two zones, 2v2 on both sides. It's, as it said, you got that long range coming out from Echo now on the top side, being pressured a little bit there, but keeping it sturdy and strong, trying to get around that corner. Echo trying to get that snipe, gets it on Riolu, goes down. What a wonderful pick.
And you see, we have 2 snipes on the side of Polelantis right now, and also Range Passer, which also has a lot of range. I mean, the name applies it already. Also Range Passer on side of Backswitz here, so yeah, kind of expect the team comps, but Backswitz already pushing kind of into the spawn. Ben is on the flank, on the far left side. Watch out for that.
And just covering so much ground right now, and goes into the baller, trying to catch his opponent. Gets a double splat out there.
Can he get a follow-up kill as well? He's super weak. He only needs to complete.
Oh,
the direct as well.
That's such a big play. Almost down to halfway through, and you can just see, look at the zone, the map, the stage control completely in the favor of back squids. Utterly.
That's exactly where they want to be. I mean, Echo, you see he's kind of on the left side of the map right now. He can easily climb up that wall area right there. And but yeah, Riolu getting assisting 2 picks here with his Stingray. Imagine coming in with the flank though.
Gets taken down by Brian, who counters though, and they're looking for a complete team wipe if they can. There is the essential team wipe as we have members of Backsquids making their way back in. But there we go. We push the pressure back onto the side of Backsquids as the points start counting down for Polelantis, but they can't get complacent here. They have to keep pushing up, just like Backsquids did if they want to hold on to control here. As we have a baller coming out, Brian needs to get back right now, and he's pushed back.
You just see how much pressure the baller applies. Like, you can save yourself with it, and after that, just pressure away all the other backline players. They need to respect you, and that's how they essentially got the retake here.
For sure, and you can see now Sap going to be trying to come around that corner, but Echo is waiting, pressured back with the Stingray. Can't quite find the push they need, but you can see this. They're these stoic 2v2s, Kaito and Margin together like glue. Can't get past them. And Echo and Ben just supporting each other. And this is the thing, as I said before, it's just a time limit. You haven't got time to wait around. You have to push. Riolu has to get these splats and push. There's 2 splats down. Can they get this pushback that they need?
They haven't got their side though. Like, it's like it's a two-side story. You need to get both zones, and if this map is also, if you have a lead like that, 24, you can actually get this to overtime and just win with it, because you can easily just stall and just keep your own side like forever. It's pretty easy to lock them out, since the map is split. It's hard to push that the other zone, and
but you can see them pushing up now really nicely. You can see back on the back foot, or the back tentacle, I guess. I don't know. Brian getting another splat there on Ben. Going to try and get this range up, trying to find his way out. If he can just get some control, and you can see Echo now with the Stingray looking for some splats.
Retreating there. I mean, look at the timer. They're almost about to get the lead. Like the tides have turned here.
Ben, they need to put a margin going in though, stopping the timer.
But they get a lead.
They get the lead, and then you can see for the first time, Backsquid are actually up against it. But look at the splats, so 3 to 0, team wipe, and this is really interesting. They've got a lot of penalty points to push through before Polanders have to worry. They've got time to get back into this, but they have to be fast. Sap going up the side, Echo waiting, Ben going over the central point. Here, the points are getting lower. Right now, Poland is fighting for their lives.
They're having a lot of space right now, but that's exactly what you want to avoid, getting wiped after you get the lead. Like, if you still have 1 to play
it's a 1-for-1, it's a 1-for-1, that's big, but look again, 3 people down on the side of Poldalantis. The lead is back in the hands of Backsquid.
Kaito pushed up pretty early. He can even just stall way longer with the ball, and I don't think they can even reach the zone, can they?
No, it's over, it's done. That is really solid stuff there from Backsquid. Poldalantis putting in a great effort to push back and get that victory, but in the end, it's going to be a 2-0 for the German team.
Yeah, I mean, Poldalantis, they were essentially one team fight away from taking this KO in Backsquids here. They were pretty close. They took the lead. We're almost about to KO it, so...
Man, it was super close, but to have that fight back, because there was such a huge effort put in by Backsquids in the first place, that you sit there and go, dang, I've got a lot to go up against. What do I do here? And they had that. They just, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? The mentality just to stick with it. They were calm, they were collected, and they fought back very nicely.
As a team at that level, you really need to make comebacks happen. Like, not everything will work out how you want it to be. And just, staying calm, just being collected, just group and pushing together again to make the comebacks happen. That's a trait a really good team needs to have.
Yeah, I think here and there, just getting 1 or 2 more splats, and that just allowed them just to roll over and get an extra one here and there, and just get that further control. When Backsquids were in control, it was nuts.
Yeah.
But Poland has fought very, very nicely. And I mean, it was a good try by Poldalantis, but Backsquids have won their second game. So we'll throw it back over to Tech Girl to push the show forward.
I really thought on map number 2 there that Poldalantis might be able to pull it back. I thought it was going to happen, but Backsquids, they knew what they wanted. They knew that they wanted a spot in the semifinals, and they now join Polarized there. They are our Group B semifinalists, but we still have some more Group B action to enjoy because Poldalantis are coming back. They are taking on Red Ink. Let's welcome them back to the stage. Now, this is Poldalantis. They're facing off against the team we saw at the start of this group. This, from Russia, is Red Ink. Both of these teams are playing for glory. They know that they can't make the semifinals, but they still want to make their countries proud. How do we think this game is going down, boys? Do you want to make a little bit of a prediction?
Ooh, okay. Prediction time. I would say, because looking at it, like, Polantis' last game was very, very good.
Yeah.
And a nice display of their ability to kind of like really fight back again against the odds. And for that performance alone, I'd probably say that they would be able to take it over Red Ink. But I do feel like the explosive nature of Backsquid really affected Polantis a lot more. Whereas I think Red Ink weathered the storm a bit better. Like they were able to take the pressure and manage to stall out a bit longer.
Yeah, Backsquids really force you to play their game. And now with that out of the window, they can really focus on their game again. I think we're gonna see a more closer match. I'm also with you saying that Polantis probably has the edge over here, but it's definitely, it can go both sides.
Yeah, I think maybe we can see the fight back from Polantis, but again, Red Ink's stoicism in being able to just kind of like take hit after hit after hit might allow them to kind of like have the stamina win over Polantis. I mean, we can look at maps and modes here as well and have a look and say, you know, we got Rainmaker with Walleye Warehouse to open it up. It's going to be you know, pretty really fast-paced game, and Red Ink maybe playing that slower-paced game may not work out for them so much. But then you got Clan Blitz on game 2, Piranha Pit, which is then okay. Maybe that slower-paced game will be in their favor because they'll be able to like wait and kind of build it up together, and then just kind of like as a wave, just kind of like push against the Dutch.
Yeah, talking about Rainmaker, we haven't seen it yet in this group. And Rainmaker's also the mode where upsets tend to happen the most, since one team fight can give you just such a good lead, which you can just get over time and win with that.
Yeah.
And we haven't had this one before, at least in this group. So that's also a reason maybe why Backswitch kind of rolled through the group like they did. With Rainmaker now, it like can turn at each point in the game, basically. Like one big play, you get a triple, you can just turn the tides of the whole game.
Yeah. That's our predictions there for you, Tech Girl. What about yourself? I know you have to be impartial, but what do you think?
I want to answer and then I don't want to answer because my heart is torn on both sides. I think it must be very difficult coming into this knowing that semi-finalist spot has been taken. So you know Backsquids is going through. You've suffered a defeat. Both these teams on either side of me, they've both had to suffer this defeat. And on top of that, knowing that the chance for the semi-finals is out of grabs, I can't imagine the mental strength that these teams are going to need to come back here and go, you know what, we're still going to play and we're still going to put our best performance on. So I'm torn to decide who can do that. I think it is going to come down to who wins the mental game here, who's able to come back from the loss and say, we can do this. That's kind of where I'm sitting. Is that the safe answer? Did I do that well?
Nailed it.
Totally.
Absolutely nailed it. No, I do appreciate that. I appreciate that as well. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but no, it's one of those things. Like, you know, these players, you know, I mean, whilst we're sitting there saying that they can't make it to the semi-finals, you know, we have got these kind of like quote unquote like brackets of finish. So you get players who you know win a game will come in 5th overall. And then the players who are unable to win a game will take home 9th overall. So it's like, you know, they're still playing for a placing. If you win your game, you're technically 5th. If you're looking at the way it looks.
Also on a big stage like that, you really want to show off what you're capable of.
Exactly.
So they really want to perform here. I mean, semi-finals is out of reach, but they can still prove themselves.
And that's the thing. And this is why we have these group stages and the ability to play as many games as possible. Is because you can, if it's just a case of they won, well, we don't need to play any more games. Then you don't really see how well you can play and how far you can go with your team. Yeah. And it's always nice to see the potential of what you as a team can do in those scenarios. Just like, you know, can we get a win here? You know, I mean, we didn't get a win against the person, you know, against the team or the players or whoever, we were not expecting to. But, you know, what can we do? And what can we take home from that?
If you're getting a win on this stage, it already proves a lot. So
the warm up, as I have been noted, is over. So we're going to be jumping into this final game of Group B. We're going to be opening with Rainmaker, as I said, and then obviously we're going to be having Clan Blitz on Piranha Pit. Will we get our first game 3? Will we get?
I hope so. Yeah.
I've always found it really interesting that whenever we come to like these, to come to events that, you know, teams are of such high play, but it's like it's always a case of it always seems to fall on one team's side, even no matter how unbelievably close it is. It always seems to fall on one team's side. So it's just like, can we get that game 3? It is hard. It's a hard game to play at this high level. You know. There's so much pressure in it, and it's great. But, you know, that's kind of like why we do this. So give players the experience to play under that pressure and see how far they can go, and, you know, play well in these scenarios.
I mean, getting KO'd in this game, it can go either way. Like, of course, getting KO'd is like the worst which can happen to you, but you can just KO a team in the
Straight
first
back,
game,
yeah, straight back.
and then they KO you back in the second one. It can just go either way then. So
Yeah, it's such a strange momentum shift. You're like, we smashed it. Oh, they smashed us. Okay, what do we do about that? And it's like, well, you just wipe it off. That's just a write-off. That doesn't matter. That game just happened. It happens in all kinds of competitive games. Every time, I've always seen it. Regardless of the game you play. But as I said, we're going to be jumping into our first game now. It is going to be Rainmaker on Walleye Warehouse. And we'll see what the Dutch team, Polderlantis, can do against the Russians, Red Ink.
yeah, we're seeing charters on both sides here. Stingray being a really good choice on this map. It's pretty narrowish, so you don't have that much space to avoid a Stingray. You can only go left and right, but the map ends quite quickly since it's pretty narrowish. It's a really good choice here. Already 3 splats, yeah, on side of...
Well, yeah, and they're going to be looking to make a play that's kind of similar to what we saw in the first group, but no, not the full 41 points shy of what we saw last time. But still, nonetheless, a very, very good first play coming out from Red Ink.
Yeah, they could have waited a bit longer to just establish that control, just shoot with the Rainmaker a few times onto their snipe and force them back like that. There was only one guy alive anyway to get a maybe even better lead, but now, yeah, we see here in mid the Stingray coming in, Zerg also pushing the Rainmaker. There's no way he's going to survive there.
So much pressure there onto Latai, who was trying their best just to stay alive, but unfortunately not.
Ooh. Yeah, nice pick by Kronia there. Gets immediately
taken down, yeah, but you can see on the far side is that Rainmaker, which Latai will do by themselves. And as you say, that Tidabit gets caught by a splat bomb that they were unaware of.
That's 2 down on side of Red Ink here, so this could be an opening to get the lead back here for Polderlantis.
Going to be going up that slick center. They take the lead, and they're going to be making their way through, get a 15-point lead. It was kind of like one of those bum rush, all or nothing modes. We're going to be getting splatted, but go in anyway. Just get the points.
So getting the splat on Brian, pushing in here. Also, yeah, extending the pressure with the Inkjet. Yeah, Riolo safely, just wisely jumping out here. That's probably the best you can do. I mean, Zerg didn't really get much out of the Inkjet, but they already gotten back mid, so they are set for another push here.
There we go.
The jump in, yeah. You're pretty defensive while doing that, so almost a full wipe on 4 Polderlantis here. And they have regained mid control, and I mean, at this point, it's still 3 minutes in the game, but they're sitting on a safe lead here. They just need to stay in mid here, just play it super safe. Once they get some kills out of that, they can go for a push. But yeah, we see here the flank coming on the Rainmaker, taken out, but they still have pretty much a lot of map control here.
Yeah, you see Kronia now there, just kind of starting to push over if he can. Pressurizing Sap on the far side, just looking to hold that down. Latai joins with that.
Yeah, Brian pushing forward through that alleyway here. Getting the pick on Zerg, that might open up something. I think, yeah, too many down, he just needs to back up. But I mean, at this point, you don't need to risk that much. You're already sitting on the lead, so just holding that control, especially in mids, just locking down out your opponents to not get back in. That's the safest option you can do here.
See the control in the center as well as Zerg is trying to make their way forward. Kronia goes down, Sap there, gets taken down too. They've got a potential chance to push there. As you can see, Zerg's control in the center is strong on the far side. You've got Tidabit trying to support from the top end if he can get some pressure on the opponents, but there's so much coming out. There's hits everywhere and just...
the section. But they got the Rainmaker to a dangerous position, but I don't think they have the...
Yeah, there's no survivability, unfortunately. Yeah. Riolu's going to be there by themselves. Will grab, well, just leave it now. They're going to push forward, utilize that time.
Just watch those flanks, otherwise they're going to get a back up here. We don't want that to happen, not on this level.
Yeah, they're going to push up and take back map control if they can, get as much stage control and ink coverage if they can, so it makes their push forward better.
Nice double by Brian here. Spots out another opponent, but yeah, his teammates is there for the 8 to get the pick as well. Now only 1 minute on the clock. Yeah, time is ticking against Red Ink here.
There's the Booyah bomb, gets thrown out, and they grab a complete control of the top side. Sap as well, using that ball
opening. That's going to be even the better lead for them.
Yeah, they're going to take it. They're going to go straight up if they can. They need to get up to the top there. They can jump right into a splat bomb. Why?
But 11 is way scarier than 29.
Yeah, for
league
sure.
Wise, so
35 seconds
Everyone's
left as well, so they've got the time's ticking out. They haven't got too much time to do this.
they really need to take back mid now. Did a bit already doing putting walk here. Can't find a kill as of yet. They already used the Stingray, so they won't have a counter Stingray in case Brian gets. But Brian goes down. Actually, it's a 2v2 right now. And not Brian, I mean Riolo was on the snipe with the Stingray. Brian's still alive here. He's holding that alleyway, and yeah, you see, we're gonna get into overtime if nothing happens soon here.
He's doing a good job of pushing up. Brian's still waiting back there, getting pushed back by Kronia. You can see Sap coming around the side with these Julies. Serg looking to push back. We're into overtime, and it gets taken down at the last second.
That was a really good play, man.
Yeah, great idea, and they had the opportunity, but Sap got through. He threaded the needle of all those hits and got the splat he needed on to the Rainmaker. And that'll be game 1 going over to Pol Atlantis.
Yeah, but you saw we went into overtime. It was way closer. Red Ink had the lead for most of the game until like 3 minutes into the game. So this can go either way in the second game. We're heading to Clamblitz, if I'm not mistaken. The Clamblitz on
Crikey, Piranha Pit.
Piranha Pit. Yeah, that's also another pretty interesting map. It's a pretty wide map, pretty flat. There's not that many obstacles beside the ramps in mid, the moving platforms. And yeah, while this is also pretty easy to, like there's not many obstacles between mid and the baskets, but it's just a way longer path to take to the basket, so it's easier to defend. I don't think we're gonna see a KO, at least not such an easzy KO we did on Makomart earlier.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, last time we saw this, we were watching a very, very strong, I believe, Polarized team, take down Team an very, very strongly. And, it was kind of interesting that you say that it's kind of easy to defend as long as you have that stage control.
Yeah.
Because of, the way in which the spawn is kind of like positioned kind of away from the basket. Makes it, it's like one of those things that if you do have that control, it's hard to get into. But if the enemy have the control of that zone, it's hard to get into. But if you can like dominate their spawn, then it's like, what are you going to do to break out of that, Yeah. It's that question mark that's hanging on. But we're going to be jumping into that game now. It is going to be, as I said, Clamblitz on Piranha Pit. And Pol Atlantis, 1 game up now.
Oh, we see a Dynamo Roller here. This weapon paints amazingly well. So this being such a huge map, you can paint a lot and just get a lot of specials for it. Is that Brian just trying to hold the right side? Zerg pushing them? Yeah, they're 2v1ing him, getting the first splat. That might be an opening to push even further. They find another plat. And Ice and Kronia, they need to back up a bit. They find one splat, but Brian flanking over here.
Yeah, Brian's flanking was immaculate as well. You can see him dancing in the ink tube as well, trying to keep that attention that goes round to the side.
The Tetra dualies with those 4 rolls. You can just, you can really dodge a lot with this weapon and just stall a lot of time. But Brian needs to jump out eventually, since, it seems like, Rush on the other side of the map, they found more picks. They had already opened a basket here. Did a bit with the baller here, I think you can find, no kill, but that's at least the lead for Red Ink here.
Yeah, of course, that means that they're going to be having that first strike going down for them. Kronia has 9 clams as well, so 1 more and he'll be grabbing that power clam.
Brian pushing again, but 2 of his teammates are suddenly down again. I think Tidabits and Zerg doing an amazing job as the frontline duo here, just getting all the picks on the backline. So essentially,
this is so good. Yeah, this is big for Sergo as well, because you can see he's got so many clams. You can see he's going to land now and just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
get
this
them all
is a
in.
better lead now. So, like getting only a big power clam in basket is not what you want out of a push, but now they got some clams in 58. That's decent. And yeah, Tidabit's still there.
Goes down eventually, but gets 1 more clam in for his trouble. That's good. Again, a nice secondary play there from Red Ink for sure. The Russians definitely putting their mark onto game 2.
Yeah, use the armor here. Zerg pushing a backline. Probably not the wisest choice with the armor on side of Pol Atlantis. There might be an opening. Yeah, 2 down on side of Red Ink. 3 actually.
Wow, a complete team wipe, and this is the bit where they're going to be jumping in. Yeah, there is the power clam, and
they got
they're
full
get
control around the basket, and they had 21 clams. They still have 10.
Wow,
yeah, that's such a good lead already.
Another power clam coming out as well. They had like 2 thrown in there and managed to get a big lead out.
They don't have. It seems like they don't have any other clamps yet. So I mean, like getting that many points, almost 70 points out of one push. That's amazing. That's exactly what you want here. Well executed.
Stop getting taken down. Looking like Red Ink can make their second push now. They have that Stingray, and they get a pick onto Brian.
Also, this map being pretty flat also benefits Stingray, since you can't really use the verticality of the map to avoid that Stingray.
Absolutely. Just have to phase left and right, and you're going to be taking some hits as you go through.
Oh, 2-2 right now.
Yep. You see that long-range battle happening
Red
in the
Ink?
center as Riolu and Ice are just back and forward amongst each other.
Yeah, Red Ink are sitting on 2 power clamps. That would be enough to get the lead. They're also getting 2 picks here. Brian going with the Stingray, that should stall it a bit for them. Can the Dynamo get the pick? Oh, Inkjet pop that Dynamo. Yeah, he gets the pick.
So
I don't
let's go
think,
down.
yeah, there's a jump coming in. That might be the lead. Yeah,
Wow.
it is.
Oh my word! Big double power clam play.
Should just stay back a bit. I would say not getting wiped here is probably the best which can happen. Cirque already respawned, so he should just try to hold mid here. He unfortunately goes down. That's an opening for the Lances here, since they get the pity clam as well, like that clam spawning in there on their basket as well. And Brian's already there, so jumps could happen. They have 22 clams. This could be
Here
promising.
it comes. The jump is going to be landing. And it
Another
goes
change.
in, and it's a double!
Oh, that's barely enough. That's barely enough. I mean, they get wiped due to that, but I mean, once we get into such a state in Clam, it's kind of swinging left and right, since the team who's pushing, they're always getting wiped, giving the enemy a lot of clams again, just, yeah, allowing for their counter push again. So will Red Ink swinging back? There's 1 minute left on the clock. They're already going in with the baller here.
Yeah, they're going to have another one. They're going to be landing there. Wonderful
They
throw.
need the picks, though. They need the picks.
They need
Oh,
one
the
more.
one clam. No,
Oh, that is a huge thing. Could that be the difference between victory
Yeah.
and defeat here? They landed and it was an immediate splat. 1 point in it, and they didn't manage to clear out all the bonus shot. So if they get if they have one more play like this, they get someone in. Kronia jumps in.
They
with that
just
power
need
clam.
one power clam, but counter push coming in from the Netherlands right now, and they're already taken down 2. It's a jump coming. Yeah, the jump is coming. Baller into super jump, but they haven't gained any points as of yet.
There they go. Yeah, they're extending it now, but they need a little bit more to be safe from 1.
But-
there it is.
Oh.
That'll be the difference. Can they
But
get?
if they get wiped here, that's an opening for the enemy team. I mean, they're gonna get the overtime. They have the pity clam at their basket ready to pick it up. If they establish map control now, get some specials, and go for the last push, that's actually still doable.
Yeah, they absolutely. They've got to keep hold of this clam though.
I mean, two power clams is enough to KO them here and to get the lead. So
Yes, absolutely. It's bang on 40. Yeah. So, oh no, Soga goes forward. And the thing is, they can't wait. The longer they wait,
the overtime is almost over anyway. So they really need to go now. Like Kronia needs to.
There it is. They tried their best. You can see the coverage. They had the ability to maybe push forward, but Poldelantis hold on
Really close.
that lead. That was a great game.
Yeah.
Back and forth so wonderfully.
That's what we want to see. But another 2-0. It's still not the game 3 we wanted to see. But well, there's still 2 groups waiting for us.
Yeah,
to make
absolutely.
it happen.
Yeah, and we've got Group C coming up as well, which is apparently the big question mark when it comes to it all. But no, that's 2-0 to Poldelantis, who then they take 1 victory over Red Ink. So in Group B, we've got Germany going through 2-0 Backsquids, winning their 1. Poldelantis then as well, taking home second of their group from the Netherlands, and then Red Ink. Unfortunately, they couldn't get a win, but had some very, very close games.
Yeah.
And a lot of excitement from them as well. So the Russians there will take home 3rd from Group B. So good stuff from overall, though. A very, very exciting group. We saw great play from Backsquid, and we saw Poldelantis almost bring it back.
And talking about exciting groups, we have Group C coming up with 2 top contenders in it. So this is going to be probably the closest match we're going to see today, or at least with Team Mako on the side for the UK and Empirigan for the Nordics. Both really good squads. They're favorites to win the whole thing, and they're already meeting in groups. So yeah, that's going to be a bang.
Yeah. So as we're halfway through the group stages, this is how it currently looks. We're just getting a interview prepared with the winners, and we'll jump over to that as soon as it's ready. But this is what it's looking like. We have had 6 teams play, 2 teams have qualified, and 4 teams have gracefully bowed out in the best that they could. Currently in our 9th place positions, we have Hexagon from Portugal. Portugal, yes. Yeah. And yeah, I had a moment there. And Red Ink from Russia in 9th place. And then 2 of our 5th place teams, Pole Atlantis from the Netherlands and Team Question Mark from Austria.
Exactly, yeah.
And 2 of our semi-finalists, as we saw it, Polarized from Spain.
Yeah, they're gonna face Backsquids tomorrow. So Group A winner gonna face the winner of this group right now. So they're gonna face each other. Spain against Germany in the semi-finals tomorrow.
So yeah, that should be quite an exciting first semi-final tomorrow. We're halfway through the program though, so I'm going to throw it back to Tech Girl with an interview with I believe Backsquids from Germany, the winning team for Group B.
Unfortunately, it seems like the Backsquids have decided to go deep undercover. They've gone into the ink and they're not coming out. So we'll hopefully get to chat to them tomorrow during the semifinals. They are, of course, your Group B semifinalists making it through. What a pity that last game, though, because you could see the emotion in Red Ink's face at the last. They had fought so hard, and I'm sad to say goodbye to both them as well as Polarantis. However, it's now time to move to the group we've all been waiting for. It's the one we spoke about before the championships. It's the one we've been keeping our eyes on. It's Group C, the most stacked of all the groups. Lots of favorites in there. We're getting ready for that action. In a little while, we get to see who from Group C makes it through to the semifinals. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the Splatoon 2 European Championships. 12 teams have come here to compete this weekend. The best Splatoon 2 masters we've seen in Europe. They are here and they are battling it out to be named champion tomorrow. We are currently in our group stages. Those 12 teams split into 4 groups, battling it out. Each winner of the groups will move into the semi-finals tomorrow. And we already have 2 semi-finalists. Team Polarized, the first team to go through, followed by our reigning champions, Back Squids. They've made it through as well. And now we move in to Group C. Before the championships, this was the group that caused all the discussion. It's the one we all want to see because it is so heavily stacked. 2 favorites in there and a third team that could potentially do a little bit of an upset. We've done a shuffle in the casters booth. So Bowie is joined again by Dragonuto. Let's chat a little bit about this group. We mentioned it at the start of the show, but let's get back into it. Why is this group so stacked?
Do you want to start it out? Do you want to bring us in?
2 favorites is the way it's looking. You know, we have when we were looking at like the top 4, like, who are like the top 4 teams we were expecting to to make it all the way. You know, we've got Back Squids who have made their way through, Alliance Rogue who are in Group D. You've got Team Mako. I want to say Marco, but they're going to have a go at me, so I have to say Mako. Team Mako in Group C, and then Gang from the Nordics again in Group C. So this is the important thing. Gang, obviously having members of Ghost Gaming. We've got Sendo, we've got Plontro. You know, great players. And so, you know, we can see a lot of quality coming out from them, and they did brilliantly in the Nordic finals as well. And then obviously you've got Team Mako, who've got Sweegly, Kaji, who are great players, great synergy. Ninja, who's obviously joined them, and then Lemon and Lime as well. So, you know, 4 really solid players in that team, and I mean, they've been playing together for a long time as well, and they know each other very well. You know, and they performed excellently at the UK UK finals and qualifiers last year. So, you know, it's one of those things. We're going to get a really good game. I mean, it's one of those things. Like, you know, we want to see the top 4 be whatever, but it's like we're still going to get that great game. You know, okay, it could have happened in the semi-finals or it could have happened in the grand final, but it's happening now, and it's still going to be a great game.
Yeah, that's the thing. Really, coming into this Group C, it's very dangerous. I mean, Mako, in fact.
I say Marco, he says Mako, but it's in fact Mako, so we're both wrong.
I mean, technically we're all right, but going into this, I mean, Mako. In fact, I'm going to say it right this time. Mako have a really strong composition. They're quite well known for being consistent, I'd say. They managed to beat me out in the UK finals, so they have to be somewhat good, you know?
There it is. I was waiting for you to come alive and just bring the Dragonuto we all know and love to the table, but here he is, everyone.
And Emperor Gang obviously have really stacked composition.
Yeah.
Like, they've got Plontro, they've got Sendu, they've got Kaldemar, they've got
Kaldemar,
so many good players on that team, and it's hard to see a match where that doesn't go the whole way between those two. I mean, they're so strong.
Yeah. And I mean, depending on whether we're going to be seeing them, I'm not sure in the order that we're going to be playing Group C right now. I can't remember off the top of my head at least. So it's like, what composition of games are they going to be getting? What modes, what maps are they going to be seeing? And how is that going to be pivotal in how this match is going to go for them? It's quite an exciting thing to see. So
you feel a little bit bad for Huitant though, sandwiched in between.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, whilst we're sitting there going, look at these 2 great teams, you know. Why have we got these? We have got these 2 great teams, as I was saying. So it's like, okay, but then we do have Huitant in the middle, and it's like we don't know what they're capable of in terms of being able to push these 2 teams. We were sitting there going, oh yeah, absolutely, Emperor Gang and Team Mako. This is going to be the one that it's going to be like. This is where it's going to be decided. But we don't know. The Swiss team, they qualified in their region as everyone has. What can they bring to the table? They've obviously been good enough to win out in their own region. They
obviously are the unknown. That's the thing. They're there in between these 2 established strong teams, and whilst Emperor Gang hasn't gone to a European Championship before, that wasn't there. Really, they couldn't really do much about that, but they are a strong team outside in the international scene, even though they don't play together. And it kind of feels like going into this, Huitant they're gonna struggle uphill here. It's gonna be a really hard fight, but we might see something incredible out of them. Yeah. And we don't know that yet. So
yeah, and the thing is, sometimes when you really push someone to the limits, what can they bring out from that? When they are pushed, if their backs against the wall and they're cornered, what are they going to be able to do and bring out? When okay, well, we can't do anything. If we don't do something now, we're going to lose. And they just go, hell for leather, and then just pull out, great plays. It is possible. But yeah, we'll need to have a little. We haven't forgotten you, Tech Girl, so we're gonna throw it back to you and see how you're feeling about Group C.
I knew that you hadn't forgotten about me, and I also knew that our sneaky British casters were trying to tilt Team Mako by changing their name about 3 or 4 times. So let's introduce them, and I hope they don't look too angry. It is UK's Team Mako.
Cute little shark thing there that they've got.
Maybe again, shark never fails.
They are going up against the Swiss Team Wutant. Let's introduce them. We've chatted a little bit about how stacked this group is. We've chatted a little bit about the favorites sitting here. By the end of this group, one of the favorites is leaving the competition. It blows it open moving into the semifinals. It makes it really exciting because they could be an unknown element. Gents, though, when we're looking at this particular game right now, the Swiss team up against Team Mako, who do you think are the players that we should be keeping our eyes on?
Well, I would say Kaji from Team Mako, very strong player, plays for Kraken Paradise, which is one of the top teams currently internationally, and we might see them. We're going to see some incredible heavy play out of her. Really,
yeah. I mean, she's always been devastating. I think is the word I'd use. I mean, I don't mean to open old wounds, but you've definitely been on the receiving end of that. But your own self, during the UK finals. But she's very, very accurate, very, very reactive, and can always pressurize from any position.
Oh, most definitely. She's a very strong backline player, and it's a hazard when you're a backline player yourself playing up against her. But obviously, she can't do that alone. She has got a really strong team that backs her up. I mean, Ninja, Matthew, he's a strong player. He's their front line, or their mid-front line, basically. Does a lot of the team calling and a lot of the work there on that front, and Swiggly obviously being Kaji's sister. So maybe some familial bonds.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that. I mean, that synergy right there. Unless that, and I don't know, unless having a bit of sibling rivalry and not having the best day. But they should be ready. They should be ready to go as well. And I mean, we haven't really talked too much about the Swiss team, but it's one of those things that I mean, I'll be honest and I'll admit I don't know too much about Wutant and their players and how and what they're going to be bringing. So it's going to be exciting to see that unfold and actually see what they're going to be bringing. So I'll be keeping my eye on those players and seeing who's really going to be pressurizing Team Mako.
Yeah, it'll be fun to duck into this and have a quick look at how these teams are going to be performing up against each other in this upcoming match.
I'm very, very impressed with you there. That's good. Welcome. Yeah. It's looking quite good indeed. So Tech Girl, we're halfway through. How are you feeling about everything so far?
I'm starting to feel like this entire game. It must be because it's the home team playing for both of you. You've turned into clowns, having a little bit of fun there. I see with the little hats, changing the team name earlier on. So it seems like you're getting into the spirit. Is it wrong for me to presume that you have a very specific favorite in this game?
Well, no. I mean, we have to be impartial, don't we? Complete and pure impartiality.
I mean, I'm not impartial. I have to say, Wutant, they're my favorite in this game. I think they're going to do really well in this match, and personally, I think they're going to be the better team in this and come out on top.
Well, we're going to find out. Absolutely. We can't take favorites, of course. But we want obviously. It's one of those things. We've seen these players play, so we know what they're capable of. And that's the thing. When you go up against a question mark, anything can happen, and there's a little bit of worry, a bit of a worry there. And it's like as well when you know that you're in a group where you have to go where one of the 2 top seeds is going to be falling. It's like, well, when you have to play the question mark first, it's like we need to win this one, because if we don't, then the other top seed who's considered likely to go through will have an easier ride of it. And it's like, what's going to be happening there?
You want to be a lot. You want to show off a bit more. You want to be stronger. You want to come into this and show the team, that other top seed, that you can bring it. Really, you want to double knockouts. You want really heavy play coming through from Team Mako in this case. So we'll see how that pans out for them.
Absolutely,
but,
I mean.
Down to be an exciting game, to be honest.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we're going to see exactly how far they can push it. This game is going to be absolutely quackers, but we'll do our best to obviously bring it, to see how well it goes for both of our teams for sure. We're jumping. I think the players still just warming up, just getting ready as they have, because everyone. I think if you play first, it gets the nerves. All the nerves kind of like dissipate quite early and nicely. So if you have to wait longer, sometimes that can kind of get to you. So
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely.
warm up has just been alerted that warm up is over. So players going to be jumping into this first game, which is, as we should talk about, is going to be Splat Zones on the Reef. We should talk about this again because.
Take this off.
Yeah.
I tried to not say anything.
No, yeah. The cue was don't mention the hat. Just plow on through. You could have just thrown it away and then
I could have
you had
never
to-
noticed. Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. No one would have known. Literally, no one noticed that there was a hat on your head.
Obviously, yeah. So obviously, Splat Zones, Reef. Let's talk about the maps that we're going into. So the Splat Zones, we talked about this before, but just to refresh you real quick, Splat Zones as a mode, you need to capture a zone that is on the map and paint it with your ink. And once you painted it with your ink, a timer will tick down slowly, and it's about 0.6 seconds a point. And
That's what I said. It's completely and utterly made up.
It's
I was like,
somewhere around
it's
there.
because it's not seconds and it ticks fast, but you can't be sure. But yeah, it ticks down, and it's one of those things you have to spring into action to counteract that timer. It's actually quite a scary mode in a way.
Yeah, I've mentioned before, obviously, the Reef itself as a map is very reliant on that bridge control. There is a bridge in the center of the map that basically bridges the two sides, it's a bridge. But
Yeah.
it goes over the top of the zones, and you really want that control because that basically means the zones are yours and you can do what you will.
The Reef again I think it's one of those ones. It's quite a popular map. Everyone likes it. It's not too offensive. It's got enough variety without being too complex. So it's a fun stage, and I think it's one of those like easy stages to kind of like open up a series.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And you can gain so much about team cohesion and like try and learn how players are responding to what you're doing and how the hell they're communicating. It's quite a good stage for picking apart and like downloading information. Oh no, the cow's gone. Oh no, it's back. There it is.
There you go, perfect.
Okay, cool.
But
I thought we lost it, and then show should have been just cancelled then if we lost the cow.
And with Mako with their trademark deadpan, we just missed that.
yeah.
Known for not smiling.
Yeah, I remember when like they won the UK Championship. Like, you're going to Paris, and I was like,
yeah, they don't talk.
and it's a bit of a running joke.
Lovely
but-
players though. Lovely
Yeah,
players.
absolutely lovely people. But it's a bit of a running joke. I remember
Yeah.
seeing them having on social media having a little bit of a joke, saying, "Oh, still not smiling." Like, no, look, seriously.
They've tried. There's the cow
And there's
again.
the cow.
Up close of the cow. Lovely little cow.
And the shark. We saw this. We didn't mention it, but yeah, the shark is apparently trying to go everywhere with Team Mako. They never stop trying to put the shark. I think she's got a bigger one, hasn't she, Sweetly? She's got like a massive one like this. She's like, this is coming with me. It's like, you don't need the shark. Just
I don't think it fit. I don't think
they'd
it
find
fit.
a way.
Well, they've got other things that signify them as a team, or at least the UK as a team. But we'll be ducking into our match soon as well, and seeing what's going to go on there as well.
Still trying to push the ducking thing.
I
The
don't-
hat's
I
gone
have
now.
to,
You
I
already
have
made
to.
the joke. You're like, it's
Got some
okay.
sorting out a few little tweaks and twists behind me. And then it's going into game time. Do you think that a sort of, I mean, delays like this happen all the time in competitions. We know that. How do you keep your cool and just stay in the zone, if you like?
Well, it's very stressful, I'd say. It's stressful when there's a gap and you know you're going to play, but you just haven't been told yet. You know, you'll sit there and you're waiting. And you're like, okay, we're going to play. Oh, what happens? What's going to happen? It's not instant, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it is sure. It's kind of like, especially when you warm up and you practice and you get into a position, you're like, right, we're ready to go, and then you just kind of like don't get to, you know, the engines are revved and they're ready to go, and it's like 3, 2, 1.
So little walking bombs there. Matt coming in again with the custom explosure, getting the zones.
Yeah. That was very, very good stuff. Good long range there, work from them. Redvec being pressurized once again by Kaji, jumping back with that Stingray, immediately pressurizing once more.
Good teamwork there from Kaji and Ninja, using that point sensor to point out where the enemy was, and then the Stingray to take them out.
And you can see they have stage control right now, and with Taunt on the side, you've got Magi looking to make some kind of play, just trying to control the flank of it in just some way. Kiro and Bright pushing down the center with Redvec looking to try and make a big play as the countdown is stopped for a moment. Can they get there again? A big pushback. They get it, and once again, such a big point deficit added to.
Huge point deficit, unfortunately, and that just takes a little bit longer for Mako to work that down. However, it doesn't really matter because they've been wiped out, and the control has swung back over to Huiton.
And this is important now. This is very, very solid work from the Swiss team. They are back taking down their actual main points, and they've got 50 seconds. If they can hold against Mako, this will be a big first game for them. And as we say that, Magi takes down Ninja in that corner. They've got the stage control still. Another 3 splats down. This is getting very, very close. 37 seconds, 40 points left on the board. This is looking like Huiton is going to hold right now, and that is strong for them.
Yeah, incredibly strong. Even with Mako having all their members alive, Lemon goes down, but that's 1 for 1 on each side. Kaji pushed up a bunch, gets 1, 20 points down left on the clock, gets 2, that's 2 down.
And they get the turnaround and put a huge point deficit on the side of Huiton. And that means
huge triple from Kaji there, huge triple. 10 seconds left.
And that's one of those things where it's just like there's so much pressure on, but they just hold fast. They don't let the situation run away with them, and they get that lead back. And they've got a lot to work with. We're going to be heading into overtime. It's going to be finished. Well, I say we're going to be finishing the game, not overtime. It's the other side.
It's nearly overtime. Nearly overtime. Huiton bringing it out with something that we didn't expect. Actually, some incredible play coming out from them. Like obviously the dark horse of the group. We were saying that.
Yeah, they always were fighting back. We had some lovely set plays coming out from Mako to get the an immediate turnaround and get these reversals when they needed it. But Huiton just did such a good job of just holding the line and pushing against that thing. And when they needed to, getting the splats they wanted and just covering as much ground as possible.
I would be lying if I didn't say Redvec did a lot for them right there.
Yeah.
Maybe not in the splats, but his constant flanking and the pressure he put on the backline. Like I was saying it before, obviously with Roderick a couple games ago. But when you're using that backline weapon, you don't want to be flanked all the time.
Yeah.
And if you get splatted, your whole team is out of it. So by taking down those backline members, Redvec really opened his team up.
Yeah. And I think Magi was doing a very, very good job as well in the kind of close quarters game, but just being quite explosive and quite dangerous here and there. Not consistently across the board, but there were these moments where they just got in there and made a difference. And if they can just if they can utilize those moments and actually kind of from that steamroll a little bit of pressure again, they might be able to to do a lot better. But looking they do smile now.
They smile sometimes. They smile when they win.
Yeah, that makes sense. Looking over to it now, it's going to be tower control on the Manta Maria. So we've had and we're jumping straight into game 2 immediately as well. We've had the ticking time bomb that is flat zones. Now we're going to have to work on this immediate set play and this ability to push and pressurize.
I would be lying if I didn't say that Mako's strongest mode was tower control.
Okay.
So this hopefully we're going to see some big plays coming out from Huiton to take out Mako on probably one of their strongest map mode combinations.
Yeah.
As you can see, Kaji controlling those greats at the moment, looking down to try and get some picks. The armor coming out from Huiton very fast.
Yeah, they had to make use of that with so much pressure coming out. You can see them scrambling back to the alleyway. Bright, we're looking to push forward a little bit, using that Brella.
It's a lot of pressure.
The Kensa undercover, I believe you used to call it.
Yes, the Kensa undercover. Sweetly taking out 2. That's 3 down now, 4 down. That's a full wipe on the side of Huiton.
Wow, and they're going to start pushing, and here it goes. They are on the checkpoint, and they're going to be making their way to the avenue.
Yeah, people, you can see Ninja on the tower using that Kensa undercover as well. It's an incredible tower riding weapon because of that support capability. It doesn't have the strongest shield, but it does do a really good job at fighting off people who are trying to take him off.
Yeah, and you can just see that. You can just see how badly stretched Huiton are right now, and they're already out of the avenue. And they're pushing to the third and final checkpoint, and there it is. Look at the control. Kiro needs to make some kind of play here, or it's going to be over. 1 second down. They're pushing to the end. Lemon, Ninja on top, does get taken down, and they just finish it right there before.
Magi just stopping the tower, taking out 2, managing to stop it. 1 left on alive, and it's Sweetly all by themselves. And that's it. That's the end of that push. An incredible push nonetheless.
Yeah, that was important to get that one there. 4 points left on the board. Great first push and sweep coming out from Mako, but Witont, they just hold that line. Very, very good from them.
Those checkpoints, incredibly important in the long run of things, especially now that this hasn't become a knockout. Magi managing to take out one, I believe, but looking to pressure Kaji again. Doesn't quite pick it up. The tower is being inched forward with the Stingray coming out as well to put pressure onto that backline. I keep saying it, the backline is just getting so much pressure right now. Do an incredible job to stay alive.
Kiro now maybe looking for a little bit of flank, trying to just hold that position there, just have a little bit of pressure and a little bit of support on that tower as it hits this checkpoint. Can they push down that timer? No. And you can see now Mako taking back control in the center. Kaji gets one splat there onto Brai. Looking for a second, immediately onto Kiro.
Ooh, incredible play. They were the last two left in the middle. Unfortunately for Witont, it's back to the beginning.
Red Vec with a wonderful splat there though, but gets taken down immediately after. That's unfortunate. Really, really nice catch onto the Mako player.
And the tower keeps on moving. Mako really looking to finish this one nice and quick, not laying up on the aggression.
Magi now using this Inkjet, does get taken down by Ninja, who remains quite strong against that Inkjet.
Yeah, an incredible play with the undercover umbrella. Using that torpedo to full advantage there. It's an incredible distraction tool. They're just pushing in, they keep going. Mako really not letting up here. Magi kind of alone in the corner. Sweetly on the tower, and Lemon just looking. He knows. He's got eyes on it.
Magi again doing a very good job of this last minute defense. They get 2 splats and they're going to start pushing back once more. Ninja is up against it. But again, every time that they are doing this, it's, oh, wow, again. Magi just in this close quarters.
Incredible catches.
I think that was triple splats again for Magi. Well done from them. But you can see, the pressure coming out from Mako means they have to work so much harder to just get the tower back to center, and they're going to start pushing again here. You can see they're up and almost going to be starting to push onto this first checkpoint, and they're going to start pushing down. The pointage is going down a little bit, but Magi gets taken down by Kaji.
Unfortunate, 3 down now for the side of Witont, and it's just the undercover all alone. Tries to jump up, manages to get out incredibly. Mako retaking the control here. Kaji's looking to get back onto the bunker to sort of assert the pressure that they really need here to just kind of hold for another minute.
Yeah, they've got 1 minute to go, as you say, and it's a lot of a deficit to work at. If Witont were to make this comeback, it would be absolutely amazing. They've got a lot of work to do, but they are showing signs of it if they can just get that quality. But Kaji getting a splat again onto Kiro from that long range with the Stingray.
Back on tower, back on pushing. Everyone's alive right now, so it's looking pretty positive for both teams really in the long run of things. With 30 seconds left, as long as they manage to get a pick, Lemon goes down on the side of Mako. It's looking somewhat good. Maybe potentially another taken down from Witont and another. So they're setting up for a good push here. Red Vec taken down, unfortunately, by Kaji, and it's looking like Kaji's going to jump back just to keep that Stingray.
Yeah, you can see the jumps coming in as well. Yeah, the Stingray is still up and is going to maybe try and find a time to use it now, but you can see once again, they're fighting so hard, and they made it past that first checkpoint. This is it. You can see the countdown. They need to be here, and they need to have this focus. They can just find and catch Lemon. Maybe they can do that, but as the seconds come down, it is taken back into Mako's hands, and Team Mako win their first game.
Our trust was not misplaced, but I do feel bad for Witont. Doing an incredible job.
They did really, really well at always pressurizing and pushing, and it was just unfortunate that they couldn't get that the victories that they wanted. But they were showing such class at being able to stop these pushes from Team Mako all the time.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, they didn't get that KO in that game too. Even after that first push was so strong, and they did so good to always bring it back. And
yeah, Magi getting loads of incredibly important splats on the enemy team, stopping them from getting that knockout, stopping them from making this. Yeah, twice. Stopping them from getting the knockout twice in a row. Amazing. Yeah. I mean, brilliant play. These players are by no means bad. Incredible.
Yeah, and that's how it's looking currently. Team Mako winning their first game with Witont down 1. 2 more matches to play, and it's going to be exciting to see. So, 1 win is currently in the bag for Mako, and Perry Gang, I believe we're going to be seeing them next. If they're going to be playing Mako or Witont, it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Yeah, that Group C is opening up very, very strongly. 2 very, very good games to start with. But I believe we'll... the back of the bandana. Well, I believe we'll be throwing back to Tech Girl to push forward a little bit with this Group C.
group, and we're seeing it there. The most stacked group, possibly. We've seen it right there in the games that we just watched. Wutan's pushing so hard, Mako having to fight, and now it's an even bigger fight because even though they have that win, they've got to go up against Impari. And like the casters were saying, this is when things get serious. These are two strong teams, two favorites. One of them is going to go home. So let me set the scene for you as we move into our next game. Team Mako needs to win, and then they guarantee a place in the semi-finals. Team Impari needs to beat Mako so that they stand a chance of qualifying for the semi-finals. It's about to go down. It's going to get messy. There's going to be lots of ink splattered everywhere. This is the game you've been waiting for. Let's introduce our first team. You just saw them win. This is Team Mako. You can see that they're hyped, they're ready, they know what is on the line. They have to face off against Impari Gang. You can see that it's cool, the Nordic team, cool, calm, collected. They know what they need to do. The pressure is now on. We've been having a lot of fun today in these group stages. We've had to say goodbye to some teams. We've been excited to see teams go into the semi-finals, but we know now that things get serious. Gents, I don't want to do this because I don't think it's possible, but how do we even call this game?
With great difficulty, Tech Girl. With great difficulty. I mean, I was lucky enough to cast both Team Mako's victory in the UK and also for Impari Gang in the Nordics. It was a pleasure to go out there and watch them play, and it's such high quality. It's just, you know, when you have like when in those qualifying stages, you obviously have teams that you'll always be able to push the high level teams as well. But then, you know, you see they just have that extra gear that when they get pushed, they go right. Step it up, and it's just like, oh, it just keeps going, keeps grinding, and just how many more gears do they have? And I think that if there's going to be a game going to 3 today in the group stages, it's going to be this one.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this match. To be honest, I think Impari Gang are incredibly strong. I think Mako are incredibly strong. I can't really say which one would beat them out. It's really gonna come down to the maps and modes here and how well they're gonna play against each other. Obviously, both teams most likely been practicing these maps and mode combinations before this tournament, knowing that they're gonna face each other. So potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's have a look at the players we've got on both teams. So as we said, we've got Sweegly, Kaji, Lemon, and Ninja on the side of Team Mako, and we have Plontro, Sendo, Kaldemar, and the final player is completely escaping my mind right now. If you can remember at all, top of your head, I'm gonna do that really bad thing. I'm just gonna have a look. Oh, God, I know exactly which one I'm missing, but I can't remember his name. It's like, it's like there.
Nike.
No,
that's the one. You get it's Nike. So obviously, all these players, incredible players. Okay, so we got Sandy who plays for Ghost Gaming, which is a sponsored international team.
Yep.
We've got Ploncho playing for Kraken Paradise, same team as Kaji, by the way.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really fun to watch how they duke it out. We've got Nike, old school player.
Yeah.
Splatoon 1, Elite player, comes back, decides he wants to play with his team again. I mean, he's played before in the European Championships. And we'll be seeing how this is going to go down. This is strong.
Yeah.
This is a strong, and obviously Kaldemar, who plays for Plumeria, if I'm not mistaken. But I wouldn't secure that one.
Yeah, don't hedge your bets on that one. Yeah. But no, again, a really, really strong team. Warm-ups over, and they're really getting into it. And oh man, this is going to be a good one. I mean, Sendo is a very, very popular player and content creator as well. Not unlike UK's own dude as well. Like every single area has these strong players and these strong presence players in the scene and the wider community as well. So it's nice to kind of like, if you're like enjoying the content of these players, to kind of see them actually get put up against the ropes and see how they perform under pressure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Sendu, well known for making memes on Twitter. He's
There's always one.
There's always one.
Usually him.
Well, he went through this insane transition from being extremely serious, extremely like a content creator. He makes all this important, strong patch note information to making memes, and it's quite interesting. He's still a strong player, don't mind you. But
Yeah, can you imagine? Yeah, imagine that transition somehow like poisoned the gameplay, and it's like, I'm not the same player I was when I was serious, but you know. The internet clout's worth it, right?
Oh yeah, all these players though incredibly strong, so it'll be interesting to watch them both play against each other in a really, really tense set.
Yeah, and it's like this is the important one. You know, if Emperigang win this one, they're going to be going up against who managed to pressurize Team Mako very, very well. So we don't know how that's going to go. But if you look over to the Nordic team and who they had to beat to get to where they are, you know, the Nordics are a strong region. It's one of those things. It's kind of a shame, but not at the same time. That you know the Nordics is, you know, there's 4 countries there. You know, you got Finland, you got Norway, you got Sweden, you got Denmark, you got all these teams, but you know they don't all get to represent. And you know we do have the Finnish team here with Emperigang, but it's like, whilst not every single country is represented from the Nordics, you know you're going to get the very, very best team because it's such a competitive region.
Oh yeah. For sure. Very competitive region. Lots of very insanely good players. But I mean, you could say the same thing about the UK. Mako kind of fought their way up. They had some really close games in semi-finals against Anxiety Sirens, and also not so close games against us in finals. But so it'd be interesting to see, like, I think that both these regions are some of the strongest. Obviously, they are seeded as to be some of the strongest as well. So we'll be seeing how that comes out and pans out with them in the end.
Yeah, games are almost underway, I believe. We're just having a look there. It seems like we're just waiting on a few things to get sorted. I'll just throw it back to Tech Girl very, very quickly. How are things on the floor?
I need to set the scene for you. So we're in our very own Incopolis studio, if you like, and it's limited space in here. Just outside the studio, we've got big screens. For today, it's predominantly a few hardcore fans are here, but family, other players outside I've already seen the big screens are packed. There are a lot of players standing around there wanting to watch. Here in the studio, there's no more seated space. Everyone here is on the stairs. They're climbing over each other because this is the game that they want to watch in these group stages. And I think that this is the game that is going to set the tone for our semi-finals tomorrow and finals as well. This could also possibly be the game that we finally get to a third map. I know I have my fingers crossed. This is the big one. We know now that the game is on. I hope that you're ready for this, gents. Let's get our ink on.
Absolutely, we will do that for sure. As you see, the other players, we were just waiting on Emperigang to sort out their loadouts and their setups, and they're into the game now. So we'll be getting started very, very shortly. But yeah, as you said, Tech Girl, the stage is set for quite a humdinger, dare I say, of a match. Yeah, I mean the studio here is just packed with you know, all the other teams and loads of viewers who want to watch these games live and cheer on their friends.
We promise not to be biased, though.
Well, no, I mean, like, that goes without saying. I'm contractually obliged to
not
be
to
impartial.
Be
Yeah, so we'll be just getting started very, very shortly. Just a couple of players is trying to connect in. It seems like we are there, as you see on the big screen behind us, which is a very, very big screen. It's large.
Very large.
Look at that there.
If I could, I'd be watching that. It's very...
No. We have to watch down here, though, because that's, we have to watch down here, because these are our screens.
Yeah,
I mean, would it look great if we were just sitting here casting a lot like this and being like, man, that's have you seen this? This is pretty good. That's some impressive stuff right there. Not how it should be. Right. Focus time. Emperigang, Mako. Big game.
Big game.
Huge.
Huge game.
Astronomical.
Astronomical game.
The size of this match. In awe of it.
Huge.
In awe of the size of this match.
The awe of this match. What maps and modes are we going to be playing?
Oh, yeah, of course. I thought we talked about this. Tower Control, man. No. Completely wrong. Clan Blitz, Mako Mart. Marco Mart.
Mako Mart.
Mako Mart.
Mako Mart.
Mako, Mako, Marco Mart. Yeah. I don't know why we haven't talked about this yet. I don't know why. We're having so much fun. Yeah, so we've seen this mode a few times over the course of the day, obviously. Home field advantage, maybe, for Team Mako?
Well, I wouldn't say that, actually. I know my stuff about these teams.
Oh, okay.
I've done my research. I'm researched. I've done my stuff. They're not very strong on Clan Blitz. And Emperigang are. They have a very, very strong Clan Blitz composition. Yeah. Sendu, they're one of their main players. Very strong of the Tent Umbrella.
But this is it. We're going into game one now. It's going to be a Clan Blitz in Marco Mart. We've got Team Mako versus Emperigang, the game of Group C.
As I was saying, Sandy bringing out the Tenterbrella, incredibly strong for clam blitzers. It's easy to push in. Lots of pressure coming on. Manages to take out Swiggly in a pretty...
That was quick.
Oh, wow, that's a full wipe on the side of Team Mako, and it's looking pretty strong for Amparigang already.
Yeah, great strong start from them. They're going to be collecting as much as they can. Kaji using that height just to kind of push back against his Brella. They get the first power clam through, but Sendo goes down to Kaji's Splatling there.
Well, they're just kind of pushing in here, trying to put some more pressure onto Mako. It's they're not getting many clams in, unfortunately. It seems to be the fact that Mako are doing a really good job stopping them. Flantra trying to push in with the ball doesn't really get anywhere.
He gets pushed back quite a lot. You can see him very much on the end. Drops down to the side, and Perigang have made their first strike, and Mako are now going to be trying to respond if they can. Getting over behind Sendo. He's got another one. Can he get the shot in? He gets taken down just before.
Just about. And he missed up the clam in such a way that they're not going to be able to fetch that very easily. So it's giving Mako the opportunity to push in. Kaldemar coming with a flank here. Takes out Kaji. They still get the ball in. It's not going to be enough points to get that lead. And Kaldemar there saving the lead for his team.
Yeah, Lemon though just kind of creating a little bit of an issue. Gets one splat versus 3 on Sendo. Very big for him. And Perigang do have the numbers lead though as they push into the center. Kaldemar with about 9 clams there, and Plontro pushing over the top.
Plontro getting taken down by an incredibly strong bomb by Ninja, and the Sendu being taken down by another incredibly strong shot. Ninja getting a triple, I believe.
Yeah, and that is really big because there was 2 power clams coming in. Nike's the sole survivor.
Throwing in the Booyah bomb.
That'll be big. Oh, cannot get in there though. Great defense there coming out from Plontro.
Just not enough clams on the side of Team Mako right now, and Amparigang are going to be able to take back that mid control. Lemon kind of alone at the moment. It's looking like another push for Amparigang, but we don't know that yet because the teams are just coming back in and it's kind of resetting.
Suction bomb onto the side. Lemon going to push to the right-hand side of that base.
As taking out one. Sendu getting taken down. Looking for Plontro. Plontro ballers up to try and get him. Manages to take out Sweegly.
Sweegly could not get away from that one. Too much distance to make up. But you can see right now the amount of clams on both teams is low. Although that said, now Sendo does have his power clam at the back. He's going to be utilizing the Predator to make his way through. Does get taken out, and another power clam taken down. As Kaldemar pops a baller. And there's a double splat there as well from Kaldemar.
It's just Kaji left, guarding that power climb kind of alone. Matt has to jump out.
Yeah, gets in there very quickly. Yeah, grabs it all he needs and gets that final hit. And they're going to be throwing out some more clams if they can.
And Perigang not really managing to get many clams in when they get given the opportunity. Being stopped. Sendu, however, doing a good job there, using that Barella shield to get some more clams in for his team, pushing it down to 46. Still not the strongest push and still incredibly beatable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things that just one strong push coming out from Team Mako. Lemon leaving his teammate behind. They gets taken down. Can Lemon get a splat here? He's up against a lot of pressure, but gets taken down eventually.
Unfortunately there for him, he was kind of went into a full team there. Couldn't really do much about it. Kaji's all alone, using the bubbles to kind of defend the power clam at the moment. Lots and lots of team members of Amparigang kind of surrounding her.
Kaji just waiting for it back a little bit, trying to get that splat if they can. Oh, that was close. Almost had enough shots. Just 1 or 2 hits a little bit away. Sendo gets taken down once again. Kaji with that power clam. Nike's in the center. Gets that splat too. 3 down on the side of Amparigang. This is it. Sweegly pushing forward with that power clam. Can they get this break of the shield that they need? Sweegly as well. Also having a clam available, gets taken down.
There is the pity clam and a second clam there ready for the team.
Pushing it forward. You can see they're throwing one forward, grabbing another one. Lemon trying to get in, gets the throw in. It connects. And here is going to be the bubble blower. Can Kaji do anything with it?
Unfortunately not, getting those bubbles pushed away, having to back out there. Unfortunate there for Team Mako, and that ball's just going to despawn, unfortunately. And it's back again to the reset, to the neutral point here for Amparigang, managing to hold.
Yeah, looking very strong. We're now into the last minute here, so time is not on their side. You can see Kaldemar with another power clam to the side. Can he get in and extend that lead for his team?
It's looking pretty good for him. The bubble's coming out from his teammate. It's
and in comes the baller as well. Going to have that his teammate jump to his position if they can. Here comes the push. There's the power clam, but can he get to it now? Sendo on one side, Kaldemar on the other.
He's looking for the baller, but taken down by Lemon. That's 2 or 3 down from the side of Amparigang. Mako resetting at the moment, looking for a final push here in the last 9 seconds. They need a pity clam or a power clam or something, and they do have one. They've got the jump point.
Yeah, Lemon just waiting and holding, and you can see that, oh, the baller goes down. Overtime is activated. This is where they need to get it. Gets taken down. Where is the power clamp on the side of Lemon, of Mako? 3 down on both sides.
It's going to despawn. There's nothing they can do.
There it goes, and Perigang take that game. It was a strong lead, but it was so back and forth in that particular game. And Perigang have the lead, 27 points difference.
This doesn't scare me. I don't think Mako are going to struggle too much with that. Obviously, as I was saying before, Perigang are strong on Clan Blitz, and Mako are not. They've said it themselves, and I'm on official terms in saying that they don't feel that strong on Clan Blitz, especially on Mako Mart.
And they were doing very, very well. I mean, but you could just see how quickly Perigang were able to kind of like see an opportunity and counterattack so effectively. You know, they managed to get 1, 2, 3 pushes consistently all the time. And even if they weren't actually scoring, they were always being a pressure, and they were just forcing the best out of Team Mako every single time they did that. Their counterattacks were so swift. You know, but Mako, they held the line very, very well every single time. They were getting the splats every opportunity they needed. None of the plays that came out from Perigang's pushes were long, extended, devastating pushes.
Exactly, yeah, they were short and sweet, and I think that kind of comes down to the fact that Sendu was using the tent umbrella, the tent. It's a pop-up tent, it's huge. It's loads and loads and loads of health points, so you cannot break through it very easily, and Mako were doing it like it was butter. They were cutting through that shield and stopped like 3 or 4 of Sendu's power clan pushes, which could have been devastating for them. But they still managed to stop it, so they're showing some good team cohesion, some good strength, good defensive play. So hopefully coming into this next game, we're going to see exactly that. The stoic faces of the Nordic team, and the also stoic faces of the British team. Yeah,
it's we're game 2. Then we're going to be going to Splat Zones on Camp Triggerfish. We've seen this one a lot. The 2-2 play, where you have the 2 on the front and the 2 on the on the side lanes, if you will. And pushing, you know, to those separate zones. This is going to be a really interesting match. We're going to be jumping into game 2. Can Perigang, you know, put the final nail in the coffin and close out this series and put them 1-on-1 with Team Mako?
And Perigang running a double slosher comp with the X-Splosher and the sloshing machine, as well as the Rapid Blaster Pro. So we saw that from one of the teams earlier on in the day as well. Managed to get a pick on Kaji very quick, actually.
Taken down themselves as well as Sweegly and Ninja on the side. It is, 1 for 2 here, well, 1 for 3. As you can see at the early start of it, and Perigang get that lead. Sweegly having to push back a little bit here. The timer ticking down for them now, 85, 84, 80.
They're putting 3 of their resources onto that right side right now. As I say that now, Kaji coming over to put some more pressure onto their zone.
They stop the timer for a little bit, but they get it straight back immediately. Plontrode is on this high beam. Kaji using the Stingray to put the pressure on the far side. But we're almost halfway down now. They need, again, Splat Zones is just like that. It is a time bomb. You have to stop it. Have to stop it from pushing, and they can't get full control to get the bonus points back on the side of Perigang. They need to at this point. If they can just keep holding down, even if every single point matters in this game. There we go. Control is off. But can they get the complete turnaround? The half of the reversal completed. Can they get it? No. 1 for 1, and this is just Perigang left alive, and they have the control once again. Huge turnarounds.
Plontrode with a really smart play there, using the baller to mitigate the splashdown. It's looking still quite strong now for Perigang. They need to keep that control if they really want to be pushing in here.
Yep.
Mako just struggling to hold the zone at the moment.
Every single time they get something back, Perigang are there answering. Nike is just doing so much work, and Plontrode is staying alive. Gets that, the Fizzy Bomb goes out. And you can see it's counting down. This has to be it for Mako. Is it going to be over? It's just looking like it's going to be it. Can they stop it? If they get the turnaround, the reversal's so important right now. They get 1. Can they get the second? Not just yet. If they get the points back.
They're fighting for it. That's close.
There it is. Look at the pointers.
73 points deficit. Incredible play by Mako. They realized that they couldn't get all of the zones, but if they got them for a split second, they would put the penalty on, and they've extended the game for another at least 75 seconds, you know?
That is an important turnaround. Perigang are absolutely clinical and so devastatingly powerful right now in this game. They are playing incredibly, and Mako have all the work to do. Can they get this control back? Because we haven't seen them in their advantage state. They've been on the back foot the entire time. You can see how quickly the bonus points are being pushed down again.
It's looking like they're trying to push in here with that inkjet, but they haven't really managed to get any picks with it. And it's just fighting against nothing here. The control from Amparagang, 2 down for Amparagang. As I'm saying that, they managed to take their side of the zone. Mako looking to push. They're putting the push, and that's it. They finally got advantage. Whew.
This is where they need to stay. They can't afford to slow it down. They need to be fast, and they need to be devastating in the way that they're going to be pushing this. Nike and Kaldemar have been an incredible duo right now. The Booyah Bomb is there to face them
and the
back.
Booyah Bomb to push them back. Nike still looking for the enemy zone. Ninja manages to take him out. That's 1 down for Amparagang,
But
2 down for
1-2.
Amparagang.
It's 2-2 now. It's looking so back and forth, but you could just see the effects of that strength coming out of that first play from Amparagang. It was so brutal.
Kaji managing to get the enemy zone with the help of Lemon at the moment, and it's looking like Amparagang are not going to be able to get much done until the rest of their team come up to their zone. Because
they need, go ahead,
the timer is completely frozen. Lemon has to hold up against
What a
Sendo.
wonderful play
Amazing.
on the wall.
There's 2!
Double there.
Taking down Planter and Sendo in an incredible play. 2 down now for the side of Amparagang. Lemon keeping that zone. They need to get their own zone, though. They're the only ones left, and they just... The pressure is there, but they just don't have the zones.
They're on the opposite sides almost, battling for control on the other side. And again, it's going back in the favor of Team Mako for a little bit, but you can see that it's not building. They can't get past this penalty point. A minute left to go. This is where they need to start. They need to take control now. Get out of there, Kaji. There's a suction bomb there.
Playing dangerous.
Kaji now, so much pressure. You can see the bomb there being thrown into the center. They lose control of one side again. This is looking like it's so strong for Amparagang. They have the control once more, but they need to hold on to it. They can't.
Unfortunately, the ball have come from Kaldemar, pushing Kaji back. Kaji being the last one really alive on the side of Mako. And
Kaldemar has just been so solid this game. Absolutely brilliant. Using a similar strategy to Lemon, getting that roll out. But, you know, they have one side. They need to have both. And it's in control of the side. Oh, when they lose it again. If they're in control at the end, it's going to go over at the end of this 20 seconds. Sweegley has one side. You can see Nike looking on the far side there. They have no one on that other side.
Oh, an incredible stingray from Kaji could be a huge play here if they manage to take out more than one of the enemy. Only taking out one, however.
Two now as they have this. They have control of the thing. This is where they have to complete their stage control.
Overtime.
This is overtime now. As soon as they lose it, if they lose both sides, it is done. It is everything to play for.
Sweegley fighting against 2 here, using the splashdown to keep the zone just for a little bit longer. Has Kaji's support, but the range isn't enough to get Sendu. Sendu struggling a little bit in the ink there.
Lemon pushing back.
Does get taken down.
There's the Booyah Bomb on the far side.
The zone gets taken. Plantra coming in with the ball and manages to take it back. He's fighting on a zone here, trying to keep those zones. He gets taken down.
Amparagang, though, is doing such a good job here. And you can see Kaldemar running through the ball. They have one. Can they get the other and close the book on this game?
No!
They couldn't get full control, and Amparagang take the win in a very strong and close game.
Super unfortunate they're coming out from that final play. They've done so well to fight that back off of Amparagang and done a really strong push. I mean, that was an incredibly exciting match to watch, even if it was only 2 matches. Unfortunately, not going the full way like we wanted. But
no, but I mean, I think that's the thing. Like Splat Zones, it's Camp Triggerfish. It's so hard to get control there. The angles and the lines you can take. You know, if you don't manage to just get that control and that pressure, it's not going to go your way. And, you know, I mean, we were looking at that combination of Kaldemar and Nike together, and they were just so good at holding their side and pushing back.
I like what you said. Clinical. Clinical. Absolutely insane. The lockouts were there. I mean, it comes down to that composition. The Explosher, an incredibly strong weapon. It locks out an entire area, and you can keep your own zone basically by just firing up in the air over the wall. And by using such a technique, as well as using that Kensa sloshing machine to keep that constant splash damage out, the amount of minor damage that Mako were picking up by just engaging with Amparagang left them open to Kaldemar, and Kaldemar would just come through.
Yeah. And just finish it off every single time. But, you know, that's the thing. The scores don't tell the full story of these games. There were 2 very close games, back and forth. The score difference was there, but, you know, as soon as those initial scores were locked in, there was this massive battle. And, you know, that's just unfortunately the way it goes when it comes to a point-based system like that. So there we have it. And Amparagang take it 2-0 over Team Mako. So we have Witont versus Amparagang to kind of end this group. So we'll throw it over to Tech Girl to kind of like just have a little chat about. Let's cool down after that very intense game. Tech Girl, over to you.
We're going to cool it down. We're going to go way down. We're going to chill back down because we've got one more game. And then I'm going to put the pressure on you in a little bit, gents. But, I mean, it was an incredible game to watch. Obviously heartbreaking for Team Mako because their chances of getting into the semi-finals are now no longer in their hands. They have to rely on the Swiss team to potentially upset, and then it all comes down to score differences. We'll explain that in a bit if you're curious as to how that works. But really, their future is no longer theirs to decide. It's going to come down to the game we are about to watch. It is our final game in Group C, the stacked group, the group I know you wanted to watch. It's still on the line. We still don't know who our semi-finalists are going to be. Let me introduce these two teams now. Coming back in after an incredible win, I'll call them second. I'm going to call the team that we saw at the start of this group. This is, of course, the Swiss team. It is Wutante. I just like confusing them a little bit. I think it must be my accent, right? I threw them off a little bit, but it was fun to confuse them. Also, we got to get it back to being a little bit more lighthearted and fun because that last game was super serious. So let's introduce them now. We just saw them beat Team Mako. This is Impari Gang. Let's get into the seriousness now of this particular matchup. On this side over here, Impari Gang needs to win this. If they win this, they guarantee their spot in the semi-finals. On my left, the Swiss team has the chance to cause the biggest upsets. If they win this game, it all starts coming down to different score lines. Let's have a quick chat to our casters. Explain to me how this works if there is an upset in this game. So basically what I want to know is if Impari Gang doesn't win, how do we determine our semi-finalist?
Okay, so if it does come down to all three teams have won one game, it's going to come down to how many, in terms of how well they won their games. So, for example, if Impari Gang were to lose this one 2-1, they won one more game than Team Mako did, and they also beat out. So they'll be 2-1. So they have one more games in total, so they have a higher positive. So that would put them through because of that. If it's a 2-0 to the Wutante here, it would then go down to the individual scores in those games. See how well in terms of splats versus being splatted, the positive and negative numbers, and see who has the highest score.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing that hopefully. I kind of want to. I kind of want to see that. To be fair, I think that would be quite nice to watch, and
it would be interesting for sure. It's certainly. No, not confusing. It's certainly one of those ones. It's like when it comes to games, like if it's a 2-1, it's quite obvious. But when it gets a little bit muddier, and it's like we have to start looking into the performance of every single player and every single match, like how well they did in the how much they actually scored in the game as well, like how many points they got, and then have a look at those splats and falls, and it's just like, well, okay, and it's like, okay, so you may have lost pretty. Quite severely, let's say, but you put a load of work in. So it's an odd one.
We'll see. Who's Huiton with the kind of the power here?
Yeah, they've got the power to kind of do everything in this group. Impari Gang have done the majority of the work they need to do by beating their rivals for that semi-final place in Team Mako. But we've seen what Wutante can do because they did put a lot of pressure on Team Mako in those first games, and we're very, very close to turning the tables.
Yeah, most definitely, especially on that Camp Triggerfish map. It's still going through my head. I can't get over it. It was such an incredible match. I mean, the scores might not have reflected it, but that overtime push and the pressure that was being exerted from both sides when they had that zone control, it was incredible. It was most definitely the best match I've seen today, but we don't know yet. We could see we see.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You never know. I mean, again, it's like everyone's different as well, isn't it? It's like if someone beats you and then you beat someone else who beat the person who beat you, it's like that's the thing.
Who was the better one?
Yeah, who is the best in that scenario? You never know. You can't really tell. Unless you break down the scores. But, it's one of those things. It's quite tricky to figure that all out. How are you doing, Tech Girl? I mean, we're into our last game of Group C. It's quite exciting place to be at.
It's getting really exciting, and the pressure is starting to build because those semi-finalist spots are becoming less and less. These teams are getting ready. They know what needs to happen. The warm-up has just finished, which means we are going to be jumping into game really soon. I have to say, the one thing that I did take note of in that last game was that Team Echo was definitely starting to sweat a little bit, and Gang seemed to keep their cool even when it came down to the line. And I think that could make all the difference as we move into this match and potentially determine a semi-finalist for Group C. But I think I'm done here on the floor. It's time to get into the action. We're going to start moving into the game. Gents, let's go on over to you and start splatting.
Well, we'll take it from here. Thank you so much indeed, Tech Girl. So we at our final match here. As you said, the warm-up's over. They're going to be jumping in very, very shortly. You can see they're ready there. So it's going to be Rainmaker on Walleye Warehouse once again to start. So
we've said it before. We'll say it again. An incredibly volatile match. It could go either way.
Yeah.
It really can, because just one full team wipe is all it takes to get that lead.
And it's going to be interesting to see, how Witont are going to, be finding those flanks and finding those, lines that they can get to really like shake Gang's core here, because we've seen them be very, very well connected. The Gang, they're very kind of, we're going to have this line and we're going to work together and we're going to like support each other in these kind of places. But if they can just find those blind spots and punish and then kind of like get that sweep going, because whilst everyone is, you can see that the quality of these players, but they're not invincible. They are mortal still,
Yeah, they're mortal. They've done their homework. I'll tell you that. Gang have done their homework tenfold. The comps that they bring out were perfect for both the maps that we saw them play on. I'm interested to see if we're going to see that here as well. Yeah. They know what they're doing. I hope that Witont have a good comeback for all of this. They've seen them all play and they can bring it through as well.
Indeed. So we're going to be jumping into our first game then of the third match, where it's all to play for both of these teams. Witont in the yellow versus Gang. They're going to be making their way to that Rainmaker in the center.
Sendu, again, using the tent umbrella. An interesting pick, but it can work on a map like this, especially with the lanes that are visible. Managing to get the pop as well, Gang are pushing now into Witont.
Yeah, Bri goes down. Sendo using that shield to push forward, and then he turns around. He gets taken down by Redvec.
Three down though on the side of Witont, and it's looking like a push for Gang. They've got that Rainmaker, they've got that shield as well from Sendu, who's going to be able to, well, when he comes back, he's going to be able to provide support. Look at this, as you can see the play coming out, has the shield out, so Nike is now completely safe to move up all the way to the end here, and that's an easy push to 15. All the way to 11.
Wow,
all the way to 11.
Trying to push that there. That's just the thing. One of those setups that just works out very, very well for them. Hero trying to stay safe. The Sendo gets taken down, so they're going to try and take this Rainmaker back. They're going to pop that, and will they grab it or will they let that reset? I think definitely their best idea is to push up, grab as much stage control as they can, and let the Rainmaker reset.
Well, I think they realized that Gang were going for that sideways flank. They're going to have to manually reset it because they just weren't safe enough. They didn't feel like they could leave it there for it to manually reset. Nike now putting a bunch of pressure on here, trying to pick up a couple splats. Manages to take out Magi, I believe, with the help of Sendu or Plantro. Nike now pushing up. Redvec taking him out. Ball coming out from Plantro. Redvec having to run away. Doing a nice little slide there.
Yeah. But yeah, you can just see the pressure coming out, being exerted right now from Gang. They're just, turning the screws. As I say, it's a phrase I go to all the time, and I do apologize. But they're Nike pushing up so far by himself. Just able to do as much work as he can.
Gonna let it reset as well. Magi and Bri looking for a left-hand flank as well. Sendu in the middle with Nike. Kaldemar, they're all kind of neutralized right now. It's a neutral game. While Gang do have the control at the moment, there's nobody really down from Witont, and they don't really have any reason to be worried. They have got the Stingray just in case. Sendu pushing on that now with the Torpedo coming from behind. Kind of has to stop there, unfortunately.
It's always good that when he kind of comes to like the end of that umbrella being pushed, he'll just like burst out of it and just kind of like it's that slow push, and he'll just that sudden change of pace is going to be very, very big in terms of like mixing up and confusing the opponent as best he can.
Oh yeah, for sure, and he's really showing how good he can be with it. Look at that, but using it to push forward now. Nearly lines it up perfectly, actually, to get him onto the podium. Nike kind of in a bad position, however. Magi managing to take him out. Plantro being pressured by Redvec. Just manages to lose it to Redvec.
3 people down as well. They've got the ability here. They can just grab that space and push up. They're leaving it at the back for their teammate just to undo that that shield and move forward.
Best interest here is to regain that mid control, I think, and Redvec doesn't, because Redvec doesn't really have much places to move with that carbon roller and can't really do as much work as he normally wants to be doing until they have that ink control. So we'll see what happens there. As I'm saying this, Amparigang managing to take down both Redvec and Bri, I believe. No, both Redvec and Kiro. Bri being taken down just shortly after that. Kaldemar with the inkjet as well. It's an inkjet duel between Magi and Kaldemar.
Yeah.
Oh, misses coming out. Oh, unfortunately, nothing there really coming out. However, Magic gets killed.
Polantro was ready, though, with that slosher just to finish the job as soon as he landed.
Yeah, Polantro taking out Redvec as well, looking to put some more pressure onto the snipe area. Whew.
A minute and 10, or a minute and 15 to go now, and you can just see the control coming out from Amparigang. This is what they have been training for and practicing for. Sendo, he's just making such good use of that Splatbrella.
Having quite a nice duel here with the Kenta undercutter. Oh, taken out by Redvec. Not really keeping it very good awareness right there. Bri pushing back in with the armor. They're looking to take that mid area because they really haven't had much control past that point. Redvec with the autobomb launcher as well. I think they're kind of looking for that Rainmaker pop because it's going to mean a lot of in control on the ground. They do manage to get it. They pushed Amparigang back. Sendu coming in with a flank, it seems.
Getting one shot there as well. Gets taken down, though, but not before a trade for the teams. And you can see, again, it's a 3-for-1 on the side of Amparigang.
Oh, Magic coming out with a lovely double. Taken out by Polantro, unfortunately, but that was incredible. Kira looking to keep that control up for his team.
25 seconds, and remember that winning this one does mean that even if they do go on to lose this, they will have more won games, and they are just 17 seconds away from the semi-finals. And they're looking to confirm that again. Kiro getting wonderful shots here, though. 10 seconds remaining.
Contra with the baller managed to take out Bri, putting some pressure on. Has to jump back. Bit of a dangerous position for him. They've given enough room now. They're going to have to pick that up.
But as soon as they get splattered, it's over, and it is immediately Amparigang win that first game. And that means that even if they should lose, they have qualified themselves for the semi-finals. Well done to them, of course, but it's not over yet. We'll see if Witton can really push their way through.
Looking smug they are, the Nordic team, pretty happy with themselves, I would be too. Swiss team, not so much, but still not looking too shaken.
Yeah, I mean, like, they had a really, really good start. I mean, it was one of those things. They got the lead they needed at the very, very beginning, and that's all they needed to do. We've seen this a lot with players and teams where they kind of like they get a big lead and just go on the defensive and play that much slower paced game and just slowly grind out their opponents and, you know, put the pressure on them to, you know, make the big plays. And then it's hard when you have a calculated and a prepared defensive line.
Yeah, they've put that thought together. If they manage to get those starting pushes, then it's just, for them, it's just easy to hold. And when you're not trying to push, I guess you could say that there's a lot more mental space to be thinking about defensive positioning and where you're going to be going as a team. So for Amparigang, that seems quite good for them, quite strong.
So, yeah, with the Rainmaker game out of the way, they're going to be moving on to Clan Blitz, which we were saying earlier is one of Amparigang's like stronger modes. So they're in terms of what they're looking down the barrel of, they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Sendu himself, a very strong player, using that Tentabrella there in that game as well, which I wasn't quite expecting, but then when I realized what he was trying to do, incredible. Good thinking, and they obviously thought about that beforehand. He's going to bring that Tentabrella here. We know that. It's Clan Blitz. The chances of him bringing Tentabrella are 90 to 10. It's very high, and Polantro obviously going to be using that bucket as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be on, as we mentioned earlier, Piranha Pit as well. So, you know, being able to make those power plays, you know, it kind of not in the same way as the Bubble Blower, but, you know, that ability to continue moving forward whilst having pressure on the map is kind of what the Brella brings, not the Brella blings, because it's not a shiny Brella.
It's a pretty blingy weapon, though.
So yeah, it's a case of being able to kind of like keep that pressure up as they're pushing all the way forward. Looks like we're getting stuck into our next game. Clan Blitz, there it is on Piranha Pit.
We'll be seeing how this one goes ahead with Amparigang. Haven't seen it yet, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing the Tentabrella. Yes, we are. Pretty standard comp there coming out from Amparigang and also from Huitant. Carbon Roller, though, still from Redvec. Very strong with that weapon. Not directly meta, but it has been seen some play from Japanese players such as Norishio. Redvec managing to take out Polantro very early on into the match. Trade, though, Kiro gets taken down. He does put some pressure on Kaldemar, but he manages to get out.
Does trade it though, so that's a 2-for-1. But after that happening, there's a big old sweep coming out from Imperigang to take out Wutant.
That Tense Umbrella, he's managing to pick up. He's got himself a clam. As I'm saying, and then the bubbles as well. Such an incredibly good set for pushing. Just slowly feeding clams. They're staggering. They're realizing that they need to stagger those clams.
Wow, no, Sendo, sure, mate. Yeah, whatever, bro. Just turns round, one shot, one splat. And you can see them just trying to keep that thing open as Sendo's got some more clams. Let's just add some time to that, shall we?
He's used to those blaster-style plays where you have to get those one-shots. Magi manages to get a good kill onto Sendu. However, Redvec coming through here manages to take out one. Plontre taking him out in the end. That basket's still open, and they've got a couple more clams. Lots of pressure still from Imperigang. It's looking like a tail we've said before. Plontre just holding it down with the baller, being scary. Manages to splat Redvec.
Being scary, yeah, that's about right. You can see they have even more clams coming out, and they're just going to close this one out, it seems. They've got Kaldemar's got 3 more clams, 1, 2, and they can get 1 more in, and that's the game. Imperigang
managing to take it, staggering it there. Maybe a little bit of a egotistical move, leaving it a little bit longer.
Yeah, just like, I have 3 clams, and I only need 2 more to throw in, but I'll just wait a little bit. But, you know, there we go. The Nordic team, Finnish team, specifically from the Nordics, they have managed to really put their stamp on this tournament. It was a strong group, as we saw, but, you know, they managed to stamp out all of that competition very strongly. Well done to them. You know, it's why they were one of the favourites. It would have been nice to have seen it kind of be a little bit more competitive between like all 3 of those teams. I mean, maybe that game 3, if we could have seen it from Mako and Imperigang, but no, Imperigang weren't going to have that one. They came out swinging there saying like, well, we know that you're, you know, the other top seed, but we're not going to let you have that window of opportunity. Because if you have that window, you'll take it, and we're not going to let that happen.
Exactly, Imperigang with a very strong showing here in Group C. It's beating out the group of death, as some people have been calling it, the stacked group, the group that nobody wants to be in, and coming out on top. Just to push their way through to the semi-finals, which will be on tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. So that's 3 out of 4. Completed there. That is how it looks at the end of the day. Imperigang with 2 victories over Wutant and Mako, and Team Mako rather, having their victory over Wutant as well. So that is how Group C ends up. Well played from all teams there, but we'll have so far we've got Polarized, we've got Back Squids, and we have Imperigang locked in for our semi-finals.
Yeah, and we got a really strong group coming up as well, but we'll talk about that later. We've got more stuff to talk about here.
Indeed, yeah. Just waiting for that go-ahead for that interview. But this is how it's looking, the whole of the group stages. One more group, and that'll be, we're going to be seeing who's going to be joining Imperigang in their half of the semi-finals. With that said, though, we do have an interview ready with Imperigang, taken by Tech Girl. So, Tech Girl, I'll throw it over to you. Let's have a chat with our winners. Well,
our 3rd semi-finalists are here. It is Imperigang, and standing with me now, Sendu. Let's chat a little bit, because for a lot of the build-up to these championships, there was lots of talk of you and Team Mako being in the same group, it being stacked. And then you had a very convincing 2-0 win. Talk me through this victory that you had against Team Mako.
Yeah, so, well, I think it's natural in a tournament like this, there's going to be some more stacked groups. So this time it was our group. And I think for the Mako game, it mostly went how we expected. So Mako was strong, but I think in the key points, we just did the right plays. So I was happy with how we played it for sure.
You've had a lot of support from the Nordic region, but obviously there was a lot of UK support for Mako. A lot of UK fans coming over wanting to see them. Do you have a message for those Mako fans now who are maybe a little bit sad that their team's not in the semi-finals?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was like the first thing when I saw the groups was that, okay, one of us is not going to be in day 2. And yeah, that's just the nature of competition. This time only 4 teams could advance. I mean, Mako came strong. I mean, no one dopes their skill. Like, we were really kind of like anxious playing against them because we know they are really strong players. So this time it's like this, but, you know, there's probably going to be future events where you can look forward to seeing how Mako is going to play in those. So this is not the end of the line, so to speak. So it's going to be still some good events to look forward to.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on making it through to the semi-finals. We get to see you guys play tomorrow. There you have it, the humble conversation from Sendu. And I think that that's important, is even though you're saying goodbye to one of your favorite teams maybe today, you still can support the other teams tomorrow. No one is saying that they aren't phenomenal, and they'll come back even stronger. We're also going to come back stronger with our final group games today, right after this. You're watching the Splatoon 2 European Championships. We are coming to you live from our very own Inkopolis studio. 12 teams, the best European Splat Masters, were all here. They've been competing during the course of the day in our group stages. And by the end of today, we'll have our 4 semi-finalists. We have 3 already. Polarized has made it through. Our previous champions from Germany, Back Squids, they're in as well. And we just saw Impari Gang, the Nordic team, take out Team Mako from the UK to make their way through to the semi-finals. One more team can join them as we move into our final group. This is Group D. You can see them there on your screen. They need to battle it out. I am not alone here in making sure that you get all the Splatoon action. I'm joined by an incredible casting team. We've done a swap around again. Bowie is now joined by Wisdom, who used to play in Back Squids as well. So he was there last year. He can tell us a lot. Let's chat to them quickly, gents. How do you think this group is going to pan out?
I mean, I think there's one of those things is a lot of the groups have had, a little bit of competition, but then in Group D we've got this this kind of like front runner of this one for sure, and that's going to be Alliance Rogue from France.
Yeah, totally.
One of the best teams in Europe, and again.
Yeah, they're stacked with big names like Urza, Soren, Kiver, and who's the last guy?
Trying to remember.
Damn it. That's embarrassing, but
yeah,
anyway.
No, it's like you're allowed to forget.
Great, it's great.
So
it's my
sorry,
former teammate. Holy, okay.
It's okay.
Anyway.
I forgot Nike's name earlier, so apologies to Nike.
Yeah, that just happens. Yeah. But we can't also overlook the other 2 teams in this group, being 9 players hailing from Italy and also overtime from Belgium. Yeah. They have some promising players on their rosters as well, also quite young players, so they're kind of on the rise. And I mean, if you're at such a young age playing a tournament like this, that's just so much valuable experience, which you just can take further to, make a bigger name for yourself eventually as you grow older and play the game more.
Especially, I mean, like that experience is one of those. Is the greatest teacher, as they say. Is that you need to be in these scenarios, and you need to go up against some of the best players to take that back with you and come back stronger. And as you say, we do have that strength. We say that Alliance Rogue is a good contender for it. Obviously you're mentioning great names. Kyver and Soren specifically are players that I know. Even from the Splatoon 1 days. Seeing them play and evolve and mature as they have over the course of the years is exciting. But you can't just immediately write off other teams. There's still places to be played for. We've got these, the 9th place finishers, we've got the 5th place finishers, and who's going to be taking that as well? As you say, I remember when I was kind of like going through the qualifications and seeing all of the players, kind of like all the teams lock in, and it's like, well, you have the Belgium team locking in, and you have the Italian team locking in, and you're watching back those games and seeing how intensely fought after or fought those matches were, even in those individual regions. Yeah, it's kind of like exciting to see them step up to that next stage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so to Tech Girl, we have 3 very, very, very strong teams, but how's it going on your end?
Very stacked lineups, and you can't even remember their names. What's going on there? But it's okay. I understand it's the nerves, it's the stress, because there's only 1 semi-finalist spot left. We can all feel it now. The excitement in the studio is building because we know very soon we'll know our 4 teams making it through to tomorrow. But first, they have to play these Group D games. And the first game that we have, the team that the casters mentioned there, the ones with the stacked lineup, Alliance Rogue, they are going to be taking on Overtime from Belgium. So let's introduce our first team. This is Alliance Rogue. And now to introduce the second team in Group D, and the team that will be taking on Alliance Rogue. This is Overtime.
Propeller hat in hand. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, they're stepping up the entrances.
I always get really excited when I see teams also having fun, because as much as this is a competition, at the end of the day, we're playing Splatoon 2 because it is so much fun. So I'm excited to see these competitors also taking that to heart, having a little bit of fun as they come here onto the studio floor. Let's get into the nitty-gritty, though. What do these teams need to do in the next 3 maps to make sure that they win the game?
we should have a look at those maps as well. And of course, we're starting off with splat zones on the reef. And again, as we've kind of seen a lot of thus far throughout the tournament, it's about having. I mean, zone control is the most important thing in this game, pretty much. Pretty much in any mode, zone control and map control is so integral to being able to push the advantage. And every single map will have its unique locations that are kind of like, this is the place that you need to hold, or this is the place that if you're contesting for, you'll be able to kind of like just kind of like snowball from there. We've used the word snowball a lot, and I'm sorry. But
it's true though, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it with Dragonuto earlier, how that bridge over the top of the reef allows you to spill over to the 2 splat zones below, and you can use that as kind of like a keystone, or if you will, of your approach.
Also, you have full overview over the whole map, so that even adds more to that. And yeah, we see the Potato Cat here.
Potato Cat.
It came in with Alien Rook here, so Potato Cat against Propeller Head, probably, according to the entrances. But yeah, talking about the reef, I mean, Baller has been so prominent on especially that map as well. So I would be surprised if we don't see at least 3 ballers in this match here. But
three,
I
think like on one team, just going.
Nah, not in one team,
going
but
ham.
I didn't want to say 2 on each team, because sometimes teams just are on 1, but 3 at least.
I mean, that's fair. That's a good shout. As you say, I mean, like the thing about the baller is it is a strong special.
Yeah.
They have the ability to cover space whilst you're even moving. It then pressurizes people to kind of like when you it's like, oh, okay, this person has the ability to explode this and take control. You need to deal with it. You can't just ignore it.
Yeah.
And it just takes so much focus and so much pressure, and you can be used, either as a setup for a power play, as we've seen, like using the ball or having people jump to you as you explode it, so it's safe upon landing, and then you have more numbers immediately to then disperse.
Yeah, it can just do so much. It can. The strongest part about it is just to safely pressure back people, but you can also use it, of course, to just splat people. You can use it to save yourself. You can use it to paint and cap the zones. So there's just so much you can do with that special. And yeah.
I think as well, like one thing you don't see, I like to see, but maybe not as much, as we haven't seen too much of Rainmaker today, is that I've seen a lot of people kind of like use the baller and like push forward with it and just have the Rainmaker just
it protects them as well.
Just keeping them going. And it's like the amount of times I've seen people just kind of like completely blindside a team by having that that ferocity coming out in terms of like a set play is really exciting. So it's so versatile, but annoying to go up.
It's kind of, people are calling this meta the baller meta.
Yeah.
Not for nothing, I would say.
But on the other side, we do have overtime from Belgium, and it's going to be exciting to see what they're going to bring to the table. Looking at them now, they're just getting ready and setting themselves up.
If they want to crack Alliance Rook, we should really look at their frontline players, being Mr. Good and Robbie. Mr. Good playing that slusher, prominent weapon in this meta, and Robbie just flexing between offensive weapon like the Kanza Dualies, T-Tech and stuff like that. So it's really up to them to correct that defense Alliance Rook will put up here.
Yeah. Players just kind of getting ready there and just sorting out. I believe they're still in hand warmers. So Tech Girl, final group of the day, and we've got one of our favourites jumping in and against Belgium, seeing how they're going to be doing. So, what do you think about our teams? How do you feel about the game, the tournament so far? I guess
I'd be interested to know from a player that's been here before, and we lucky enough have one of those to chat to. The question is, you've already watched the other 3 groups. You know who the 3 semi-finalists are, and I'd presume as a competitive player, you are already thinking into the future. So you know that if you win this group, who you'll be facing off against tomorrow. Do you think that plays into your nerves before you've even started competing? You're already thinking about who you could potentially be facing off against tomorrow. Is that going to maybe affect our last 3 teams in Group D?
I mean, they were watching the same matches as we did, and they saw how Empire Gang just convincingly 2-0 UK, a really strong team. And if Alliance Rook or any other team which will advance from this group, they know what they will face after that. And of course, that's kind of, you got to think ahead. I mean, the end goal should always be to win the whole thing, to get into the finals. So already having a look on your future opponents, that's something you need to keep in mind.
And they need to use this day to kind of like really get themselves ready, prepare themselves. warm themselves up as much as they can to what they're going to be going up against. It's going to be a storm. So spending a little bit of time at this kind of point to just, I guess, prepare for everything that's going to be coming forward. Get themselves maybe try newer things if they have the opportunity in the moment to, and see how that goes, and then spend like tonight, whoever does get through, practicing a lot as well.
I mean, in preparation, the teams are already like trying to invent new strategies which they can surprise their opponents with. But if you already, like, we saw 2 matches of each team already, especially of those advancing. So if you can just take a look back at those 2 matches with what they already tried, you can maybe get a good sense of what you will face then in the semifinals tomorrow. Yeah. So they should really look back at that and just analyze everything out of those 2 matches. I know it's only 2 matches, not that much, but you can get something out of this.
Yeah, I mean, there's always information to pick out of of review, self-review and review of others, and seeing how that goes. Game is ready though, so we're going to be jumping into Splat Zones on the Reef for our first match of our final group of the first day of the European Championships here in Paris. You can see all of our players there just preparing themselves, getting ready. Our host is ready. Good lad, like it. Robbie and Mr. Good there just preparing themselves. And as did he say on the other side, Gray, Kyver, Sorin and Urza on the side of Alliance Rogue. So a lot of players that a lot of names that we'd recognize, a lot of names to look up to.
Yeah, I mean, just by the roster, they're clear favorites to win the whole thing anyway. The only downside to their roster is basically they don't really have a real backliner. So one of them needs to flex into a role he doesn't play that often. And if you're comparing someone who just flex on backline to someone who just dedicates his whole career basically on backline, like for example Echo on back squids, that can make a difference. But I mean, at a really high level, you gotta get those structures, team comps, and if you just don't have a backline on your roster, someone needs to flex in. That can be a weakness for Alliance Rogue, but I mean, they trained a lot for this tournament and they knew what they would be up against.
Yeah, I mean, and Flex is a very Flex is a very interesting position as well, because whilst it doesn't do anything specifically better than a dedicated main weapon, it does still have options to kind of like deal with multiple situations, so it's less restricted. But we're jumping into our first game now. This is Group D. Got Alliance Rogue in the yellow versus Overtime.
Yeah, we see Sorin on the jet splash, so he's gonna be the one flexing to backline, at least for this map. He's usually playing Kenza Duli's Slusher, so kind of more frontline orientated weapon, so let's see how he does with the backline here.
You can just see the fast pace coming out there. Yeah, he's going forward with that with that Tenta brush, but
already using the Booyah Bomb on the side of Overtime. They already have a ball already with the Explosion. Explosion being prominent in the current meta as well.
Yeah, you just see so much control, throwing out that Stingray as well.
But I mean, they didn't get any picks as of yet, and Overtime has 4 specials coming. So Robbie trying to get the bridge control, just opts for the zone right here. They're trading splats right now. There's a quick split on Robbie, but that just furthers their control, I would say.
Yeah, really, really quick adaptation and reaction to what was happening there. Saw what the opponent was trying out and stopped them immediately. You can see that the time is still ticking down. There is no control really coming out from Overtime right now.
Only 18 points on the map here, and they already won down as well. They kind of stop the zone here as well, but they need the splats coming in to actually secure the zone, or at least get the cap up.
3 players down. It's going to be counting down. That's going to be first game going over to get Alliance Rogue in seconds.
That was quick and convincing.
They're in their home turf. That was a clean victory over Belgium.
Yeah, I gotta keep in mind, you mentioned the home turf for Team Alliance Rogue here, the French team here in Paris, so...
Yeah. They're going to be utilizing the aura and the energy and the electricity from the audience who are going to be backing them for sure to push themselves forward.
Especially tomorrow when we are playing in front of a bigger crowd than today.
Absolutely. So game 1, Splat Zones. The Reef is on the side of Alliance Rogue. Nice and quick. So tower control on the Manta Maria yet again.
Yet again, yeah.
So Alliance Rogue, would you say they're, that this kind of stage and mode composition is something that they're proficient in, something that they maybe need to spend a bit more time on? Could be, or we could always improve everywhere, but...
I mean, it's tower control, so you want to have a good Stingray. And they're probably gonna flex on one Stingray weapon. I don't know who yet, probably Sorin again, since he already flexed to backline. But yeah, this map is all about securing those checkpoints. Especially that second checkpoint is so easy to just defend, just so hard to crack through. I mean, you really need to push up further than the checkpoint to push through it, because otherwise, around it, everyone can just swim up and just get onto the tower for free.
Yeah.
And engage it, because there's a big wall which the pushing team can't climb up. So you as the defending team can get close to the tower really without committing much, since they can't really see you.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we're seeing ourselves preparing for our second match. Everyone's readied up. And looks like we're jumping into game 2 of our first match of Group D. Alliance Rogue 1 game away from the first part of their conquest here.
I think it's going to be closer to the first one. I mean, the Reef is one of the Splat Zone maps where KOs tend to happen a lot.
Yeah.
But this is one of the maps where KOs don't tend to happen that much. So, yeah, let's see how they hold against it.
Getting into the center, making their way down there as quickly as they can.
We're seeing a brush on side of overtime.
Yeah, it
has an easy time maneuvering around that top area on the grids. But we see Erza here, spotting a flank. Oh, I think he rolled off the map there. Yeah. But I mean, he needs to react to Erza, otherwise he would have just got splattered anyway.
Yeah, Crypt with the Octo Brush there, seeing that in the first game. Didn't have the time to really do much with it, but there you can see pushing forward, getting a couple of splat, well, one splat there on Alliance Rogue. They do get that first strike.
Yeah, look at the top. Soren jumped out with the Stingray ready. He's waiting in spawn currently. They're gonna let them get the first checkpoint, but now the Stingray's coming in. That's like the go signal for your team to make something happen. I mean, everyone's kind of distracted, just avoiding the Stingray anyway, but they keep on pushing you over time. That looks already promising. Now we're getting to the checkpoint, which is really hard to get. And
so much pressure coming out from Crypt. Yeah,
he needs to back up. Yeah, that's a full wipe.
Yeah, putting in a lot of work, but you know, you could just see how much Alliance Rogue tightened up their defenses and just went on the offensive so quickly. That counter push was huge. And the controllers on their side.
Yeah, on side of overtime, they don't have a Stingray. So this is kind of, hinders their defensive capabilities a bit. But Kiva already in spawn here, getting, taken out by Grip. She's pushing up here to the tower, spots Erza as well, but unfortunately goes down. They're trying to, contest the tower with the explosion, but they got through the checkpoint, so that's already a really good lead.
Yeah, for sure. And not just in terms of points, but in terms of position.
That's a good first pick here.
Yep, although gets taken down by Soren, who takes to the skies with that Inkjet. Will try and get another one if they can, and lands straight back on the platform. And they're really pushing.
They really need to stabilize here, otherwise this will be over really quickly, like the first match. And I think they just did. At least they secured their current area here. Gray's still on tower, like, if you talk about Kenza cover. It's so strong at pushing the towers, and I mean, it has the shield. You really need to burst through the shield first, and it can just distract you with the torpedo as well, easily. So you gotta watch out for that as well. But at least they stabilize for now, and now it's up for them to regain mid. They have 4 specials actually on side of overtime, so... I think, Crypt goes down to a splat bomb thrown by Kiva. Yeah, that's not what you want, but... I mean, Mr. Good's trying to create some space for his team there, pushing up on the snipe, pushing back any opponents on it, but yeah, it's up to grab mid now.
Okay, so once again we have overtime. Looks like they're just going to start pushing again if they can to push it back a little bit, but Alliance Rogue.
Well, they spotted him out that, good super jump back, realizing he could never get the split there.
In there on the top, putting out so much pressure.
We inkjet, but Erza comes on top of that. Like, really find another pick. Yeah, even before the baller comes in to save Roby here.
Yeah.
But it's looking rough for overtime.
Yeah, they got a minute and a half left on the map, and you can just see how much pressure there is being put out from Alliance Rogue. A nice and encouraging start coming out from overtime, but seems like they're just losing that control.
They tried to push out with the baller, but team couldn't really follow up on it. And already 2 down again, so...
Yeah, and at this point, it's looking like maybe Alliance Rogue can get this finish if they can. They got the shield coming out from... Wow, and then the shot coming out too. Great work from Gray to take that 1v1.
And they don't have any checkpoints anymore to clear, so this is really close to being over here.
Yeah, Soren space is back, and you've got the shield coming out. That's going to be a KO if they can. Oh, hello!
They really
points
need to
left.
stay on the tower. Yeah, they get killed as well. That's 2v2 down there. It's only
going to
Rogi.
be it, and they're going to push to the end, and that'll be the finale. But there we go. Alliance Rogue showing their quality once again.
Yeah, they're showing why they're a top contender to win this tournament.
Yeah, that was just so well done. You know, just being able to get these, just finding these splats, and just being able to coordinate so well, and you know, individually their abilities so strong. So a 2-0 then for Alliance Rogue. They will open up this first group with a very strong victory for them. Not bad. Not bad at all. So,
yeah, I really want to see at least one game 3 today.
Yeah,
we haven't had one yet.
Not yet, no. I mean, like, the way this goes, though, I mean, we do have a lot of high-level play, so, you know, it's
with
one of those
Alliance
things.
Rogue in this group, they might also 2-0 the Italian squad. I mean, everything can happen still, especially, like, sometimes it's just you need 1 or 2 good individual plays. Like, if someone gets a triple or so, that can win you the entire game. Yeah. Especially on game modes like Rainmaker, where it's like one team wipe and you can get a lead for almost a goal.
It's kind of nuts how it can kind of change that, you know, in that way. It's very like just fast-paced, I guess. It's when it can just fall away from you so far. I mean, unless you're doing something like Splat Zones when you're restricted by the speed of the countdown. But even then, that can go from like 70 to 20 in seconds. And you're like, oh, we're getting wrecked. Okay, sure. Fix up. Let's sort this out. But, you know, Alliance Rogue take it 2-0. So to continue with our show, I'll pass it back to Tech Girl to introduce the next 2 teams.
Our first victory here for Group D, Alliance Rogue. The casters, of course, at the start of this group mentioned that they were the favorites and that we needed to keep an eye on them. They've taken their first victory, and now we move into our second game. Alliance Rogue is going to be playing again, and if they win this, they guarantee themselves a spot in the semi-finals tomorrow. Just a quick recap. You've been watching the group stages of our Splatoon 2 European Championships today. We've had 12 teams, the best in Europe, all here competing. We split them into 4 groups, 3 teams in each. They did a best-of-3 format with the winner of each group moving forward into the semi-finals tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have our 2 semi-finals games, and then we'll have our 2 finalists for the European Championships. They are competing for the title, of course, but also the trophy, the winner's jerseys, and those very rad Nintendo Gold controllers. Let's move into our second game here in Group D. You saw Alliance Rogue from France. They're going to be facing off against Nin players from Italy. Let's introduce our last game winners. This is Alliance Rogue. If you're a little bit confused, we do have one player who just actually asked if he could run out and get some water, because obviously they come straight off here. The pressure's on. Here he comes. He needed to get some water. I tried to make up as much time as I could. I told everyone about the prizes and all the things. You needed to drink a little bit faster next time. Okay. I got you. You got me. Okay, we're sorted. Let's introduce our second team. This is Nin players from Italy. As our teams warm up, let's chat to our casters a little bit. Of course, the pressure is now on Alliance Rogue because they ultimately know if they win this game, they're our final semi-finalist in the competition.
Indeed, indeed. They've just one game away from that top 4 finish, and it's one of those things. You know, they've won one, and they've got to finish it now. It's one of those. I've heard, you know, here and there that the Italian team, the Nin players. It's a very, very strong team. I remember hearing titterings here and there where they're just like,
looking at someone like Benny, for example. He's only 14, but he really made a name for himself as one of the best offensive players we have in the game as of right now. And being an offensive player, playing weapons like dual leads, blasters, those are the people who can do individual impact by just getting a triple or so and win games for the team respectively. So really gotta watch out for that. But also just looking at their whole lineup and the whole comp, they also have someone like Hero, who's a dedicated Splatling main. So we have the backline here, way more structure, way more security for their game as well. So yeah, they're looking also good here.
Yeah.
they can potentially. I mean, it's only a best of 3. Like if you win one game, you suddenly you have your back against the walls and just about to lose the set anyway. So if there's just one big play and then players just win one game, then it's suddenly completely doable for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at it as well. We're going to be starting on Clan Blitz, so we do have that like slightly slower start again to it, and then we're going to be jumping over to Splat Zones again on Camp Triggerfish. And we've seen this be quite an exciting match over the course of the day, that particular setup. So if Nin players, for example, were to win that first game, and then you've got going into Camp Triggerfish for our game 2. That's going to be extremely exciting to see just how, if Nin players do get that first game, what they're going to do and how they're going to really like shut out that map. Because going to game 3, you'd be on tower control in Moray Towers.
Yeah, we haven't seen that one yet.
I guess it's quite infamous, isn't it? Really, Moray Towers as a
Moray
stage,
Towers.
but tower control specifically.
A lot of people hate it. Some love it, but
it's like the Marmite, I guess, of Splatoon maps, I guess.
I mean, that's one of the maps where when you crack the first checkpoints, it's really, you can really KO quickly on it. It's getting harder to defend, since once you kind of lose control once, there's a lot of way to catch up to the tower again. Like this, if the opponents just push up really, really far, they can lock you out way in front of the tower, like way far away.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things, isn't it? It's like because of the verticality of the stage. It's not, you're not going so far out. It's about how you can get up. So there's less actual horizontal space to cover.
Yeah, totally.
To be able to like shut it down. So
you always gotta be careful. Someone dropping from above onto you.
Yeah,
that's the whole premise of the level.
Indeed. Alliance Rogue just setting themselves up there as well, preparing themselves. Maybe doing a little bit of a warm up once again, letting the other side and the Nin players just prepare themselves, because they haven't played yet, of course, and Alliance Rogue have, and they aren't being greedy. They're letting the other team have a little bit of time to go, which is good.
Yeah, good sportsmanship.
It's always nice, and we'll be setting up very, very shortly to get this first game going. I should note, as an aside, the jerseys are nice.
Yeah,
the jerseys are nice.
I mean, that's not a color you would expect for France.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect it. I mean, it's quite
blue.
Weird.
Yeah, a lot of countries go just with blue. Like,
yeah, I mean,
Italy is known for that as well.
It's easy, isn't it? Easy. Red, white, and blue. Those 3 colors are kind of simple for a lot of things. This is why we like the Dutch for going like the full bright orange. Shouts to that. No, good jerseys, good fun.
Totally. I like how they just wanted each team to have an individual jersey with an individual color no other team has already.
Yeah, it's always it's nice to see like similar design that can like reversed or kind of like, because like a lot. I mean, we have a lot of flags in Europe, and I like a good flag. I was very, very recently discovering the intricacies of the Norwegian flag, which is just the same as the Danish flag, but has like a little blue strip in it as well, which is kind of nice. But then I was told there's also like the Scandinavian flag specifically also adds in the yellow from Sweden. I'm just like, this is a good looking flag.
Totally,
I like that flag a lot. So it's kind of, it's nice to kind of like utilize the elements of our. The word utilize has become up a lot. You get comfort phrases, snowball, utilize, turn in the screws. They're my go-tos sometimes.
These ominous snowballs.
Oh man, it's.
I mean, that's how every KO starts. At least a quick KOs. You win the first team fight without committing any specials to it. Then you suddenly have them ready to lock them out once more. And I mean, the enemy team will just get their own specials on their own. And if you have counter specials, it's kind of even again.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing.
And that's also something how like those swing phases start.
Yeah.
If just one team gets the specials first, use them to win the fight.
Yeah.
But then have no specials to defend again, and then suddenly the enemy team comes in with their specials they haven't used yet, and then that zone or whatever map it is or mode it is, it just swings back and forth. And until someone breaks also out of the chain, if they get like a good individual play without any specials to just take on the enemy.
It's kind of that question to ask sometimes, isn't it? That like, when you have the ability to power play, how many resources are you going to commit to something? Or like when you're in that neutral and you can't break out of it, how many resources are you going to be throwing out?
Totally, yeah.
Because they are limited. They come back fairly quickly, but they are limited. So it's like
you know.
You can't just throw in everything expecting the best outcome for you. You really gotta think ahead for the next team fight as well, since you won't get those specials set off.
Yeah. I mean, looking down at it as well, it looks like we're going to be jumping into game very, very shortly. We are, all the players are in the game. So game one will be Clan Blitz on Marco Mart to start off. So yeah, we've seen a little bit of fun with this. We were talking about how small a space it is and how quickly you can like close down on the basket and then just with the oysters.
Yeah, totally. I mean, if our Alliance Rook gets the quick KO on this one, this is kind of demoralizing for the Italian squad. So even if they lose that match, just holding against the immense pressure Alliance Rook will put onto them, that will also be something they can capitalize on in the next match, because you don't need to win the first match to win the whole thing. There's 3 matches, you only need to win 2.
Indeed. So we're going to be jumping into our first game now. Teams are underway. It is Clan Blitz, as I said, on Marco Mart. The French team, Alliance Rogue, versus Nin players from Italy.
Yeah, Clan Blitz being the worst mode for backliners, actually. And we see that in Alliance Rook's team comp. They don't even run a backliner here. You don't necessarily need it, so they just go with what they are used to. And already 2 down on side of Lin players. 1 player's jumping out. That should be already the first, first clamps in the basket. And now,
yeah, great first start from them. You can see already like pushing
nice
down.
Double by Hero here.
Yeah, very nice there. Indeed, it gets a little bit of
You
pressure.
gotta watch out though.
A triple though on the side of Alliance Rogue. So an ability to fight back now coming out from the Nin players.
Yeah, Hero's actually not on his signature Spatling and displaying Spatling in here, so they still have a backliner, which will come in handy in other modes. Now it's kind of neutral. They need to build some specials to get some picks here, to get an opening. They spot out Kiver, but he wisely retreats. Yeah, there's the specials coming in.
Yeah, you
At
can
least
see,
bubbles.
unleashing the bubbles for sure.
I think-
End is, however, sticking back with that Splatling in the back row.
Didn't get any picks out of the specials, so you really need to get picks or map control. They kind of didn't get both, so yeah, another
Sorin.
opportunity to push here.
Sorin waiting really, really far back as well, being a menace in the back line for the Nin players. Nin players takes Lion takes down Kaiva, End takes down Sorin, and it is a 2-for-0 right now.
Yeah, kind of lucky for them that Alliance Group didn't find any clamps to just extend that push, because they really pushed them way back into the spawn, so they couldn't really reach the basket. But yeah, no clamps, so that push is over. It's time for them now to make a move.
Just dropping that splash ball there to keep safe as they jump back behind it. Very important to keep themselves going. Kaiva and you can see in Sorin both working together with Urza coming around the side, pushing Lion all the way back to the absolute start. And he has to drop that clam rather. And the Booyah Bomb coming out and it takes down End.
Yeah, that could be scary. I think there's someone bottom right with clamps coming in. Yes, Urza also has 4 on his own. Is this already... no!
One
they
more
need
to
one
go.
more clamp, but they still have no control around the basket.
And there it
it's
is.
just
Managed to
another
get-
KO on this map, and
It keeps happening, it keeps happening.
it keeps happening.
For Clan Blitz, it's very, very small and it's very simple to get to the basket. It's not something, as we were mentioning earlier, it's not like Kelp Dome where you've got this choke point that's so hard to break through.
But I mean, looking at that map, at that match, Nim players, they lost 4 consecutive team fights, but it was basically neutral. But Alliance Rook just got more picks than them.
Yeah.
They mostly found 2 early picks early on the whole time, and even if they invested specials into the neutral game, they didn't get any picks out of that. So maybe that really shows how great individually each player on side of Alliance Rook is, if they just can win each neutral just like that, just getting 1 or 2 picks and then just pushing back the remaining 2 of the
Absolutely, yeah.
enemy.
So, 1 game in hand. We're looking at Splat Zones on Camp Triggerfish yet again, which is pretty... Yeah, we've seen some very, very tough stuff. Like, regardless of the fact that you're going into 2 and 2, and you're going up against a 2 and 2 generally, not always the case, but generally, you know, despite the fact that you have two smaller teams, the lines that you're trying to defend and the ways that you can defend them are actually still very, very strong. And you can also cross support. What a great shot!
Totally.
The seriousness in the face. Allez, he's thinking. Allez.
That's kind of the mascot And I mean, looking back at Backsquid's run today, they also did 3 pretty fast KOs. But then on the 4th map, also this one, Splat Zone's Triggerfish, they didn't struggle, but they got close to getting beaten. So maybe it's gonna be the same here, since this one is one of the harder ones to KO. I think we haven't seen a KO here yet on this one yet. It always went to overtime.
And it's true. So game 2 now. Alliance Rogue 1 game away from that semi-final finish.
And looking at the team comps, both sides opt for the Exploiter. This weapon is just so amazingly good at holding their own zone. It can contest from a safe distance. It doesn't even have to show itself to contest the zone and to cap it. So it's really hard to push it as well, since it also has baller. Like when you push it, it probably has ball already, since it can just hold you back from such a distance. It's really a nightmare to play against, but they got through here.
They got enough splats, and they managed to push through. As you can see, Kyber and Urza on the far side looking after each other. Sorin doing a good job with it with Grey on this
Benny
side.
here.
Going over the top. Trying to maybe grab a splat or two if he can, but Grey takes him down.
Mid-air, yeah.
That's pretty good stuff there from Grey. Ooh, wow. The AoE on the Rapid Blaster, well, the Blaster as a whole, but on the Rapid Blaster is kind of crazy. 2 good shots, and it's and that's a splat in your favor.
Yeah, now they got full control on the far left side. Also, yeah. I mean, yeah, Vin players, they're still kind of contesting their own zone, but they really need to get quickly back on the right side as well, because otherwise, yeah, they will never get the cap. You can cap one zone, but you won't get a penalty on, you know? And that's what they are looking for right now. Otherwise, they will just get such a lead, which is impossible to come back to.
Yeah, you can see they're just still slowly pulling away, as finally there's a little bit of interest on the side of Nin players, as they're looking to just confirm and get that second splat if they can,
penalty.
but Alliance Rogue is holding fast.
They probably should have gone for the zone instead of the last remaining player on the right side. That kind of cost, like, they had the picks to get the penalty, now they do, so this gives more security, since there's still 3 minutes to make things happen.
They have some points on the board, but an immediate turnaround. Wow, that was quick. Didn't even see that one coming, but there you go. Power.
I have an Inkjet ready. Also, yeah, Stingray's pop. Stingray 1v1.
Ooh, wow.
He got Benny, but not the opposing Stingray.
Yeah. Having to just move, keep himself moving as best they can, but Alliance Rogue lose too, as Nin players are looking to push back, but the control goes over to the side of Alliance Rogue for a little bit. It's 2v2, 3 and 4 now, respawning for Alliance Rogue.
Oh, nice shot by End there.
Benny trying to stay alive, never mind.
I mean, that explosion, I mean, it's just chilling on the wall there, and there's no way you can approach him, but he's still gonna get you. That's so scary about this weapon. Oh, he used the ball. I think he saw a jump, yeah.
So you got his opponent in the corner there, getting pressurized from the far
just
side.
waiting for
Sorin
his
survived
teammates.
this, doesn't. Stays alive a long time.
But
Benny.
Yeah, he's distracted Benny long enough for his teammate to come back and just get the revenge kill. And, yeah. 2 down.
Okay, there's
Only 1 now.
a bit more control. Okay.
I mean,
We're getting a very quick kill on Hero there, just seeing it, and, you know, so accurate, so quick.
I mean, we're just seeing the zone getting traded back and forth, and that's exactly what Aliens Rook wants, because this map is really easy to just stall one zone, and with a lead like that, you can already win with only 39 points on the clock if you just contest your zone long enough. Of course, you want to always go for the KO, but I mean, just looking at the timer, we're close to a minute now, and there hasn't really been happening much. So Aliens Rook are just playing the neutral fine here.
Yeah, they're looking down the last 30 points of their... God, sure, why not? They're looking like they're going to be trying to take this game right now. 17 points with a minute to go. They are on the verge of a semi-final placing, and they will be joining...
Explosion in a good spot, though. He can contest the zone. He also has the baller to potentially push back Kiver and Urza on the bottom right, which he does right now.
Yeah, but you see...
Can they get Kiver? No, they don't even get him.
Wow,
yeah, that should
that's
be
so
GG.
far, and there it is, Alliance Rogue, proving that they are the best in that group. two very strong games once again. And a KO on Camp Triggerfish. You asked for one, you got one, right? But there we go. Very, very strong stuff from Alliance Rogue. Well played by them. They will be in that top 4. And our top 4 is now set. But we're not done yet in the group stage. We've got one more game to play to make our way, to kind of put the finishing touches on today's group stage. It's been a long, I say long, it's been a marathon. No, it's been a long day. We're coming up to the end of it though. We are almost there. We've got one final game to play just to kind of lock in our final space.
And we said it a lot already. We're hoping for game 3 at some point, and now it's the time.
Come on,
totally.
So Alliance Rogue, they have confirmed their placing, 2-0 for them, and they'll make their way through to the grand finals. It's time for our final game to see who's going to be taking home a 5th place and who will be taking home a 9th place finish as well. Despite all, there are some teams who haven't been able to win a game today. They managed to qualify at this point, and that's already a huge testament to their quality in their region as well. So to kind of get that final game going, I'll throw it back to Tech Girl, who will introduce our final 2 teams for the day.
As you mentioned, we have our 4 semi-finalists. You can see I'm getting a bit excited about the last game. We have our 4 semi-finalists. We know who the teams are, and we'll chat a little bit about that. But in the spirit of making sure that every team here still gets to play, of course, our 12 European teams, we still have one more match. This one's just for pride. This is an opportunity to represent your country, to play the best possible Splatoon you possibly can. Our final game in Group D, it is overtime, taking on NIN players. So let's get the show on the road. Introducing your first team, it is overtime from Belgium.
There it is again.
Backwards now.
They might have lost that semi-finalist spot, that they haven't lost their sense of humor. I like it a lot. They are here, they are ready, but they do have to face off against NIN players from Italy. While the spots in the semi-finals might not be up for grabs, could these 2 teams finally get us to a 3rd map in these group stages? What do you think, James?
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, same, to be honest.
Okay, so looking at our map, I want to see it for sure. I mean, it's always nice to see these matches go the distance. Rainmaker, Wallow Warehouse, Clan Blitz, Piranha Pit. See how it's been going. If we get that game 3, we get Splat Zones on Arowana Mall.
Arowana, yeah, a fan favorite basically. Haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah, but it should be good fun to see that for sure if it does indeed happen. But yeah, I mean, we've been seeing good stuff coming out from the NIN players, though, being able to fight back here and there. Looking at that, I'd say they maybe have the edge over Overtime, who are a little bit more outmatched by a very strong Alliance Rogue. So, I mean, my prediction for this one would be that NIN players would win this one. I want to see it go through to game 3, so I'm going to say, for the final prediction of the day, I'm going to say NIN players 2-1 over Overtime.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Just gonna. You aren't gonna be, contrarian. You aren't gonna be contrarian here. You're just gonna.
I'm still thinking about but Overtime, they can do this as well. So this is. Yeah, I think I should go with them here.
Okay, cool. Right. So, whoever wins.
I mean, we sometimes had those matches where it was super close. They just beat it with 1 point in overtime, but it was still a 2-0. So on paper, it looks kinda like a clear case, but like if you dig deeper into it, it was super close.
Yeah,
but at game 3.
There is actually no warm-up here. We're going to be jumping straight into our first game. Going to be hammering it out. So, final game of the day here at the European Championships for Splatoon 2. It is going to be Rainmaker in the Walleye Warehouse. Everyone's going to be locking in, jumping into that game. And yeah, exciting times. There it is. Confirmed. That's definitely what we're going to be having a look at. Who are we missing then? We are missing one player from Overtime. Mr. Good. Hello, Mr. Good. Are you good?
There we are.
There we go. Okay, so we're ready. We're going to be jumping into that one Bravo team. I think it's just going to make sure that it's all sorted. NP end needs to be on Bravo. Oh, Yes. 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 There we
That's
are.
what I
Lovely.
want to see.
Good job. Okay. Rainmaker Man. It's always it's an exciting map. We've only been seeing it the once per group. So yeah, let's see what our teams can bring out here.
Will he actually play with those glasses on?
I've seen people do it. I've been to like speed running events where friends of mine have been like wearing glasses, sunglasses, and it's just like, yeah, it's cool, man.
I haven't seen yet someone in Splatoon, but there's
Oh, here
always
we go.
room for a first time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do also love how, bless him, the propeller hat, the propeller is being like pushed down by the headset, so it isn't free to express itself.
Yeah.
Bless him, but I'm pretty sure he'll be doing enough. The Terminator. Yeah. Pretty good there. As my father always said, you look good, you probably are. So
Yeah. That's a good
so
one.
we'll be jumping into our first game.
Yeah, we have a
First
Rainmaker
away.
here.
Yeah. Okay, so game 1 underway for our final game. Rainmaker with overtime and Nin players.
Yeah, we're seeing again the Explo kind of being the backline of overtime here. Explo doesn't have that much range to kind of contest the other backliners like Chargers most of the time, so some people play it as a midliner more, a bit more aggressively, but you can also opt for it as a single backline. And already the first specials on the side of overtime, using that inkjet to get the first frags here. And that's an opening. There's someone coming from right side. Yeah, Hero. Mr. Good just going for it, knowing he's getting flanked, just getting the Rainmaker into a good spot. 41 is not that bad, but
Yeah, I mean, for a first
you
push.
got, oh, nice double by Flo here.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, good first push coming out from them. You can see everyone jumping into that immediate space, going to try and keep that pressure on and keep pressing that advantage if they can. The shield is down. Hero, you can see in that center bit, just holding a bit more control.
Yeah, they really
Grip
got
from
it
around the
into
side.
They really got it into a good spot to just pick it up by now, but they actually are able to. Nah, okay.
Wow.
But it's still in a good spot. If they can get the pop, they can get way more points here. But unfortunately, get wiped, so that ain't gonna happen.
That ain't gonna happen. We're gonna push ourselves back to the center, and off we go. Okay, so Crip, you can see around the side. Benny meeting them there at the front to have a standoff. But we'll push back around to the center using that
We
space.
get trapped
but
by 3 things at the same time.
yeah,
it seems.
sometimes it's just too much stuff flying around. There's just too much stuff, you know? You know, it's like, and it's just a case of there is.
Yeah, Nin players so far they just missed those crucial picks which they needed to get in neutral to make something happen here to start a push.
You can see how aggressive overtime are being. They're just grabbing the jobby and just going straight. Then it's like, we have Rainmaker in hand. I see that podium, and going for it. And I respect it. You know,
Yeah.
trying to like just keep the game so fast paced that the opponents can't ever relax and can't ever feel comfortable. You know, I think that's kind of the point of that one for sure.
Yeah. Nin players already push back into their spawn again. So they gotta really watch out that overtime to prevent them to, for them to get a better lead. Okay, now Benny
getting-
coming in with 1 kill. I think he can get the follow-up kill
Yeah.
here, on Flo
Very nice.
as well.
Double splat from Benny. One with that baller as well. Good
That's what we
starting up.
need. That's the picks they
Triple.
need to, make something going here.
See all of
I
our
mean,
players
yeah.
right now. Yeah.
No,
They're going-
overtime is kind of a push back into the spawn. Crip trying to get out. Yeah, she gets the first pick here. Immediately getting taken out though by, I think, Ant there with the Rainmaker. They're just waiting for the opportunity to push. They are taking a bit more of a slower approach. But with that Rainmaker, you can really apply a lot of pressure on high grounds with that. Oh, he pushed back the ball of the Rainmaker. That was a really smart play, but eventually goes down to Robbie pushing in with the baller on the other side. So many ballers here. It's just a super safe special to make something work.
Baller shot callers. They're making their way forward. Okay, so again, we just hit this little bit of a neutral zone, just kind of resetting that neutral. On the far side of the right, you've got the Rainmaker just waiting patiently for a new owner. Hero trying to pressurize Robbie there. Robbie has to push back a little bit, and the shield has been broken. They're going to leave the Rainmaker there for a little bit. They know it's not too dangerous.
And now the Stingray coming in, so Nin players really need some picks here in order to start something. They don't even have mid control. They are committing 2 specials in, 2 specials, 2 picks. That's a start, I would say.
Yeah, they've got, you now see that Nin players have control of the Rainmaker.
I was just about to say 2 ballers on side of overtime already. 1 popped, the other one coming in as well. The first one gets killed. What about the second one as well? Yeah, 2 splats. But still, I mean, they bought enough time for their teammates to respawn, so there's still 2 people waiting on the high ground, and that Fizzy Bomb just got enough splash damage in to kill to splat the Rainmaker.
Okay. Benny looking to push down that avenue, try and take some control and get their marker on here. But you can see that there's the pressure coming back. Benny now has the Rainmaker.
Oh, nice timing on the Rainmaker shot to catch the splash on right when he was vulnerable again.
Yeah, looking to get that line going.
Looking at the time, yeah, I mean, 41 on this map is not that good of a lead. It's a really small map anyway.
Yeah,
and it's only 20 seconds on the map, on the clock anymore. So, yeah, clock is ticking against Nin players here. The baller coming in as well. This has been so reliable so far, and yeah, only 2 alive for Nin players here, and that's the Rainmaker going down. They really need to pop it, but I don't think they have the resources to do so.
A lot of pressure from N, but that will be the end of the game, and there's a cheer there from overtime as they take that first game. Campeonato, nice, strong victory as well. 59 to 25 points on the board for them. So overtime, feeling happy about that one. Good start from them.
Yeah. I just think Nin players are missing a few picks in neutral game. Like they got, I think, like 2 or 3 picks twice.
Yeah.
But that's just not enough. I mean, that's enough to regain mid and to grab the Rainmaker. But once you pick the Rainmaker up, you're kind of a bit more stationary. It's kind of like a 3.5 V4 then, since Rainmaker can't do that much. So you really want to pick the Rainmaker once you... like, if you have the Rainmaker neutral while the other team is completely alive as well into a good defensive stance, then it's really hard to push up there.
Yeah. And let's have a look forward to our next one. So Clam Blitz on Piranha Pit, I believe. So after such fast pace coming up from game 1, we're going to slow it down again. And we've seen some very interesting and players here having a good time despite, you know, how...
Yeah, that's why we're all here.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, that's the most important thing, really. It is competition, and we are looking to crown our winners and find out who our best players are. But as you know, as long as our players are having fun in the process of doing that and whittling down a victor, that's the most important thing. So yeah, we're gonna be jumping into the second game very shortly. But yeah, we've seen a lot of interesting set plays from these ones. You know, a lot of flanking and a lot of shutting out spawn zones after getting control of that of the basket. And
yeah, you need that in order to secure some clams. It's such a long way from mid to the basket.
Yeah. Waiting on a couple of people just to be confirming themselves there. It looks like, is that Mr. Good, I think that name is? I can't quite see that name.
That's Hero right there.
Oh, I meant the name on the back.
Oh, yeah.
Hero was on the screen, yes, himself. But the name on the back, sorry, I was trying to read a blurred image because, you know, that's what you do, right? Don't go for the clear and precise image of the player right in front of you, but the name's in the back. So it looks like they're ready to go. Will overtime close this one out 2-0, or will we finally see a game 3? We shall find out momentarily. Feel the enemy's clam basket.
Oh, yeah,
Easy in concept, difficult in execution.
No backline on side of overtime here. They have a pretty aggressive team comp. They're having, 2 ballers here. Ballers, of course, setting up those power plays. And yeah, this time the Explosion on side of Nin players and is playing it right now. But this time first frag for Nin players, I was about to say. But the follow-up kill by Flo, but he's kind of outnumbered as well. Like, he needs to jump out. There's effectively no players right now at the field, on the field. By overtime, they're quickly respawning and setting up a good defensive stance. They're getting to the basket, knowing that Nin players, they just regained got mid.
Yeah. They're fighting back now. They've got 2 splats down on the side of Nin players, and they're going to use this to kind of really reach into their advantage state. 3 down now, and you can see them taking that central point. So quick and so fast at doing that. They've got that line all the way down, and here is where the super jumps may be happening. If they have that power clan, there you can see Crypt with that going to be jumping in right now, and we'll be confirming that opening strike. 20 points on the board.
They're also in a good spot there, but yeah, he's the only one alive. He probably should just jump out. Otherwise, they're gonna get wiped and lose mid-control completely.
Yeah, 2 splats down for them as well, but they did manage to get the power clam and 3
Yeah, that's a start.
regular clams in, so that's the beginning of their conquest here.
Now it's just neutral again. Who gets the first frags? Who uses specials to get those? I mean, you can also apply pressure by just collecting clams. Then players kind of have more map control, a lot of blue on the map, and they also have the. Did I just saw? Yeah, I saw 33 clams. That's a lot. Now it's 23. That's still a lot, but they're just not getting the kills.
Yeah, they need to really confirm those splats. They want to be pushing forward and getting the points on the board even further. Robbie there in the center. Penny just kind of rolling around. Oh, he gets taken down though by Robbie, who does get
But the revenge splat here by Hero.
Yeah.
Can he find another one? He already got the direct in. Unfortunately, not.
Fizzy bomb goes out.
Yeah, I mean, they have the clams necessary to do a good push, but so far, yeah, they're kind of starting to get specials using the armor. Yes, they get the first frag, so this can get scary. Yeah, and pushing in already, getting the trade. That's good. Setting up for a jump. No jumps in. Oh, there was one. But they missed.
Oh, wow, it's right. Okay, Lion picks up again and gets another
yeah.
one, and they're going to take this lead here because they've got plenty of clams on their side.
Yeah,
if they can just get the clams in. There it
is. A really important pick right there. Like he could just, yeah. 59 already on the board. They're looking to extend the lead here as well. Overtime, pushing down, yeah, they get 2 picks, but only Crip alive. It's 1v1 effectively at the basket. Crip gets the double, but...
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
She went all in there.
Yeah, that was all or nothing. Got all, but also fell down as well.
Was still an amazing play that completely shut down their push.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right there.
They got to start the fight back now. The long fight back. They got to get a power clam in and a few solid amounts of clams as well.
I mean, for Italy, I mean, that's not the best lead, but you should just play the neutral right now. Just contesting the map control, trying to shut down the counter push. You see the ball already coming in. They probably could have... Yeah, super jump coming in as well. Oh, they got 2 of them. Yeah, they're getting close to the lead, but they don't have any clams left, and they don't have that much map control around the basket, so I don't think they can get the lead quite yet.
Yeah, not yet. No, this is going to end up that one. But nice use of the double power clam to really like hammer home some points. And now only 4 points of difference. They're going to need to get 2 clams in after the power clam, because the power clams are only going to remove those bonus points.
A lot of map control again for Italy here. They're also sitting on 30 clams right now, using the armor. Now, if they get a few frags, that could be actually a pretty devastating push.
Yeah, you can see the Italians jumping in now with a baller. Is there going to be a jump up? But there's a nice... Oh, the Belgians turning it around.
The baller's going to really stall time here.
Wow!
Yeah, they get 2 splats here. And the Slushing just needs to back up here and just save some of those power clams. They're just really valuable.
40 seconds left on the map now. Will we get that game 3? It's very close to it.
It's really close, yeah. They're kind of trading splats right now, so neither team has full map control. They're kind of sitting on their side of the map, just waiting for something to happen. I mean, for Ninplayer's case, they can win here in overtime. I mean, they just need to get it overtime.
Yeah.
Basically. Oh, there's all specials ready for overtime now. So I guess it comes down to this. They want to pop the baller. Yeah, they're investing a lot of resources to just shut down the boss, but the super jump's coming in. With 1 power clam, is it enough? They open the basket. Yeah,
it's enough for overtime. It's soon
overtime in overtime. Yeah.
As soon as overtime started, overtime got that play, and 2-0 over the Nin players.
That was so close.
What a spectacular finish for them. That's a nice way to end your tournament, I think, to
totally.
have a really close game against a well-matched team and get the victory in that fashion. That was lovely.
Yeah. I mean, with that group stage done, we now know all of our semi-finalists, which will compete tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can see what it means to the Belgians there. It's good to see them so happy, and and that's
getting
the thing.
Good win.
This is you're getting visual, you're getting exact evidence of what we say. Even if we have our semi-finalists locked in after the first 2 games, the last game still matters, to these players. They came here to to play and to win.
Eventually.
Yeah. So looking over at it all, we're going to go over. So trying to remember all the names of the teams and where they came. So we have obviously 8 teams have now dropped out of the tournament. 4 who have been placing in quote unquote 5th place with their 1 victory, and some who have finished up in 9th place without having succeeded in getting a victory today. No game threes. No game threes.
No game 3. So it was kind of. I mean,
why'd you win that one overtime? Damn.
I mean, yeah, we're having some really strong teams out here, which are just capable to just take a game in matter of seconds. So, but I think we have an interview ready.
We do indeed, yeah. We're going to throw it back over to Tech Girl, who's having a chat with Alliance Rogue, our final semi-finalists, and then we'll be seeing out the end of the cast for the day. So, Tech Girl, back to you.
I am standing here with Soren from Alliance Rogue. How does it feel going into the semi-finals and, of course, winning your group here on home turf?
We're very happy. There was a lot of pressure for being the French team representing France and the event happening in France. So we got to say we were really happy about this. And we knew these 2 teams, everything could go really wrong because we knew the maps were not the best for us. And I'm happy we won it that way.
Let's chat a little bit about the semi-finals tomorrow. Who do you think, now that you know the other 3 teams that you have to face off against to potentially win the championship, who do you think is the toughest competition?
I think the toughest competition is probably Finland or the Nordic team. Empire Gang is the hardest. And maybe after Backsquids. So we most likely face them in finals if we win tomorrow in semi-finals. And we practiced a lot for semi-finals. So hopefully practice pays off and we do our best.
How do you prepare tonight now? So you know you're in the semi-finals, you know you're playing tomorrow. What sort of preparation goes into this evening?
I think sleeping early is going to be the most important. And that's pretty much all we want to do. We already have strats. We already talked about what we want to do. So that's it.
Thank you so much for chatting to us. Well done on making the semi-finals. I'm going to chase you away now because I have one more interview. I told you that they were deep undercover, but I've convinced him to come up to dry land. This is Echo from Backsquids. You got the support there. There we go. I need to ask now, you are the reigning European champions. You're in the semi-finals tomorrow. Is there added pressure on your team knowing that you have to try and retain the title?
Maybe a bit, but last year we had literally the same pressure because we were like the main team. We had like the stable, the safest lineup and stuff like that. So, I mean, a little bit more pressure doesn't hurt, but I mean, we will.
You're good to go. I asked Soren this question, but I'd like to ask you as well. What happens tonight? Are you guys going to go and have a big party, or are you going to get an early night and just chill? What sort of preparation goes into the semi-finals?
Maybe speak about the lineups and just maybe do a little. Just speak about the things, but not many changes. We prepared and we're just ready. So no preparation.
Good luck for tomorrow. We'll see you in the semi-finals. Thanks so much for chatting to us. There you have it. Our 4 semi-finalists. There's not going to be any partying tonight. There'll be some Splatoon 2. It's still fun. We're going to be playing those games, but everyone's going to be focusing on the big games tomorrow. Let's go through them one more time. Your 4 semi-finalists. From Spain, we have Polarized. From Germany, Backsquids. We have the Nordic team, Empire Gang. I was about to call them squad and get into a lot of trouble because I can see them over there glaring at me. Empire Gang. And the last team you saw, our French team, Alliance Rogue. Those are your 4 semi-finalists tomorrow. They face off, and by the end of the day, we will have your Splatoon 2 European champion. We will catch you tomorrow. Have a great evening, and don't forget, if you don't want to get cooked, stay off the hook.